Test, test, test. Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. Trump, election politics. Friendship, rainbows, puppy dogs. What's up? What's up, Jason? What's up, Tantans? Demarcus? What's up, duders? Guys, we're stuck with another day of orange glasses. Can't find the green ones, y'all. Can't find them. Did I have a nice night? I did. Yeah, I fell asleep. I fell asleep during that last one. What up, Emmy? Green supremacy? Guys, I will find them. I will find them. How are you doing, Emmy? Hello?
Yo.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
I've got a really bad echo. Are we in your car?
Yeah. Is it really bad? Like bad? I can disconnect you from the Bluetooth.
Yeah, disconnect me from Bluetooth if you can.
You can.
Yeah. How is that? Is that better?
Test, test. That's better.
All right.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
First and foremost, I am I serve in the military, so I kind of like have to serve him, but at the same time, what he did to Iran is just like it caused like a peace, if that makes sense.
Not really.
Not really.
I still have a bad echo. I don't know what it is. You know, he's the one who initially he pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, right? And that's why they started enriching uranium without the presence of the IAEA. That's why, because he pulled us out. He said, I can make a better deal. And then he put sanctions on them to see if he could twist their arm to make a better deal. Yeah. Yeah. I think the military is very tribal and Republican. Iran. What's up, Dolphin? Chat, let's get some likes on the screen. What is going on here with this? Get my YouTube up too. Dope hat, appreciate it. My dad is very anti-Trump veteran. He's also the smartest person I know. Anti-Trump veterans are pretty cool. What's up, Chris? There's no box? Anyone else confirm? Guys, I'm just getting some caffeine in me. You gotta give me a minute for a little wakey. W position. There's no box? The hell? Let me get my alt. Kenneth is in there, Dolphin's in there. All right, we'll do that. Chat. This is my alt account, by the way. If you want to give it a follow. All right, friendly. If you're friendly, hop out. I love you, Dolphin. All right. What's up, Valkyrie? Hello?
Hello. Good afternoon.
What's up, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, just on the spectrum, I've seen the certain parts of the country, certain philosophies or beliefs just go kind of way off the edge as far as there's not a small number of people who think that the United States should not have borders and that people coming over from South America or any other country are actually sometimes, if they're native quote Americans, they should just be able to come over. Stuff like that, or the weirdness of Kamala's followers who like MMT, monetary theory, or which not that all of them do, but or the ideas of like taxing unrealized unrealized gains,
Yeah.
which is I just otherworldly and not things that we would ever argue about in the past. So we started arguing about things like, should we have a border, or
I don't think there's
you know,
very many of us
or-
who think we just shouldn't have a border. I think
well,
that
but should enforce it. I know, but there's a growing number, a powerful amount of people, and also when I looked at the Democrats, all raising their hands to certain things like the confiscation of guns or several other horrifying policies, all raising their hands.
all right, I don't
to
know
a
about
person on the
that. There's also a large portion of liberals who are pew owners.
Oh yeah,
So.
but not leaders. I'm talking about leaders.
Yeah, I don't know any leaders who are talking about confiscating all pews.
Well, they're friendly to it. Who's the guy? Beto, was very popular with that.
He was talking about ARs. He's never talked about all pews.
Well, I know, but it's a semi-automatic, so most all weapons are semi-automatic.
Yeah,
But,
well, obviously we wouldn't just say semi-automatic. We'd say large caliber, large capacity, high velocity. We would say that, and we would.
But a lot of guns are
get
that
into
way.
that.
A lot, like the
Well,
mini
that-
Rugers are the same way. It's a Woodstock.
All right,
Weird stuff like that. But the
a
point
lot
is,
of
they're
kids.
philosophical.
A lot of kids die from that. Yep,
Yeah, a lot of kids die from a lot of things, but it's pick your
it's the
evil.
leading
Do
cause
you
of
want
death in kids.
But I would say the leading cause in general is totalitarian governments in the 20th century. So China and Russia and Germany and those countries and Pol Pot and others had a population that was not able to rouse a defense. So to me, I felt like that was a normal view held by most Americans. I also still think that, like, for example, most Americans, according to CNN and ABC and others, still think that illegals should be deported. So I feel like the Democrats and their
we have
Democrat
nuance.
Party is the lowest approval rating ever.
Yeah.
So I just feel like
I don't think that means what you think, but there's
I think
nuance,
it's not
right?
normal.
So Democrats don't sensationalize deportation. They don't demonize immigrants. They don't say things that are just completely inappropriate as a world leader, like Trump says. And he makes political theater out of it. He spends hundreds of billions of dollars while pretending to care about the budget, mind you, spending hundreds of billions of dollars to make a spectacle out of it. He's not really doing anything great. Biden deported far more than Trump. So if you guys just strictly went off deportation, you would be a Democrat.
Well, but that's true. Obama and Biden deported more. But if Obama said today or started deporting the amount anywhere near the amount he already did deport, it would not be allowed. I don't. In fact, I know that's part of my argument is that the Democrat
Biden did more than Obama.
The Democrat Party cannot do what they did in even 20 years ago. They can't do
Biden
that.
did more than Obama. What do you mean?
I'm saying if Obama 3.0 happened, he could not do or say the things that he said earlier, because the
He
Democrat Party
absolutely
has,
could. Listen.
he could not say
Here's where we draw the line. We say if you call them vermin, if you say that they're not bringing their best, they're rapists, they're criminals. Some of you assume are good people, and then you hype up one murder for 2 years, and you guys make them seem like they're all demons.
that's just the way he's doing it.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yes, it's called stochastic terrorism. It's causing domestic right-wing terrorists to skyrocket. You guys are the
Have you ever
top
heard-
1
have you
through
ever heard-
12 in domestic
Have you
violent
ever heard the
terrorists.
phrase? Have you ever heard the phrase, "the big beautiful door"?
No.
Okay, because Trump said it probably 100 times. He said we do need to have a big beautiful door, and he would draw the shape with his hands for legals, and so he does want people to come in and be processed. So if you haven't heard that, I don't know what you're listening to.
Whatever Trump says is just about meaningless. It's either a huge lie, it's manipulation. I don't take anything what he says seriously. You guys
say that.
talk like as if he's talking in like scripture, and this
No,
is
but
so
no, I don't say
silly.
that.
This is so silly.
No, I
Every
don't.
single time that Democrats come up with a bill to make a pathway to citizenship, to make things right, the Republicans shoot it down. And even Biden's, his first
Martin
thing when he...
Gingerich super chatted $5. If Biden would have the same immigration talking points today, he would be demonized for sure.
Thank you. I don't believe so. I mean, nobody says they're poisoning the blood of the country. Nobody says
No, wait a
all
minute.
of these crazy fucking things. So the bar is so
Yeah,
low.
but when you say he says crazy things, but you don't know he said what he said over and over again about we do need people to come in legally.
doesn't
He
matter.
said that like okay, but wait a minute. But wait, it's not about if it matters or
Martin
not.
Gingerich
It
super
matters-
chatted
it matters to
$5.
my-
I
one
meant
of the reasons that I
Obama.
voted- one of the reasons I voted for Trump is because of what you just admitted has happened to yourself, which you don't know that, which I feel like
What?
since Bush and after, is that our IC community, our intelligence community is out of control. And I don't know if you've heard the phrase, we love him for the enemies he's made. But the Cheneys of the world, the Max Boot, I don't know if you know who he is, the Wolfowitzes, the people who architected the 7 countries in 5 years plan, those people are the ones who I've thoroughly lied about about the Russian gate, about his ties with Russia, and about the Hunter Biden laptop, and according to Mark Zuckerberg, was called. So these FBI agents showed up to mass media and have suggested, in quotes, that they be very careful. So and we found out that. So what I'm saying is.
You got a lot of
the
talking
intelligence
points.
community. I'm just on one general thing. The intelligence community that sends our young people to war and to meat grinders, who makes a lot of money, according to Mitch McConnell, who is a Republican, off of these deals. Those people hate Trump. They hate Trump. They're not indifferent. They tried with everything they could. Look at Reid Hoffman, what he did to fund the what's her name? The case in New York, all that stuff. He's a highly, very wealthy Democrat operative, according to himself. So those, and he has ties to intelligence.
Trump is doing the same thing. He's perpetually saying he's authorizing aid to Ukraine again. You know that, right?
I know that's what we don't. I know that's what we don't like. We don't know what. That's also too quoque. It doesn't matter that he's not going to do everything that we want him to do. We do know that the people who we hate, and that you should hate, the people who have been shafting us since at least 2001, hate Trump.
What did they finally find in the?
Be on their side.
What did they finally find in the Hunter Biden laptop? And 2, what do you actually know about Russiagate? And why do you guys always just dismiss it as if it was nothing? Why do you say that?
Well, Louis, Lois Minch on Twitter, and what's his name? Oh, forgot the guy's name. The lawyer. I have to look it up. But it's not true that there was that Deutsche Bank server in Trump's townhouse or whatever apartment. That's not true. And it is true that they lied about him being in Russia, and you remember the
What the,
he's not-
Trump's
he's not a
obviously
Russian
Trump.
guy.
You know,
Are you-
Trump
do you think
Trump
he's a
got
Russian?
caught with Trump Tower Moscow during his presidency.
I know there was nothing to it. It was fully investigated.
Well, it's weird that he just like didn't
But wait,
mention
no,
it though.
wait. You're not really saying he's a Russian agent. That's been debunked.
Oh no,
I
I'm
don't
talking
think you
about.
wanna take that
I obviously feel like Russia would love Trump in office. They love having Trump in office, but
But they gained so much when he was out of office. They gained so much when under Obama. They gained so much under Biden. They didn't
Yeah,
gain anything.
Trump doesn't
under
know
Trump.
it. Trump's not a big tough man. I mean, like, what has he done
No,
since?
he's a tough guy. He's just a normal person who the CIA doesn't fully control. And I'm telling you,
Okay.
the United States the United States is trying to keep a post-World War II order, and you can argue that it's a good idea, but after World War II, the United States found itself with the only one that wasn't razed to the ground, and so we helped rebuild Europe, we helped Japan, and part of it is good, but part of it is because we are kind of extending the British Empire, the Pax Americana. Look at Bill Kristol. I was a big follower of Bill Kristol and his dad from the Weekly Standard. He, with veins out of his neck, hates Trump with a passion because he had his New American Century plan with all the Cheneys, who Cheney went out and supported Harris. And let me ask you this: Liz Cheney was on the dais with Kamala. You think it's because she thought they were going to sway the voters? No, it's there to placate the warmongers. Liz Cheney is not
All right.
popular anywhere, but she was
All right.
standing there in order to placate the warmongers. So
Yeah,
the Democrats,
Liz
are the party
Cheney.
of
Liz
warmongers.
Cheney she voted 94% of the time with Trump. Liz
Does she
Cheney is
support Kamala or
genuinely
not?
concerned. Yes, and she's genuinely concerned about democracy, right? Like, just because her dad is the devil doesn't mean anything about her. But
She's the same person. She's the warmonger.
Everybody?
They switched their support to Harris.
Oh, sure.
It doesn't matter anyway. They were all eight of Harris.
Oh, sure.
It doesn't matter anyway. They were all eight of this community. It is a great thing, and nobody
Listen,
questions
all
it.
you
So
have
we
is the
need to
same
question
thing.
it.
You have speculation of all of these crimes that Joe Biden or Hunter Biden committed. There
I
have
didn't
been
say
no
anything.
indictments.
Fine.
There are
They knew because they had it. They knew that the laptop was real. They didn't have any. They didn't not
There
know.
were
They didn't. They
literally
weren't speculating.
48
They weren't
hours.
saying-
There were
weren't saying-
48 hours. They were speculating that the Hunter Biden laptop, that it had the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, because it did.
No, I know, but they know that. No,
For
they know,
48
but they knew
hours.
that it didn't. No, wait. If one thing, if
They
somebody
didn't
says, "Look,
prove
I'm
that they knew
speculating,"
that it didn't. Prove that.
no, the FBI had it.
Yeah, they had
Okay, well,
it.
look it up. Just look it up. Let's do your research about what the FBI knew.
What was it?
about the Hunter Biden.
After everything was said and done,
No.
what was it? A couple of dick pics?
Oh no, it was. No, it wasn't. Look,
It was
you need
nothing.
to.
It was literally, what was it?
There was a
What
lot
came
of
out of
bad
it?
stuff. There was a lot of no. There was a lot of very young girls.
No, okay, no, you guys are always reaching with that. There were none. There were
Look
no
at this, look it up.
underage.
There were.
I've had this
They were,
conversation
well, how old were
like
they,
3
14?
times now. How old
They
am
were
I?
like how old do you think they were?
I don't know. They're at least none
were
of them were
very
questionably
young,
minors.
dude.
None of them were questionally minors. Nope.
They
There's no one even accusing him of this online.
They were like 4
There's no,
feet tall. They were like
you
4 feet
literally
tall.
have to. You're literally making this up. The
Dude, they look
party
like
that
girls.
loves young women. I don't know. Matt Gaetz. You guys
Okay.
have your own BS, dude.
Okay, fallacy. Just okay. So if we did, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden those girls were overage.
There
It's
was no
ridiculous.
one even accusing him. This is just you
No,
reaching
you've
right
seen
now.
There were. There was. Number two,
No, there.
they were family members. Yeah. But number two, it's not about whether it was not about, look, if you're a person who knows, if something is true, and we find out later they know it's something true, but you say, I'm not sure about this, and it has the hallmarks of being a lie, when you know it's the truth, that is a lie.
48 hours, dude.
No, they didn't. They had plenty of. They didn't have it for 48 hours.
It
And then,
was.
then they went to Zuckerberg. They went to Zuckerberg, unless you think Zuckerberg is lying. And Zuckerberg was told by the FB fucking I that to be careful. And you don't say, oh, I'll just take it as he
Did they
suggests. No,
threaten him?
that's the FBI.
Did they just say take it down?
No,
No.
they did. Yeah.
No,
When
no,
the
they did
FBI
not.
shows up at your door and says, "Let me give you some
Okay.
advice."
No.
they're the ones that they
said it
can
has
say it's not
hallmarks.
stay outside. If
Dude, you guys
they're
get
literally,
this is not the smoking gun you guys think it is.
No,
It's
you know,
literally nothing. It's
okay,
literally
so
nothing.
literally,
What about
literally the
the Hunter
same
Biden laptop?
Cheneys.
What
No,
about
no,
the
the
Hunter
same
Biden laptop
Cheneys.
need to be revealed? My dad is MAGA, right? So like for you guys to bring
You
Hunter
don't need a Hunter
Biden
Biden
into this
laptop.
whole thing,
Don't call it Hunter Biden.
this is so silly.
Don't call it Hunter Biden. Call it Laptop X, and it has to do with nothing. It has to do with Romania or something. It doesn't matter what it is. It matters that very powerful, the most powerful people, wrote an open letter to the media that said, "Don't elect this man." So the same people. Listen. Let's boil it down to the very plain, simple facts. The people the Liz Cheneys and the Max Boots of the world, who are behind lying about the Middle East and lying about the 5 countries in 7 years.
Dog.
You found yourself hating Liz Cheney and hating Dick Cheney, and then
I hate her
supporting
actual
the guy
politics.
the guy that Dick Cheney says to vote for. You're like, yeah, I agree now with Dick Cheney. There's something wrong with your brain if you don't see the switch. I haven't changed.
I didn't agree with his politics.
I know, but you shouldn't. You should wonder why you find
lives
yourself
on your
the
side.
same
That
side.
wasn't a deal breaker until now.
No, but
He
you
was
found
on your
yourself-
side the whole time. It wasn't a problem for
And
you.
I was wrong. I was wrong. Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
I woke up.
then stop. You guys,
I woke up.
you've been hanging. You've been living with him.
No, I woke up. I knew he was
Stop
an
giving-
evil man. So look, the left tried to tell me that Dick Cheney was evil. I didn't really buy it. And you know what? I'm capitulating. I'm saying, you know what? Yeah, you're right. He is evil. So I agree, and I'm sorry for supporting the Cheneys and and the Bushes and all that they did. I'm sorry for that. So, it happens. People make mistakes. I did it. So now we find ourselves with Dick fucking Cheney telling you to vote for somebody.
Okay.
And
You
you're
can't
like,
brush
yeah,
it
I
off
agree.
and then slam me for it. It's like,
Well,
okay,
then why
yes.
does it make sense that you are voting for the same guy who the warmongers want?
No, listen. His politics are still everything you love. Every single thing. He is conservative in every
Cheney?
way you are. Yes.
No, he's not.
Yes, he
No, he's not.
is. What is he? What
the
position
policy
does he
is
have that's
for-
not conservative?
Okay. The most important thing in our world today is there's one's foreign policy. The intelligence community doesn't care about our quibbling. There are also two types of elites. There's the old money elites and the new money elites. The old money elites of the world, which
Dude,
is of the Cheneys, they're
Are you in
not threatened.
fucking middle school? What?
No, they do not. They care more about their customers globally. They care about the global customers and the global worldwide setup and the Pax Americana. That's what Bill Kristol, who I agree with on most everything, he could have been lying though, is really angry about this one thing, which is foreign policy and what we do and up to influence other countries. Now, you know that if I was talking about a different subject or we had a different room and it was a different day, you would agree with everything I'm saying about the U.S.'s messing with the world and what they're doing, and that we need to enter a different phase, and then we need to leave the post-World War II phase. But people have made a lot of money off that, and they don't care if a few thousand people die, a few 100,000 here and there.
No one's
if they get
standing
millions of
around
customers.
and just standing around being like, we need to do this post World War II stuff. No, there's just general things that developed and make our markets do certain things, like move jobs overseas. There's no one going around being like, listen, all right, we need to refer back to this post World War II plan you have this weird conspiracy theory about.
Well, that's not conspiracy. This is the way. Look, have you ever heard of the Rand Corporation or like Ben Scrowcroft? You know what he did after the Tiananmen Square massacre, or these things, geopolitics. There are hundreds of books about geopolitics. It may be kind of weird to you, and esoteric, but it is true that people get paid a lot of money to strategize and to think about the geopolitics. And this is just very simple, plain geopolitics. There's nothing super fancy about it. It is true that
You're
we
making a
decided
lot of assumptions. It's a lot of
No, it's not.
conspiracies.
It's a
a lot
fact.
of
It's
a
not
lot of
conspiracy.
things that are very questionable and could be very
Listen,
radicalizing for somebody.
Dude, look, maybe you're too young, but we used to talk about this coming service economy. And Japan said the same thing. They don't want to get kids out of high school in America paying for public college and learning history and algebra if all you do is screw lug nuts on a tire at a Ford factory for 30 years. They said this is a low return on investment. And they actually said it was a little bit over 4%
Nobody said that.
ROI. They did say that. That's exactly what they said in the 90s. So after
It was
after Tiananmen
Reagan. It was
Square-
Reagan who did this,
No, no.
dude.
No, well, it's everybody.
Yes,
no,
your
I said it
hero,
was-
Reagan, did this.
No. It was everybody who did this. Nobody
now it's-
disagreed.
Okay, Reagan
No,
in the
wait, no,
80s, way before this little story you're talking about,
Democrats did.
Reagan decided we do not need an educated proletariat. We
No,
can not just
That's-
everybody should
service
be able to get
economy.
should get
The
an
service
education.
economy was in service economy came out in the 90s. The whole service there was no service economy talk in the 80s. It was too early. It was in the 90s when the internet was coming up and the information superhighway, and we decided that we do not want manufacturing. We don't, because it's low knowledge, and besides it's going to be robotic. So we get it quickly as we can. And after Tiananmen Square, we did it on purpose. We moved some manufacturing jobs, and Japan moved them to here. Guess what? Japan opened places in Toyota in the South because they knew they didn't, not just because it was less to ship, but they knew they didn't want those stupid jobs anymore. They wanted service jobs. But there was a miscalculation.
Or
And it
people
wasn't- it
started
wasn't
buying,
evil.
or people started just buying things and having their labor done in China. And then
I
they
know,
had to
it's on
compete
purpose.
with other people that didn't
No,
do
it's
that.
on
And then
purpose.
everybody jumped on board, starting
course
to
they
get
did.
their things
No,
made
I'm
in
not-
China. That's
not
how
saying
that
it's evil.
happens. It wasn't just a bunch
I
of
know.
stupid people looking around being like, you know what, I just don't like lug nuts.
No, it wasn't. I'm saying it wasn't really evil. Actually, it was just the way everybody thought.
Yeah.
Is that the service economy is the way white collar jobs are what everybody in the United States. You kind of ended with the learn to code sort of thing. If you don't want to do coal mining, that's what Hillary said. You need to learn to code and all that sort of stuff. But we have discovered that China is now, and other countries are able to manufacture. When they do manufacturing, they also do architecture. They do large factories. They do large amounts of HR. They do all sorts of
Where are you going with this?
operational research. Wait a minute. What I'm going at is we made a mistake and we did that. And the world, quote, post-world order of the Ben Scrowcrofts and the Liz Cheneys and the Bidens and all the people, they still want a world view where the United States is all over the world. And if a few million people, a few 100,000 people die in the meantime, we're going to weaken Russia. We're going to draw them in like we drew them into Afghanistan. We're going to do geopolitics.
We drew Okay.
Okay, did we draw them in for Afghanistan?
Okay, I
Yeah.
thought you was about to say Ukraine.
Okay, well, you should do this. Rand Corporation, type in weaken Russia. What is it called? Type in Google Rand Corporation, weaken Russia. I think it's the name of it. It's called Weaken and Undermine Russia. But they have a grid of strategies. It was commissioned by our intelligence community. And I'm not saying that is proof that they did it. I don't think we'd ever have proof. But it is one of the things that could be a great idea, somebody said. So the point is, we do things like what we did in the Middle East that I literally think that some people think it's like the ends justifies the means. I mean, if you were going to save a million people, would you sacrifice 10,000? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would, especially if you don't ever see those people. But so that's the sort of calculus that we as the United States have found ourselves doing. And all I know is those are evil people. And I also know that they said, or they tried to, forget the Hunter Biden law, they tried to stop Trump.
I love that. I love that you just made that exact admission. You said 10,000 people would die, right? Do you know that Trump passing and signing the big, beautiful bill into law is going to cut people's health care? 11,000 people is the amount of people expected to die so that Trump and his friends can get a tax break.
Okay, well, I'm saying something a little different. I'm saying these people.
That would be evil, wouldn't it?
No, but not if you don't think you're doing it or if you didn't do it on purpose.
Wait, so Trump made this uninformed decision?
Okay, so look, saying something. So I'm going to roll with it and say that I don't agree that's what's going to happen. But let's say
you don't agree that's going to happen. That's just the math.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree it's going to happen.
Oh,
but number one, if it did happen, you're
cope.
saying that's a person who unthinkingly or apathetically or whatever just didn't care about these people and wanted to make
that
himself.
one's not evil. I get it.
I'm talking
You're
about
good.
people who
I
have.
get
I'm talking
it.
about
Yeah.
people. I'm talking about people who have
Makes
at their
sense.
desk. At their desk, they have a decision between thousands of people, or they think a million people, and they actually literally say we're going to get a lot of good customers out of this, and good and world peace and all that
Tax
stuff.
breaks. Yeah.
No, that's the Cheneys of the world. That's the intelligence community that we're. So, are you defending the intelligence community?
Dude, you're sitting here condemning one thing and licking Trump's boots for the other.
No,
You're
I
like,
don't
Trump
think
would never do this. He did this
well, if he did it,
yesterday. He
let's just say
did
this.
this
If he
yesterday.
did it on purpose, it would be bad. But I'm saying you're trying to say that that it's not bad that the warmongers did it because maybe Trump's doing it too. It doesn't matter. It's still bad. Then I would say it's bad
You
that both of
can't
them
tell
did
me to
it. How
care about
that?
this while ignoring what happened yesterday.
Okay, so care about both of them then.
I care about both.
Care about both of them. Oh, good.
It makes
good.
me
So
not
now
a
you-
hypocrite and you a hypocrite.
No, I care. If that were true, I would care about it too. But look, you need to care about the fact that these powerful people with access to information. I mean, think about that. These are access. This is the whole world runs on information, and these are people who tell you what is accessible and what is not. They classify like 1 billion documents a year, so they're not good. It's not a good situation, and we do know that these people resisted the popular candidate with everything and every fiber of their being. And we have not seen that in the United States in modern history. We have not seen the intelligence community muster a defense against what looked like the people's choice. A very popular
Trump
person.
has the least qualified in history DNI right now. He is the least qualified in history. Tulsi Gabbard also thought to be a Russian asset, very widely thought to be a Russian asset. You're not gonna fucking sit here and tell me how corrupt past fucking administrations have been with Trump's fucking administration in place right now.
Believe in democracy?
The people,
Look. So democracy says like 60% of people want people deported. The right track polls are very good for Trump. So and he was elected. So the thing
it
is,
doesn't make this
at
go
some
away.
point-
Yes,
at
Trump
some- no,
is
it doesn't make it
very
go
good at
away, but
controlling the
you're saying-
media.
all you're
Trump has his
all you're
own
saying
social
is
media
people are
platform
stupid.
where he controls the narrative every
I know, and
day.
you're saying your story is that people are stupid. I get it. But it is true, nevertheless, and you haven't denied it, that the intelligence community of the United States, which are not good people, have tried to, with everything they can, to prevent
They're
what we
magically
think
all
is
just
a
not good
popular
people.
person. Look, we had a choice between
Do you
somebody
think there's
who wanted
people on both
25
sides? Do you think there's people on both sides
Not when it
inside of
comes
our
to
intelligence community? Yeah, you think they're
not
all
about-
Democrats?
No, I do think all the 51.
You think that the people, the service, the agents, are Democrats?
There's people, all 51 of those, the most intelligence people said something that we later found out was not true, which is the Hunter Biden laptop was not Russian disinformation.
We know. Have you watched From Russia with Lev, dude?
Yeah, we know what compromat is, what compromat with a K. We know about, and we also know that the P tape, for example, the Christopher Steele. We know the whole Christopher Steele.
Have you watched that? Have you watched it?
Oh, yeah, for James Bond, yeah. The
No,
book.
dude. No, From Russia with Lev, L-E-V.
Oh, is it a documentary?
Yeah, actually.
Okay,
It's
you
about,
know,
it's about the people
you know, the
that Trump.
documentary is the worst
It's about the people. It's the guy that Trump had go to Ukraine to dig up dirt on the Bidens
No, a
and the
democracy,
Biden family.
a
If you
Democrat-
just
a-
watch it, yes, the whole laptop thing is a fucking sham and an embarrassment. And you bringing it up,
I'm seeing a problem.
I'm sorry.
Look, a documentary is the absolute worst way to get any information. They come in with
you're
an
right.
agenda. They tell you that, but they frame it with the music and the narration and the pauses. And
Okay,
so
all
I would not rely on a documentary
right.
for anything.
You're right.
Let's read
It's
hard,
probably no good. Documentaries are
unemotional
real bad.
words. Documentaries are pretty rough. Just read with no music, by yourself. Read words on a paper. It's dry, but you're going to get more information.
That's a good. That's a good way.
It is true.
Listen, if I cover my ears, I also don't hear bad things about people.
Well, documentaries are not a good way to get information.
Dude, it's
So
literally
anyway-
a first-hand account. It's the guy who was hired by Trump
According to the
narrating and telling you what's going on. And he has a fucking camera that he wears all the time. He is hidden behind the scenes with Trump, acting like a fucking crazy man.
But a documentary is not even pretending to be an unbiased source where they give you two
It
sides
is
of the
very
story.
damning for Trump. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
When you go to a court of law, there are all sorts of rules about
Okay,
let's hear
bro,
the other
listen,
side and all that stuff.
I
What I'm
know.
saying is you need to pretend, you need to try to frame your arguments in
Dude,
a court of
you
law.
are so-
watching the
You're in
documentary
so
is not a
deep.
court of law.
You're in so deep, dude.
I'm
You're
not-
in so
no, maybe you're in
deep.
deep.
Nobody's
But are
taking
you
anybody
in
to
deep?
court. I am telling you to
No,
watch
I'm
that.
not taking you to
Take
court.
what
I'm not-
you
I'm
want
saying-
from it. Watch it
I'm
and
not
take
saying
what
you're
you want
taking
from
me-
it.
no.
All right, keep one
I'm not
eye
saying
open.
go to
Do
court.
this. Watch it like this.
I'm not
One ear.
saying- I didn't say go to court. I'm saying you should treat arguments as if you were a judge in a court in your own little mind, And if you're not hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, or you're not hearing the other side of the story,
There's
remember,
I'm
if you
gonna
don't, know the, if
literally
you don't know the other side, remember there's a phrase, if you don't know the other side of the argument, you
Got
don't
it.
even know your
Okay,
side.
got it. I'm gonna hold you to that level of evidence for every one of your accounts now. Every point that you have, that's the level of evidence you're gonna hold, right?
Well, one of the worst ones, type in Rand Corporation destabilizing.
Yeah. Did they go to court?
No, but it is. There's no argument to be made. It's just one piece of evidence.
Yeah.
No. I didn't say go to court. I'm saying take the arguments from both sides, for example, or try to hear the whole truth and nothing but the truth versus the part of the truth and some of the lies. So that sort of thing. And so no, you can have your own court. I didn't say go to court.
Yeah. All that stuff you just said, not gonna get anybody convicted.
No, but I'm saying when you approach arguments, I'm just debunking the documentary idea. If you watch a documentary saying argument A is good, you ought to watch a documentary saying argument B is good. Just so there's an old phrase by John Stuart Mill: if you don't know the other side of the argument, you don't even know your side. So if you watch a documentary and you don't watch the opposite documentary, you don't.
So I'll go watch the documentary about how true this is,
Don't watch
and you
any
go watch that.
documentaries. Don't watch any documentaries.
Don't watch any documentaries. So you're not able to like discern and take information in
You don't need the
maybe.
You don't need the music. You don't need the music and the emotional voices. You don't need all that.
Dude, this is so insane. Okay. Dog, just watch the documentary and just be like, oh, well, I don't believe these parts.
Kind of
Or
a
these parts
bad-
seem dramatized. You can do that. I can do that.
The whole thing's dramatized. Let me just say, is it true really though that you think that, look, I have a phrase that, there's a common phrase, love your country, fear your government. Do you not think that the United States is kind of long in the tooth when it comes to our foreign meddling, starting especially because of the 2001 and what it did to us, and these endless wars, these endless forever wars, and the actual literal war?
If you don't think hard about it, you could easily look at and pick and choose some of these things, and you have to either be for or against them. I have never heard an actual coherent stance from Trump supporters like America first, but it's okay about Israel, or America first. Oh, you know what? Let's keep funding Ukraine. We were just saying that to get elected. America first. We need to be friends with Russia now. We need to ignore all these countries who have all of these problems. None of it makes any sense.
We don't need. Oh, look. I don't agree with Ukraine. Here's the thing: it's a policy-based thing. I have like 20 things, and Trump checks off maybe 10. So I don't like the Ukraine thing. I do think that that we should not have a war with Russia. That's for sure. It's just to take your pick. So what I'm saying is, I'm not a cultist, MAGA supporter, whatever Trump says, but I am extremely horrified at the Democrats' policies, just like the majority of Americans now. And I agree. I'm very normal, and I agree that the illegal immigrants, should be deported.
Why are you terrified of Democrats' policies?
Things like a 25% gain, tax on unrealized gains, or the modern monetary theory.
For people
MMT.
over 100 million, right?
No. Okay. People over 100 million. Number one, it shouldn't ever happen. But people over 100 million, those are people you may know. Those are people who
you own a
employ
house?
people. It would just look. Any economist said about the 25%. It would implode the stock market with a deep, dark crater in 1 second. If that was
Trump's
ever.
tariffs.
No, but that was fine. I agree with tariffs. That's another thing I agree with. I agree with tariffs. I do. And that's part of the post-war. That's part of the post-war thing. Is we had times when we had a lot of tariffs and are protectionists, and we had times in the world when we were reaching out. When China was basically third world, a developing nation, before the 90s, when China was like that, and we had no other enemy. Russia was put where it needed to be, and it wasn't a threat, and they were talking about glasnost and perestroika. The idea of an expansionist world, a country where the United States is really in the catbird seat, that was great. This is in a different place now. The middle of our country is hollowed out with these, quote, service jobs, and no manufacturing. 90,000 manufacturing jobs left in the past few years. past couple decades. Not factories, not people, factories. So that means that we need to go back to a little bit of a protectionist idea. And if other countries have tariffs and they're doing so awesome, I don't get the argument about tariffs destroy economies.
Nobody's
because
okay.
we're-
No, so they are doing exactly what you said. These countries will have an industry, and they have a tariff to protect their industry. They're not doing to rip us off. In fact, they're not even directed mostly at us. A lot of these countries have tiny little tariffs on things like auto or things like dairy or some shit like that, and it's not to screw us over. It's because that market, if it's volatile in their country, those industries can go under, and it hurts their market, it hurts their economy. They're not doing it to screw us over. I don't see how Trump
I don't say they
imposing a
are.
tax on us is supposed to be a threat to another country. I think a lot of them just said, okay, go fuck yourself. And we're now finding out none of them care.
I don't think they're screwing us over, but China probably is. And it is true that we gave them a lot of advice about how to do what they've done. But they have a mixed economy now, but they very much are screwing us over. So in Europe, it screws us over kind of hard too. In a lot of places, they should not. So it's not about them screwing us over. It's about us trying to protect a little bit of our manufacturing. And here's the other key part: and
He's doing it on things that have nothing to do. We are not competing with 99% of the things that we have tariffs on now. So what are we protecting?
We're the second largest manufacturer in the world still.
Yeah, what are we protecting? Yeah, but if we're putting tariffs on antibiotics or things that we will never ever make.
So we are not going to make pharmaceuticals? We're going to make pharmaceuticals?
We have to pick and choose. We have to be very specialized. We can't wait. Nobody wants to make plastic shit. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to make all of these other trinkets that they make in China. We only have 8 million open jobs, 4.2% unemployment. We're not just dying for jobs.
There's a book that just came out, and I have it on order. I've seen the interview, but I haven't read it. It's called China Owns Apple. And yes, they make trinkets. They make little buttons and stuff like that. But every cell phone you have, iPhone, is a Ferrari. Those things are miracles. So those things we were taught China how to do that. Our Apple engineers taught China how to do that. And they very wisely took that information and are making things that we're not even allowed to have, like those new tri-flow flip phones.
Yeah, I know.
In other words,
we need to pick those things. We need to target things with tariffs. We need to target things with tariffs. That stuff.
No, they do target them.
That is stuff.
They do target.
Yeah, we target
Have you seen
those
these tariff
things. That
agreements?
would be a better use of tariffs, not a blanket tariff.
Those tariff agreements, unlike the media says, when you dig into it, those tariff agreements are hyper complex. They're very, very large. They go item by item, which there's a lot of items. So, but here's the other point. When we outsourced our manufacturing, we thought they were dumb redneck jobs or whatever, or middle America jobs, and the middle America was going to start working in services. We underestimated all the things that went with a manufacturing job. There are operations engineers, there are engineers themselves, there are inventors. It's hyper complex. The
market did what the market did. I get it. What are we? Nobody. Listen, nobody's dying to going back to manufacturing bullshit, though. So we need to be very targeted. We need to we need to be very targeted. We need to be very strategic. We don't need to be putting huge sloppy fucking tariffs on entire countries, even ones that have just penguins and no government.
In Europe, for example, we cannot get them to come to the table. So Trump threatened them with a 50% tariff. Besant got calls the next day by the leader. I forgot her name. So
no one cares.
You got to get. No one cares.
Yeah. A lot of them, they just don't give a fuck. A lot of the countries don't care.
They're not even Europe called.
No.
Why
did somebody not call?
Because they didn't care until he made it 50% sloppy, like you said.
Yeah. What
exactly.
is he doing?
So that's part of
What is
part
he?
of negotiation.
Got it.
Look, here's Trump's contention, and he said it before the election. Maria Bartiromo, and then he said, "Are you going to put a 100% tariff?" He said, "Yeah, if they don't come to the table, I'll do 250." He said, "I'll do 1,000."
Yeah,
and he said, so he's well. In other words, you got to get some people's attention, and then he would say things like, and that's the way you just do all negotiations. There's a meme where
Go
Yes,
back on your word.
Look, you go into buy a car and you're like, I don't even like that color. And you start to walk out. And if you were with me and we were trying to buy a car and I said, look, I don't like this color,
I
let's
get
walk
the
out.
concept.
You would say, how are we going to get to work, dude?
I
We
get
need
the
a car.
concept.
No.
I get the concept.
Okay, then
All right.
then-
I
so
get it.
that's what you do.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but nobody cares. Nobody wants to go negotiate with Trump. We all know Trump just wants free planes. They all just know Trump wants free favors or favorable terms on things. He's just trying to do that. He's trying to get them to kiss the ring. Nobody gives a fuck. A lot of them are just going to say, go fuck yourself.
Well, number one, you're mind reading. Number two, you got to pick your evils. So we do want somebody who is trying to make an effort to bring back, number one, who thinks that it's a bad idea, a bad thing that 90,000 factories left, who think that's a bad idea that pharma is leaving, or that Apple is manufacturing things that we literally cannot manufacture. We do not have, we have the people and stuff. We don't have
everybody wants to industrialize that. Thanks, Biden. Thanks, Biden.
Let me finish. So the point is we have things that we literally cannot do. It's not about cheap plastic shit. So at least the president cares about it. And there are other people who think and who are powerful, who make a lot of money outsourcing all these things and who just totally disagree. And I don't think they're necessarily evil.
Listen,
I just think they're totally wrong.
We need to pinpoint these industries and then tariff them if you want, if it works. But we don't need to tariff all of the other stuff, and slow down trade and shrink our GDP and try to get a position of power and fucking piss off all of our friends, threaten to take over Greenland, threaten to take over the Panama Canal. You're talking about I love his foreign policy. He's a fucking disaster. Nobody likes us right now.
Panama Canal turned out beautiful. I mean, China was shafting us hard, and now Panama is agreeing with. That was terrible. I can't believe you thought Panama turned out badly. It's awesome. Anyway, when you get down to the tariffs, those are hyper complex. They're large documents, and so the media is not complex right now. They are when they get to the negotiating table. They are right now. They're complicated.
Not right now. They're not. They're just blanket tariffs on most countries.
I know. Until they come to the negotiating table, they're going to get hard. And here's the thing that Trump says.
It's a tax on us. It's a tax on us.
He says, not only am I going to give you this tariff? I actually enjoy giving the tariff because, in fact, I think we need to have
tax on us. Yeah.
No. Listen to Tom Lee and the panel yesterday about Wall Street things, because gas and other commodities are down so much. We have not seen any, and it's not inflation. It's a one-time hit. Any so-called tax tariff. And here's another thing that's very interesting. I don't think you want to be caught saying this. It's my contention that we should not have any corporate tax because only people pay taxes, not corporations. And so I say that when we give a corporate tax, they don't tell their board, "Oh, look, I'm sorry, we got hit by a 20% tax, so we have no profit." No, it's stupid. They don't even say anything about it because they, of course, pass it on.
You're only taxed on your profit. Dude, literally nobody is drowning in taxes, so much so that they can't do business. That is a lie. That is a sad thing if you believe that as an actual adult human.
They do more business.
No, literally they go around buy houses. They do stock buybacks.
So you're saying taxing corporations with a tariff tax is bad because the consumer gets the tax. Is that right?
Yes, they pass that straight to the consumer.
Okay,
and
what
yes,
do they do with regular? What do they do with regular tax?
They can actually hide it a lot more. They can hide it a lot more, of course. But you have to stay in competition, right? So if you have two companies, they are both going to pass that tariff. It's somewhere down the line, the price is going to reflect that item plus the tariff. But if I get
hit with taxes, I pass it on through either firing, not hiring, or raising prices.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Are you a business owner?
All taxes are passed on. All taxes.
No, they're not. Are you a business owner?
Yeah.
So if you're a smart business owner, what you would do is I say, dang, I don't want to pay all these taxes. I'm going to hire someone. I'm going to add to my operating costs.
No, right? I don't hire people when my profit's going down.
Okay, you're only taxed on your profit. So if you don't make anything, you're not going to owe anything, right?
I want to add to my wages, my capital expense. I want to do that. You pass it on, dude.
Exactly.
Everybody under
Literally back in the day when they had a 40-something% tax rate, that was when companies more so took money and invested it back into their own companies. They would give people raises and pensions and buy company vehicles and open new locations. Those are all operating costs. You write all those things off.
Okay, by that argument, we should tax all corporations at 99.99%, and we would grow tremendously.
I think like 40. I think 40 would be good.
Okay, but so at some number, it gets bad, but before that number, it's good. It makes no sense.
Of course, yeah. Like 90%, the wealth cap was the lowest what we've ever seen, and
nobody paid that. Nobody paid
like literally, we would still see the same thing. We would literally still see the same thing. Elon Musk pays himself probably like 50 grand or something stupid. He uses his stock as collateral. And uses loans to pay for everything.
Yeah, if you also use capital gains, and capital gains are basically for the future. I don't think we should. I think we should have low capital gains
for the very few of us.
Well, for me, I have capital gains, and I don't want those to be taxed.
Everybody
because
with
you know what?
Everybody with a house. You own a house?
Yeah, but look, the thing is, but I also invest, and I don't. If those investments they're called investments because they come with risk. All investments at the formula, they have a risk reward. So all investments have risk. That's because they're in the future, because it's out of your hands.
Everybody with a house pays capital gains, and you're just saying bootlick the very, very richest amongst us.
I don't think.
Bless their hearts. They're high risk investors. They make phone calls.
Any investment is a risk. So what I'm saying is, here's a good idea. If you want to have a growth, you want to have people who are trusting the United States, and other countries don't. There are countries who don't necessarily do this. There are lots of Southeast Asia who they would not give their money to a quote investment. They would just hold it in their hands. They won't buy an extra fishing boat because they can't. It's an investment, and it's too risky. So nothing ever grows. But if you want something to grow, you say, look, if you will risk your money on the United States and buy a stock or buy a business or buy a pizza shop, then you could get hit by lightning. You could have an E. coli. Anything could happen. You could lose all your money. So in exchange for you blessing us with risking your money in our precious country, we will at least not tax you so much, because you already are basically risking 90%, like
for the
50%
privilege of partaking in the most developed country, the richest country on earth, and the biggest market on planet Earth, behind the biggest military on planet Earth. We're gonna have to tax you. You have to pay for that. You have to pay for this huge customer base. You have to pay for our roads. You have to pay for all of these people who live here.
But our tax receipts are the highest in history. The government's getting more money than it's ever had in history.
Yeah, with inflation.
No, okay, but inflation is controlled by the government too.
Yeah, well, they're trying to bring it down, but yeah, with inflation, the reason we saw such a huge bump in 2022 is inflation, bro.
I know, but the government, by printing money in their different forms, literally causes inflation. It's a monetary phenomenon.
Well, then we can look at Trump and condemn him for printing $5 trillion during his term, COVID, yeah. And then Biden printed only 1.5. Paul, somebody paid to kick you. I will catch you later, bud. Sarah is in the chat. Channeler Bing Bong. Yeah, Trump printed the most, and then he was literally just about to pivot and say, "Well, it's okay then. We needed it then." Hello?
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
What do you like about Trump?
I like his tariff program. I like his immigration policies.
All right. Why do you like the tariff?
What do you mean? All the economists are all saying they're all wrong, the tariffs now. Why? Why is that?
Which ones?
Huh?
Which ones?
Everybody. What do you mean, which ones?
I'm literally just asking for which one.
Last week, how many economists came out and said they were wrong about Trump's tariffs?
No, I don't see any. I'm looking right now. Stanford Institute did a
There
nice
was quite
study.
officially.
Trump tariffs are already squeezing corporate margins. 57% of companies are experiencing tariff-driven decline in gross margins. This was a day ago. How executives say tariffs have impacted gross margins. 32% say decreased about 5%. 22 say up to 10. 3% say more than 10. And 28% say unchanged. Yeah, nobody's saying these are good. Here's how Trump's tariffs could affect Americans. This was 2 days ago. Smaller pie. Another reason output falls when tariffs are raised and higher cost imported imports. Yeah. Job losses. Surprisingly, an increase in import taxes has been found to be the result in slightly more unemployment across countries. So we're probably gonna, I mean, we still have, so from the tax foundation, if you just look at what they say, we're supposed to be losing a few 100,000 jobs.
Supposed to, right? But no, we haven't lost them.
I mean, Trump is firing tens of thousands of people right now, so I don't know.
I'm gonna get back with you in a little bit. I'm driving. I got no signal where I'm driving at. I'll be back with some information. Give me about an hour.
All right, bro. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 100K. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. So here's the numbers. We have like negative 500,000 jobs is what it's estimated, and this is low because it's only with a 25% tariff on China. And I don't think it involves a lot of the other tariffs. This is just Mexico and Canada. Yeah, Mexico, Canada. We have a few 100,000 for each country. Josie says I was just laid off yesterday. Sorry to hear that. Hello.
Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
What do you like about Trump?
I like his attitude towards the economy. I like what I don't know if he's made good on this promise or not, but I like his promise that he's going to deregulate and he was going to do tax cuts for corporations and small business owners like myself.
Can you name one thing that you think would be good to deregulate, like an actual regulation to undo?
Yeah, I mean, I'm involved in the trucking industry, and we are regulated up the ass. Sorry if I'm not allowed to swear a
fine.
little bit, but okay. Yeah, I mean, the regulations are insane. I mean, you basically said, hey, this is the equipment that you're allowed to buy. You need to make it as aerodynamic as possible. You have to have X, Y, and Z. You're not allowed to have certain engines and transmissions because they're not as fuel efficient. We don't care what the application is that you're using this truck for. It's just ridiculous. And then
So,
the hours
can
of
you name
operation-
one specifically? Like fuel emissions, I could argue all day. Keeping the emissions lower helps with the economy. Obviously, it helps with fuel consumption and climate change and toxins in the air. Like, do you really like? Can you argue one case where this is an actual thing? You could say like
Yeah.
this would be really good.
I mean,
like you could save some real good money, but if you put like a really fucking shitty old engine, that's probably gonna get somebody hurt.
No, dude, you're not understanding me. So I just bought a new truck that I hired another employee, and it was a 2026 Freightliner, and I had to buy the full aerodynamic package. It doesn't matter that it's going on a double drop trailer, and the aerodynamic package doesn't help. I had to get. I used to order my trucks with a what do they call it? It's an attachment on the roof that is basically a sun visor. But they're like, no, that creates an aerodynamic drag of like 0.0001%. So you can't, you're not allowed to order
Is it
that
really
anymore.
0.001%?
No,
or is it
no,
something
no,
fucking insane?
It's insanely low, but my point is like, you know, the aerodynamic package that was like $1,200 of wind fairings that literally do nothing unless you're pulling a box trailer, either a box trailer or a reefer trailer. I'm just giving you examples of the industry being way too overregulated. You know, I'm not allowed to hire 1099 employees if they're in California. They have to be W-2 employees. You know, it's all these regulations, and it's just insane. And then, not to mention, is that Trump's tax cuts went from 35% corporate tax to 21% corporate tax. I'm just a small business owner. I'm very, very small, but that helped me immensely. So, I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, everything's overregulated in my opinion, and you know.
I get how you would want to pay less taxes at the end of the year, but you're, again, only taxed on your profits, and we are $36 trillion in debt. And the only thing Republicans can come up with is just cutting more taxes, reducing the revenue coming into the United States. I think it's irresponsible. I think it's stupid. I think the economy was fucking flourishing when Obama had his 35% tax in place. There's plenty of write-offs. There's companies that still barely pay any taxes, like effectively 8%. If you're making billions and billions of dollars.
Well, dude, I mean, the small business owners that I talk to, we're struggling. I'm barely making it as it is, and these tax cuts. If I didn't have these tax cuts and I had to give 35%,
then you're not paying very much.
Oh my god. Per truck, my tax cost is like $35,000 per truck. I only have 3 trucks. I'm not a very big fleet, but dude, my tax.
A 35% reduction with a 14% liability in reduction.
No, I'm just saying all the taxes I pay per truck is like I'm paying like 14 grand in fuel tax. I have to pay taxes on per every gallon of diesel that's burned in whatever state is the tax. Heavy diesel usage tax, road usage tax,
and then you pay a huge depreciation on your car. There's so many things to write off, bro.
Yeah, thanks to Trump's tax cuts. That wasn't the case before Trump's tax cuts.
Of course it was. That was already the case. What? Yes, it was.
No, dude.
I used to be an accountant. Yes, I would know. I used to run construction.
I was not allowed to write it off until Trump's tax cut.
Dude, I was doing accounting in 2012, and that was the case.
Trump's tax cuts opened it up for real estate and commercial equipment. I know. Okay, let me see if I can try to rephrase this, because I know you're partially correct. What was it? It was basically the amount that I was allowed to deduct. Trump greatly increased the amount. Depreciation, and then when I actually purchase assets. When I purchase assets, I can basically write off nearly the entire amount. I actually don't know 100% what the facts are, because I have an accountant that helps me out with this kind of stuff. But yeah, my understanding is that the Jobs Act and tax cuts that Trump did in, like, what was it, 2008?
Tax cuts and Jobs Act. Yeah, 2017.
2017. Holy crap! Yeah, anyway, so. But yeah, dude, I mean, it helped me a lot. And if you think we were not overregulated, I just don't know what to tell you, because everyone is forced to play by the same rules, and it's like overregulating a football game, in my opinion. Like, you regulate to the point where there's no innovation, there's no ingenuity. Everyone has to basically. I'm trying to think of the expression here, but
I know I get the idea. I get the idea of deregulation, but I rarely get somebody who can actually articulate one thing they could make a case for that's just like, obviously we should just take that off. Trump does 10 things for every regulation. He removes 10 things. That's what his rule of thumb is now, and I think it's mostly just catering to big companies. and
Yeah, well,
allowing them to compete with you.
unfortunately, there's no progressive rule book. It's not like you get to a certain size and then you have to operate on a different set of rules. When you're a corporation, or my company is an S corporation, the rules are the same. Whether you're a three person S corporation or you're a 3,000 S corporation, we follow the same tax rules and whatnot. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I support. If I've never thought about that. Like, would I support changing that? Like, once you get to a certain size, you have to play by even different rules. I don't know if I would support that or not. I haven't given it much thought. I'm just saying that.
I think it's a good idea. I think it saves lives. I think just about everything that we do either saves lives or I mean, increases safety or efficiency. And it also, you think about the lateral businesses, the adjacent businesses involved. Like, if you're buying parts for your trailer to be aerodynamic, that's a whole industry that's surviving on these types of rules that are a petty thing for you to get over. That's literally keeping competition as well. So like, if there's a requirement, like like a barrier to entry to your industry, all of those things are good for you. That's fewer people who are just gonna buy a truck and start fucking some random Joe Schmo doing shit.
I mean, that was just one small example. Like, I had to pay for these. There's like 300 pounds of wind aerodynamic fairings of fiberglass, and I'm literally forced to buy them just to order the truck. And then the moment I get the truck, I'm taking them off and trying to sell them because they don't do anything in my.
This sounds like a 3-day thing. Like,
yeah. I'm just saying it's a small example. You're right, but hours of operation, I think that the trucking industry is just way overregulated. You're basically forced to take a day off.
Dude, you know how many fucking trucks are on the road? You know how many, like...
Yeah, 1.7 million.
Yeah, dude, I think every little regulation possible, protecting us, protecting our roads, protecting from people just taking pieces of garbage out on the fucking road for thousands of miles, running people over with thousands of pounds of equipment.
I never said I support anarchy. I'm not saying like, I want to operate with no rules. It's just, like I said, I think we're just a very overregulated industry. And, I mean, when you basically force companies to buy electric trucks too, I don't know what that noise is. I mean, I know this one company that was playing by the rules that new carbs regulation was about to take into effect in California, and they were forced to buy all these electric trucks, and then California's like, oh no, never mind, we're about to just destroy the industry, and so they canceled it. A lot of companies that were trying to stay in compliance, what was that one company? It was like 150 trucks or something. It was a medium-sized carrier, but they just basically went under because of the compliance issues.
So I'm reading that they add
either.
to they help with stability, and particularly in challenging conditions like strong winds and adverse weather. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of having to do that.
Like I said, it's helpful if you have a box truck. If you have a 53-foot box trailer, reefer, or dry van, yeah, sure, that makes sense. But that's not what my trucks are running. And so it doesn't make sense in my case. But that's just a silly little example. Wind fairings is not that big a deal. I think maybe a better example would be hours of service. So if I have a driver that basically, he wants to drive 30, he's doing his day off, but he wants to drive 30 minutes to go to get to a shipper before he can pick up the next day, and it gets him home to family. For example, that's just a random example. Like, I have a driver who has family in Fresno, and the glass plants are in Fresno, and he's like, hey, I'm in Sacramento right now, I ran out of hours, I want to drive that, hour, 20 minutes or so to get to I could be home with family. Well, then you can't count that as a day off. You're trying to squeeze in a day off so they can get their hours of service back, but, you drove for 30, you could drive for 10 minutes, and then they're basically saying, that doesn't count as a day off anymore, you have to do a full reset again. That's just another example.
Bro, I don't know. I think there's obviously the safety reasons for, like, not passing up behind the wheel, and retaining focus. I get why these laws are in place, bro.
There's negative consequences to every law. Don't you kind of think that for every law that you might think has positive outcomes also comes with negative. Don't you think everything has a cost to it?
I think everything is has effects that we look at these things as we do them and say, listen, we know that we're going to take a small hit in efficiency in order to increase safety. Yes, all of these things we've thought about as we were putting them in place.
Well, I mean, you could have the best intentions. I think the best example I can think of people having the best intentions. I don't know if this is a real story, to be honest with you, but back when the British Empire controlled India and they wanted to get rid of all the they wanted to get rid of all the poisonous snakes. They're like, all right, if you kill the poisonous snakes, come back and prove it to us, and then we'll give you a bounty. But what they were trying to do is make the streets safer. But what they ended up doing was people following incentives. They've started breeding these poisonous snakes instead, and started turning them in. And then just a bit. My point is that intentions don't always come up with the outcomes that you want. You want to make the roads safer, but in a lot of ways, you're making them more dangerous. Because if a driver has to get someone, he's got to do a 2 a.m. appointment, and then it's. Anyways, dude, I think we're overregulated. I'm not the best debater. I hardly follow politics. I'm just too busy. I kind of stumbled across your channel just a few weeks ago, and then I stumbled across it again today. And I'm like, oh well, I'll give you a call. But yeah, dude, it's just my thinking is that we're overregulated in many industries, which is why it's why like to just get like something like just a generic like a new drug. Why does it cost billions of dollars to get a new drug onto the market? I mean, that to me is just an example of just way too much bureaucracy, way too much.
I don't mind having things like just 4 years ago we were arguing with y'all about the regulations of a certain schmaxine that may or may not have had enough testing. So I don't know. You guys need to pick a side, and you guys also voted for the MAGA movement. That when there's too many weird things in our food. We need more protections. We need all of these ingredients removed from our food. So I don't know. Which side is it? On the left, we're consistently looking for things to like protect people. Say, hey, we should make America healthier again. Michelle Obama, when she did it, right wingers threw a fit. They were like, oh, keep that fascist away from my French fries. This guy's gone. And then when some weird croaky old man says it, you guys fucking get bricked up. Hello? Hello, KJ? Whoops.
Hey, Pickles, how's it going, man?
What's up, bro? You're a Trump supporter?
Not much.
We've talked?
None. No, we've never talked before.
Okay.
I just had one quick thing because I had a question that my friend brought up to me, and I wanted to run it by you. Why have people not been arguing for when they're cutting Medicaid and cutting SNAP benefits? Why are we not making the argument that the return on investment for every dollar spent on SNAP benefits is like $1.55 back?
Yeah, that's
So,
what
like,
I
why
have.
is nobody
I have been
arguing
arguing that. And some
you
suggested
haven't?
it
Yeah.
might even be $1.80.
Yeah, and then the Medicaid cuts, like every dollar spent on like preventative care is like $2.80 for Medicaid cuts.
Economic activity. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're just giving a $1 to the billionaires, and then that doesn't trickle down because we know trickle down economics doesn't work. But
Yeah,
yeah,
trickle
I
up
was
does.
just
Yeah.
trickle up works really, really well. We've actually perfected that in America. But yeah, man, sorry to take up your time. I had not heard anybody arguing on those points, and just wondering why.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, dude.
Yeah, man, you have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
I think that I finally brought that up yesterday. Maybe on my first stream. What's good for a community is good for everybody. I agree. We're the richest country on earth. Like, it should look like it. It should look like the equivalent of, like in Game of Thrones, whatever that city is, where like it's like we have no crime. There's just food and fresh fruit everywhere. That's what we should have. We could have that. I could not find my green glasses, y'all. Oh, Ken Paxton's wife filed for divorce on biblical grounds. He's challenging Senator. He's running for Senate. Ken Paxton. Eek. Eek. He cheated. Dude, he's such a schmuck. Yellow?
Hello?
What's that, big bub?
Yeah, hello?
What you got for me today, dude?
I want to ask you,
Uh-huh.
do you give Trump credit for ending the war in India and Pakistan?
No, they don't even give him credit.
Pakistan does.
Yeah, and India explicitly says they don't.
Because they
why
were
are you guys so desperate for Trump?
Hold up.
He fucking
He ended the
tweeted.
war.
He fucking tweeted.
Yeah, but the PM of Pakistan said it himself.
Dude, you're always eating something when you're on my live.
No, I'm not.
Dude, I swear to God, I could
I'm chewing gum, dude.
literally... That's how you chew gum?
Yeah.
Fuck. You sound like you eat like a labubu, dude.
I don't even know what a labubu is, man.
You know what a labubu... Oh my fucking God. I swear to God, dude. You're fucking actually killing me. You're an actual theist.
Wait, you called me what?
You're
I heard you
fucking
say re. I heard you say re. I don't. No, you didn't finish that word you said right there. You said re. I knew what you were about to say, man.
Dude, what do you want to
Don't
fucking
be
talk
able-
about?
Yeah, at least give the guy props for that.
Bro, what headset are you using? What microphone?
Give the guy props for what he did.
What?
Ended a potential nuclear war.
No, he did not. Why are you guys such simps? You guys are so crazy. They came out and they're like, what?
Pakistan said it themselves.
No, they did not.
Look it up. Look up Pakistan
Dude,
Prime Minister.
Pakistan's fucking wild.
Thanks Trump for contributing to end the war.
Dude, you guys are nuts. Dude, please do whatever you're doing with like further away from your microphone. Oh, bro. I can't do it. I can't do it, dude. It was so bad. I have misophonia. I have this discussion with that same person every time they come up. Hello?
Hey,
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
I like that people like me vote for him. What do you do to contribute to society?
I do this.
Like, how do you make money
I do this.
so you don't contribute to society?
Do you like Charlie Kirk?
So you don't contribute to society. I think
mean,
he
that's
doesn't
an
contribute
opinion,
to
right?
society either.
All right, well, that's an opinion. I'm very fulfilled with
No,
what
that's
I
a
do.
fact. What do you do to keep social cohesion and the basic gears of society functioning? You do nothing. You don't
You're
contribute
right.
to
I
society.
I don't have a community. You're right.
No, your community means nothing. What do you actually do to contribute to society?
You're looking at it. Listen, I'm
How
not
would you
here. I'm
provide
not here.
food to
Listen, I'm not here to help you cope with you not being able to debate my position. I'm not here to help you with
But
that.
I'm
You can
asking you a simple
find a
question. You can't answer
therapist.
it.
You can talk to your priest. You can talk to clergy. That's not what
But
I'm
why
here
can't
for.
you answer? What do you contribute to society?
Listen, nothing. Is that what
You
you want to
can't
hear?
answer it,
Is that what
can
you want to
you?
hear? I contribute absolutely nothing, and you're gonna have to cope with
Thank
it.
you.
This
Goodbye.
is for debates. Sure. Dude, I have people in my inbox. It is the most fulfilling thing in my life. I read people in my inbox all the time telling me thank you for what you do. I am so grateful that this is my job. You guys can fucking read it and weep. I love this.
Hey there, Pickles. How you doing, darling? You alright?
What's up, Auntie Biscuit? I'm good. How are you?
Good. I've got a bit of a story which you might be interested in. I'm not sure if you picked up on it, but the Guardian in the UK picked up on it, which is, obviously there's been some horrendous flooding down in Texas in the past week or so. Um, are you aware that a butt ton, without even their president knowing about it, a butt ton of Mexican firefighters went over the border without question, without query, and saved a butt ton of Texans, the same Texans who are probably trying to get them reported to ICE?
Yes.
I'm just wondering why that hasn't been made a bigger deal of. I'm just very incredibly sort of curious as to why my newspapers in the UK would pick up on that, but yet there doesn't seem to be anything really from the US side of things. Just US citizens' lives being saved.
I thought that was so dope of them. Truly, like, I feel like it's such a good example of like what a real leader would do. Like, set differences aside, help somebody that if they need it, even if they're fucking saying vicious things about your people and your country, and using their country as a political pawn or political theater.
Yeah, because like when I was reading the article, they've got like this 911 sort of emergency thing for firefighters, and it's just a club. It's just purely a club, and they were doing some interviews, and that's the Mexican firefighters now. They were doing some interviews, and they said, well, how come you did that? And they said, when it comes to saving lives, borders mean nothing. And that
Wow.
is something which is, I think any Americans, any MAGAs listening into your broadcast right now, and anybody who's just generally like anti-immigrant, like these men, these and women, they've gone back to Mexico now, but they entered America with the purpose of fuck the border. These people need their lives saving, and they saved countless Americans' lives. I'm just wondering, are the MAGA or the people who are just blatantly anti-immigrants or xenophobic actually going to go, hey, hold on a minute, what you telling us this happened? And are they going to think about that next time they go on some, oh, well, the southern border, because the southern border meant nothing when it came to those firefighters saving American lives?
Yeah, true. Thank you for bringing that up.
No, you're more than welcome. I just felt that somebody needed to pop up and just remind everybody about that incredible act of generosity, even if there are some people in your country who are hating on those very same people.
Yeah.
But there are good people on both sides of the border, and that is something that people from both sides need to work on.
Yeah, and I'm here in Texas, so.
I'm glad to see you're doing well, my friend.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm far away from that, but yeah. But thank you, Auntie Biscuit.
Take care. Be well. Be safe. Lots of love.
You too. Thank you. Ooh, thank you guys for 120K. Hello?
Well, there's still missing still.
Barbie?
Nope.
Hello?
Still nobody's talking about flood mitigation, how to fix the problem.
I don't think she meant to come up.
Just like
Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy the debates. We do these all the time.
Yo,
How old are you, bub?
No.
Guys, totally could have been over easy. Somebody else is connecting. Where's Dean? I don't know. Not on, which is fine with me. When he gets on, fucking viewership plummets. He's on? This is a friendly? Okay. Doodlebug says I miss you. I miss y'all too, chat. Feels good to be back. Copying the link counts. Yeah, chat, let's get some shares up. I would never leave you for him. That is so deep. Thank you. Hello?
Hi, Pickles. This is Susan.
Hello.
I'm in Florida.
Hmm?
I am 36 miles from Alligator Alcatraz.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What else can I tell you? It's not good. It's really not good. And the other thing that I learned, well, what I learned today that is unrelated to that was that so many of the people that died in Texas, especially the children, they were from extremely affluent backgrounds.
Oh, wow.
Extremely affluent. They were considered Texas royalty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, their family were oil barons. Their families went way, way back. And their parents even were like a clique, even their moms and then their grandmoms all went to that same camp. And they were their own little group and clique and everything. And, you know, if you went to that camp, your family had a lot of money and you stayed friends for life and you made connections for life and all that, which I think is fine, you know. So what one person that was online here said, I know it was Anand, the guy whose last name is Anand, he's a reporter, and he said, I think what's very ironic is that some of the girls that died, their great-grandfathers or great-great-grandfathers contributed, you know, without knowing, to the environmental disasters with their business. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And it's like just an irony that the businesses, you know, the oil businesses and whatnot that they were into contributed to our environmental problems. And yeah, so you know, obviously it's an impossible, crazy, sad, just the sadness.
Yeah, it's tragic.
You know.
Yeah.
But somebody pointed that out, and it was just like, yeah, like if these grandfathers or great grandfathers are going back, if they had ever known that what their actions or their business had been doing and how it would have affected, and what we're doing right now and how what we're doing right now will affect our kids, our grandkids, our great-grandkids, we don't think, you know? No one considers it.
It's true. That's true.
And so I thought it was a great, it was a sad, but it was a good point, you know, that this person pointed out. And just very ironic. Very ironic. But yeah, these kids were, like I said, they were considered the royalty of Texas.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's definitely a tragedy, and yeah, it sucks.
Obviously,
Heart
it
goes
just
out to them.
wasn't. It wasn't just those kids. There were many, many more people
Yeah.
that lived around there. And what your prior caller was talking about with the Mexicans coming up to help, the Mexicans first responders. Claudia, the president of Mexico, she got on the horn and she sent them like ASAP. I mean, they were first responders. They were like some of the first on the scene that morning. And then another irony was that in any other part of the country, these people would be being stuffed in a van. So it's just crazy. It's crazy times. It's just crazy times.
Well, I thank you. I don't usually keep friendlies up for too long. So thank you for
No
pointing that
problem.
out.
No problem, but thank you. Okay.
Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Tell me why you like Trump. Is it true that Noam waited till Monday? Ice Barbie delayed Texas aid while asking Instagram which portrait to order. Oh my god. Noam waited 72 hours. So all contracts and grants over 100,000 must first be approved by Christine Noam. Oh my god. What happened, I think, here is that we couldn't move, or FEMA couldn't move those resources like they normally would to be on the ground ready once they found out how bad the situation was. Biden had them out the day before. The day before things got hit, they're out. Trump's out there fucking golfing, I'm sure. Jeez Louise, dude. She said it's the state's responsibility. Dude, how are Trump supporters not eating their fucking words? How are they not looking back 9 months ago? 10 months ago? Or like, oh my god, Biden is such a disaster. They're only getting $750. And Trump's like, you guys can all go fuck yourselves. And they're like, you need a personal responsibility. Personal responsibility, guys. That's socialism. You shouldn't care about what side. Imagine being the most developed, like richest country on earth, and we don't have a federal disaster, like FEMA response team. How pathetic is that? You guys really want that? That's what Trump's doing. That's what Trump admits he wants to do, right? What about East Palestine? Dude, both the mayor and the governor told Biden not to come. Said it on TV. Do not come. Trump, whenever you see Trump visiting disaster areas, first of all, it's selective because we can point to like a million of them where he doesn't do this, or doesn't visit at all. But you're closing down airspace. 10-mile radius is what it is when you are president, when Air Force One is landing, and you're fucking up all of the people's ability to be mobile. The response team. Yeah, the brick stage, I showed that yesterday. How much you getting paid? Dude, how do you not realize you are radicalized when you think that there couldn't possibly be another political party? There could possibly be opposing views. And why do y'all whine and Trump hasn't been to Texas yet? Dude, Trump didn't even acknowledge. He doesn't even acknowledge when people got killed in that storm. When people got assassinated, Trump hasn't even brought it up. He doesn't. He doesn't say anything. You guys are so selective. Hurricane season's coming up in Florida. Listen, Trump's new head of FEMA doesn't even know that there is a hurricane season. Did y'all know that? He admitted, he said, I didn't even know that was a thing. This one's loading.
Knocked it out.
Hello?
Yeah.
You a Trump
Hello?
supporter?
No, pretty much against a candy ass society like y'all.
Candy
That's
ass?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
What y'all been pushing all these years. I'm getting sick of it.
What are we pushing?
You're pushing gay society, man. You're pushing all that stuff, man. You're just weak.
So-
You bitch about everything. You know, I mean, you're talking about Trump not being there in Texas. Come on, man. He can't get there. They're getting a lot of stuff done before he can't be a distraction.
Yeah, there's entire disasters he didn't even acknowledge where people died.
He'll be there on Friday, so that's
He
good
also
enough.
defunded NOAA. He's literally responsible for what happened. He hasn't acknowledged that either.
Yeah, right.
He is the person in charge of taking these warnings from NOAA.
2016, the mayor there, he turned down sirens.
Yeah,
and Obama
also
was president then, so
okay, and also the person in charge of doing that job to take the disaster signal and at least make the citizens aware, like the little extreme weather reports you get pushed to your phone. That
They had
person
plenty of
had
warnings,
taken
man.
the early retirement. They took the relief package that Biden or that Trump sent out, that Musk and Trump sent out.
Yeah, you need to stop mentioning their names.
I need to stop mentioning and holding people accountable.
Yeah, well, the people that were there at the camp should be accountable, and they weren't.
At the camp?
Yeah, I mean there were warnings at 6 p.m. There was people upstream that were getting flooded already, and nobody said nothing. The police
Yeah,
department,
you guys
the
waited
sheriff,
3 days to even let FEMA approve
it,
FEMA.
it was
What a
just
joke,
a
dude.
cluster, man. It was a cluster.
It was an even worse cluster with y'all in office.
Okay, so how's that hurricane when Biden was president doing? How
Yeah, they had people there the day before.
Huh?
It was dope.
How's that doing right now?
It was
They-
dope.
they're
The
still-
people
they're
the
still
day
fucked
before,
up.
Biden was waiting by
They're
the
still
phone
fucked up, man.
overnight.
Come on.
Trump wants to give no one FEMA. That's what
Biden
you
was a
want.
cancer.
You guys have no room to criticize anything by Trump wants no FEMA, bro.
Well, I'll be happy there is a FEMA.
Yeah, I love FEMA. You guys are like, whatever Trump says, we like that. Trump's getting rid of FEMA.
What about the money that they used to in California for FEMA and it went to the illegals? Huh?
There's
What about
literally
that?
a portion of FEMA money that is supposed to be for that.
For illegals? For people
Yes.
who committed crimes?
No, for people,
who come to the
asylum
country
seekers.
and
Yes.
commit crimes there
For
and
asylum
commit
seekers.
crimes here?
For
Come
asylum
on, man.
seekers.
Why
For
do you
asylum
like
seekers.
No, they're not. When you commit a crime,
If we
and you do
spend
a raping,
any money on them, it's
No,
because they're
you-
asylum
you-
seekers,
so
or
you
we're
support
jailing
graping?
them.
You support graping?
No, what? You guys elected one.
Yeah. I'm talking about the millions of people that are here now that have done it, and
Okay,
they're still
yeah.
roaming around right
Okay,
now.
what do you?
They got
these
fake
people who
IDs.
trekked here and maybe
They got
possibly were
fake
essayed, you need
green
to take them out of the shelter they sought here. You need to pluck them away from their families and take them, make them homeless again in that country they left.
So military men leave for a year. So what's the difference?
Military, well, they go get gainfully employed.
Well, they're gainfully employed, unlike illegal employees.
What so are illegal employees. They are both
Man,
gainfully employed.
You can just go on and on about this because it's. I mean, when you have millions of people that are here, the ICE agents, it's going to take a good 4 years to get it done.
I bet there's bajillions and bajillions of people here, right?
Yeah, the fake IDs, they got fake green cards.
Uh-huh.
Now look up Omaha Valley Foods in Omaha, Nebraska. There was 110 to 75. I don't know the numbers that were illegal with fake IDs. ICE already cleaned that place up, and then 48 hours later, they employed legal employees. So that's just a scratch of what's going on today. It's ridiculous, man. I have to go by the rules and have a legal ID, and you do, don't you? How about you? Do you have a legal ID?
Dude, undocumented people can all get a driver's license in most states.
Yeah, a fake one. Yeah.
No, a real one.
No. What about the DMV in Florida, man? They had 8 people arrested that were getting paid
that allow it
to hand out fake IDs.
Oh, okay.
Come on,
well,
man.
Okay. You would have to illustrate. There's millions of them. There's not. Okay, there's not.
Hey, I bet there is, because this is just a scratch of what I'm
That's
hearing.
already illegal.
It's unbelievable. These people need to go.
Yeah, we're talking about 8 people. I mean, you guys you guys are so selective on what you guys want to throw hundreds of billions of dollars at. It's so sad. You guys are literally chasing a wild goose. It's so sad. You guys, the amount of crime these people commit, it's so small. The amount of crime, and they contribute so much money to our economy.
Oh, screw them, man. They couldn't handle my job. They couldn't handle my job I did the past 35 years. You couldn't handle my job the past 30 years. So get the hell out of here.
Oh, dude, fucking spare me, dude. These people are roofers. Have you fucking done roofing?
Yes, I worked outside.
Yeah. Roofing? You've done roofing? What pitch roof?
Yeah, I worked outside. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing, working outside and working on a roof?
Yes, it is.
No, I have some news for you, but you've never worked a day in your life if you've never done roofing.
Yeah, right.
I've done it.
I've done it too. I worked for a construction company a long time ago, but what I did after that was even worse.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
No one needs to get into a pissing contest, but they are the hardest working people I've ever seen. So for you to even allude to
they don't work
opposites,
any harder than anybody else does. I'm tired of them getting all the credit for shit.
Getting all the
my
credit?
job, they couldn't handle 2 days of my job.
Okay, what do you do?
They wouldn't have made it, dude.
What do you do?
Little short people. Come on, man. They ain't got the backbone, dude. Shh.
Little short people. What?
I never worked with them. They were always, doing that other, bullshit work. It's all bullshit work, pretty much.
So you're both jealous and not jealous of the work they get?
I'm no jealous of shit. What are you talking about?
Why? What are what are you
Man, you just
complaining
don't
about?
know, dude. Dude, I worked for the airlines outside. I did the dirty work, okay? And I had to wear knee pads every day. I'm on my knees, working my ass off outside. Some of these jets in the old days had the APU blowing hot air in the back in a hot Texas summer day. You couldn't even handle that. So shut
Bless
up.
your heart.
He
Bless
had
your
to
heart.
load. You had to load 150
Was it
bags
is it really
in
hot?
30 fucking minutes. Can you load 150 bags in 30 minutes, boy?
I bet I could. But I could.
No, I
But
bet
this
you
is not a
couldn't.
pissing
No, you
contest.
couldn't. You'd be crying. You'd be crying like a little baby, little bitch girl, like a liberal, like you are. So
Okay.
get the hell out of my face, man.
You got
You
me,
know,
dude. Okay.
you know, it's just a big mess. It's
It's
sad
just a
that we
big
have to.
mess.
Yeah, it is a
Liberals are
big
just too
mess.
soft.
And it ain't just the Hispanics, the illegals. It's people from other countries. What about the people that's robbing these rich people's houses in California? They said there was an Italian gang that robbed his house, the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback. They were in a gang. They've been here for over 10,
Vitalian?
15 years. Yeah. You didn't hear about that?
What's Vitalian?
It was an Italian gang. It was from overseas. The guy, there was 3 guys, illegals, that broke into Patrick Mahomes' house. And Brad Pitt's house got broken into. I bet you they were illegal too. Did you hear about Brad Pitt?
They're
Did you hear about
actually,
Brad Pitt?
it's less likely for them to be undocumented.
God, but you like these people breaking into people's houses.
It's less likely.
Huh? You support that.
So, no,
That's
you're just
pretty sick.
making that isolated incident. You're using that to represent
It's not
all people.
isolated.
It is. It actually is. When you look at the broad number
That's
of
large
people,
scale. That's
how
mid
many?
scale.
No, it's not.
You
You
know,
look at how many
it's
people are here. You
come
look at
on,
how many
man.
crimes they commit, and when they represent very, very little crime considering their population, they commit very low crime. It's a rate like 1/4 that of a U.S. citizen. So they commit very little considering their population.
Well, yeah,
There's about 13 million of them, and I think it's like 1,800 is what they did last year. It's so small.
Well, whether it's 1 or whether it's 50, it doesn't matter. When you have somebody unalived, a woman that's just jogging down the street, minding her own business, and an illegal does that to her. Come
Now,
on, man.
there's nothing. It has nothing to do with
Yeah.
his status. Has absolutely nothing to do with his status. If you guys want
Yes,
to
it
throw,
does, because
no,
that one person, and it's happened. It's happened, 1,000 times that he's
yeah,
illegal. He's been deported 4 or 5 times because
no,
of the system.
yeah.
It's
This
just
person sounds like a bad person. And there was 29 murders last year, and the year before was about 60. And if out of a population of 13 million people, if 29 of them were murderers last year, that is the safest population of people walking the earth.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, not mine.
That's the math. That's not really an opinion.
No, I don't care what the math is. The problem is it's happening.
What's
It could
happening?
happen.
Almost
It could happen
nothing.
to your relatives. It could happen to mine.
It does. It happens. There was like 17,000 murders last year. And you guys only care about the ones committed by brown people?
Well, what about all the other crimes? The graping. What about
Yeah, all of them put together as a whole
put it all
has
together? I
nothing.
bet
It
you it's
is
more than what
it
your
is
numbers are.
literally just
You don't.
the dumbest thing ever.
No, you don't add up all the crimes that are, the break-ins of people, robbing people, and
Yeah, you do.
No,
Yeah, you do.
no, it's not on the national news.
No, there's just a
except
government
for the
website.
ones when
There's a
where they
government
rob
website. It
rich
says
people.
undocumented. Actually, they changed it to alien criminal statistics, and they have it all listed.
I just wish we could get more ICE agents so we can really clean up the mess.
Yeah, they
Because
really
when you hear
convinced
about
you. They really
when you
convinced
hear,
you this is a huge
why
thing.
don't
We
you
need to
why
really
don't you
get
look
it.
up the Glen Valley Foods in Omaha, Nebraska, and just
Oh
find out
man,
what really happened.
dang! I
100
bet like
people
8
with
people
fake
were
IDs,
caught.
man.
I bet like 8 whole
Fake
people.
IDs, man.
Dang.
No, fake IDs, that's a crime, ain't it? When you get pulled over by the cops and you're driving a car and you don't have an ID or a fake one, isn't that against the law? Huh?
Yeah, that's why a lot of states legalized people getting their driver's license because we're not bigoted.
Okay, well, that's why, when you find out people from the DMV are giving out fake IDs, well, that's a big problem, ain't it?
I don't think the DMV is giving out fake IDs, bro.
It did in Florida. Look it up.
All right.
They got 8 people that were doing it. They were getting paid.
Okay. Well, then it sounds like an isolated incident. This is not a
No, it's
widespread
not. No, it's not. How
epidemic.
do we know it's more out there doing it? You
I
don't
don't know.
because it
You're
hasn't
just
been
creating
reported
fear.
yet.
You're like, who knows? It could be everywhere. It could be all over the place. So we need to spend
Well, y'all
hundreds
do
of
the
billions
same
of dollars.
thing. Ooh, y'all complain about every little freaking thing, man. Come on.
No,
Man.
when we talk about things, we talk about like 40,000 gun deaths. You guys are focused on 29 people. Talk about 40,000 gun deaths last year. How about that? You want to talk about that? We can take a few
it's
$100
more-
billion
it's far
and
way
do
worse
something
than
about that, right? Can you
It's way
imagine?
worse than that.
What about
Well, when you talk about
48,000 people dying in car crashes? Couldn't we like
when you
take a
talk
few
when you talk
$100
about
billion and do something with
the
that?
children, it's the children that's
Children
been,
die
you
in
know,
cars too.
that's- No, I'm talking about the children that's been raped. That's another problem. Where's the numbers on that?
I don't know. Let me show you
Okay,
some numbers.
well.
I do know about that actually.
Well, I'm not gonna believe any of
there's-
your numbers because it's all bullshit.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah, that's all y'all are, man. Bullshit.
Got it. Well, this is called
See?
"Who is Making the News?"
What is that?
And
the
these
liberal candy-ass society,
SEX
webpage?
crimes involving children. You see this
liberal
big
candy-ass
red portion right here?
Webpage. Yeah.
This red portion right here? Those are Republicans. Those are those are the amount of crimes involving children are Republicans. This 12%,
page
this
is
is
this, man?
religious people.
Yeah, like
which
this is
also
a real
tends
page.
to
It's
vote
all
Republican.
bullshit. Hogwash.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah, it's all hogwash.
I wish I could just like look at something and say that to myself and forget it.
Just you know. I guess I've said what I wanted to say. You're not, you know, you obviously love people that work here with fake IDs, commit crimes.
I don't cry about it.
Yeah, but okay, so you support it then, right?
No, I think we could use money to like do far more effective things to like help people.
No, they're here now, so we need to clean it up.
They're here barely doing anything now. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, they need to go. It's time to go.
All right.
All right, so I'll go ahead and ship. I'll go ahead and check out. See you later. I feel sorry for y'all people. So
You really
get some balls in your life, and you know, go out and and just go to the gym too, because you look like shit.
I look real fucking good. Get wrecked, dude. Someone says no, you don't. 5-minute ban. Hello?
Yeah.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, this is all my personal opinion. I like that he sealed the border. I have extreme resentment for the political left. For example, C-19, the glamorization of homosexuality and this trans agenda. The left allows riots. I want détente with Russia.
Let's talk about that, the glamorization part. Can you tell me a politician who's pushing that?
Oh, I want to say Kamala.
Nope.
Was talking about transgender surgery for prison inmates a few years back, right?
No, actually, that's a question they asked her. I think it was Brett Baer. He asked her, would you allow these types of inmates to get surgery, yada, yada, yada. And she simply just goes, I will follow the law as it is written. And guess what? It was the same way during Trump. And the amount of people that got this procedure, I believe, in our custody, I think it was like one person over the course of the last 4 years, but it was the same way during Trump. These are just things we're being gaslit with by the right. So they come out and tell you, oh, they want trans people in sports and and we have to come out and defend a minority group.
Go ahead. Do you think trans women are women?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can you? What would your definition of a woman be?
A woman is somebody who's an adult human female that's biological woman. But there's also there's a social factor to it, right? So if you identify as a woman, you could also be a woman. Somebody already paid to kick you, bro. So you're welcome to come back tomorrow. Take it easy. Brandon, W. Brandon's in the chat. Hello,
Hey, what's up?
Ricky.
Yeah.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What
And
do
I
you-
want to piggyback on what you were talking about when you're saying that immigrants don't come and they what's it called? They pay taxes, but they don't get no benefits.
Yeah.
You do know that the minute they have a child here in the U.S., they qualify for benefits, correct?
The child does, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's a U.S.
Meaning,
citizen.
If you don't bring in so much income per child, you could get up to anywhere
Yeah.
from $600 to $800.
Well, that child is
a
U.S.
month.
citizen. I don't mind feeding children. I don't think that's controversial.
No, I don't mind either. But when it comes to saying they don't benefit, the minute they have 1, 2, 3, 4 children,
Those
already
children get benefits. Yeah, the children get benefits. Yeah.
So you're saying that the mothers don't get the money? They don't use the
They're
money
not
for
going
anything
to.
else?
They're not going to fucking J.C. Penney with it, dude. They're probably
Oh,
yes
you have
buying
no
food
idea what
for
they
the
pay for
children.
it.
I mean, you're gonna sit here and be like, "Oh, these these kids are getting money to eat." Ooh.
And what happens? It becomes a trend. I mean, I know you're supporting illegal immigrants as well, but you're supporting immigrants. But you don't. I don't think you live nearby anywhere who are immigrants.
You're right.
You know?
I don't live
And
in
I'm always-
Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, no, I'm in California.
Okay.
But yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, you don't talk to the people and the actual scams that they do.
I live in Dallas, dude.
A lot of scams.
I've literally had them. I've had some of them work with me. I've worked with them. I meet them all the
I'm under
time.
the table as well.
Yeah, I'm
you pay
sure.
them under the table.
I'm sure it's a real huge, horrible issue. I mean, they paid 96 billion in taxes last year.
Like I said, for each child that they get, you add that to a couple of minutes. It take more.
You would have to substantiate. I mean, first of all, those children are U.S. citizens, and I don't think that
Okay, so-
a bunch of kids
okay,
eating
so
at
there
night is
are-
not a. Thank you.
You're right. That's
thank
not
you,
the
Elaine.
problem.
Is a $10. Thank you for Elaine.
That's not the
for
problem.
the
But
$10.
you're talking about people that come in with visa the right way. Yeah, go ahead. The people that don't come illegally. I mean, what? That's anybody could go out and come to the country and just be like, yeah, yo, you know what? I'm illegal, but let me have kids and get some benefits out of it.
Again, the kids get benefits.
Oh my
Dude,
God,
you guys think that there's like some like get rich archetype with this? It's absolutely not.
Believe me,
these
brother,
kids
they live a
come
better
and they
life than
pay
you think.
taxes for the rest of their lives. They pay taxes for 70, 80 years after that.
No.
And we're also in population decline.
Yeah, so that's one, and plus a lot of things that he has, like let me see. I mean, the BBB is one of them, which I'm all for it.
You love the big beautiful
also-
bill.
Yeah, most definitely. And then border control. I mean, he's doing a lot of things, so he's doing good. And then he has you guys, making money off of them. So he has you guys talking about Trump. So hey, you gotta be appreciative, man. You gotta thank Trump for making you money.
When your political stance
I
is
never
whatever
saw it.
owns the libs, you really start to own yourselves in the process, and it's really horrifying to watch.
I never saw when any Democrat Party was on. No Republicans were fighting or arguing about it, man. We just go with the flow. But seems to me that he's doing something right. He has everybody else talking.
Dude,
And that's
literally,
good.
you guys are infighting. You guys are saying that the big beautiful bill, even amongst
We
yourselves, are
we
saying how
man.
bad it
It's
is.
every time my
There's
euphoria is always about Trump sucks, Trump
Excuse
sucks.
me.
And when you hear Trump
guys
sucks,
even have senators saying how bad and expensive the big beautiful bill is going to be. People coming out after they voted for it saying, "I wish I wouldn't have voted for it." But
yeah, no, it's
literally
gonna be
the most-
bad. It's gonna be
it's
bad
horrible.
for those that live out of the system, and I'm talking for those or those citizens. Big
Like,
time, the ones that are
so you
making
guys
less
are
than
just like you're
20,000.
aiming for cruelty. We have so many more things we
cruelty?
can do. Yeah, you're like these people need to work. These sick
Yeah, most
people pulling
definitely.
Medicaid, they
I'm
need to
sure you probably
work.
get benefits yourself. This is probably the only job you have.
I don't pull any benefits. I could though.
I doubt it. And plus, you're asking for a donation here on TikTok. Thanks for
By the
trying.
way, chat, my Cash App and Venmo are in the bio. Thank you for
Yeah.
reminding me.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. All right, man. You have a good one.
You too, bud. America first, but fuck all them poor kids.
Pickles, how have you had two Latinos for Trump in a row? It hurts my brain.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh man. I was actually just tapping. And then whenever I saw I was getting pulled up, I just want to say hi, but I'll drop back down.
It's good to see you, dude. Thanks for hanging out.
Good to see you, man. Absolutely.
Peace. That guest was disgusting. Hello.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not really a supporter, but I do agree with some of his plans, I guess.
Are you ever 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
February 16, 2006.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
I think his immigration plans, I think we need to send those aliens back to their country because they're not of our country. So I think they should go back to their home origin.
That's it. They're just not from here.
Yeah, they don't. That means they don't belong here.
Isn't our country like a giant melting pot? Like I'm in Texas. There are entire communities that speak Spanish, have awesome food. Is that not good?
No, I would say I would say I respect them, but they need to come here legally.
Even Trump is reversing, I think it's like 500,000 people's legal status so he can kick them out too. So he doesn't even want people coming legally. In fact, he's so bad at doing this that we have a dip, an 11% dip in tourism, which is fucking up the economy for a lot of people.
But do you not consider that wrong when you legally come over here?
I don't obsess over it. I don't care. I honestly, like, the pain points to it are just not there. Like, they don't really do very much crime. They help the economy. We're in population decline. Our young people are diminishing. No one's having kids. We don't have a workforce. Social Security and Medicaid, Medicare are all becoming insolvent. We just need more people. And Trump wants to make all these jobs, all these manufacturing jobs. We don't even have that many people looking for jobs. And then he's like deporting people. I don't get it.
That's because we need to get those lazy Americans to work. And
There's
I think
only a 4% unemployment rate. That's pretty low.
I would say that it would be better if that 4% was working instead of being lazy, living off government assistance.
We're always going to have like 3% plus. It's like you need a certain percent and a demand in the market. It's not like, why are we doing all this? This is a little much. Spending hundreds of billions of dollars on this shit. I think it's fucking dumb.
Because they're not from here. They don't belong here. They belong in their countries.
I don't care. I don't. What? What do you mean they don't belong here? Like I literally see people all walks of life here.
They weren't born here.
Who cares? What?
They illegally came here. They snuck over here.
You guys sound like robots. They're like, they're not. Go back. Get out of here. Why? The fuck?
Why? I never said I don't want like people from other countries to come here. I just say they need to come here legally. That's the problem.
What if we all just made it legal for them to come? What if we did all that? What if it was just legal for all people to just come? Would that then not hurt your feelings if they weren't breaking a law?
I would say, dang, it would decrease the American population, but I wouldn't be against it.
It would increase it, wouldn't it? That like come
Nah,
have kids,
like
having
American-born
American
people,
citizens.
because they're
What are
not
your,
really American.
what is an American person supposed to look like?
Somebody who was born here, someone whose bloodline comes from here.
Nobody's what? What do you? I don't even know what my bloodline was. I'm not Native American. Are you?
Nah,
I'm not indigenous.
but I would just say anybody who comes here legally is, I
Are
would
you
consider
black?
them American. Yeah. You want me to turn on my camera or what? Why are you making that face?
What? You know,
Why do you look? Why?
your lineage isn't from here either, right?
Nah. My lineage is, I'm American black. I'm not African. You can leave that part out.
American black,
Yeah,
like indigenous.
American black, not African.
Dog,
Just leave out
there
that
were
part.
no indigenous. Dog, you're getting. I just got a fucking violation, bro. I gotta kick you.
I did too, bro. I don't know how.
All right, girl. I mean, American black is acceptable, but when we're literally talking about like your heritage, that's not a thing. I guess that's a race, right? Yorkshire said, do it, lady."
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am. So, do you think it's right for people to come over here illegally and just jump the line in front of everybody who's trying to do it the right way?
I don't think there is a line that gets like it doesn't affect the line, right? It doesn't affect people. There's also no like line. It's usually just a lottery system.
So, if somebody pays shit tons of money to go through the process the right way, and then somebody just crosses the border,
If you do it the right way, you get all sorts of benefits, right? You get legal status, you pay taxes, you have access to certain programs. If somebody's here flying under the radar, they're strictly just paying a bunch of taxes and not pulling any benefits. So it's not really something I complain about.
Well, I've talked to plenty of people, even people in my family who've went about things the right way, and they don't feel it's fair.
Yeah, I guess facts over feelings.
No, you have the feelings. I'm talking about the facts.
Oh, well, the only detriment is that their feelings are hurt. So facts over feelings, they are a net positive.
So obviously you don't believe in doing things the right way, because if somebody cuts in front of you in line, are you just going to let them cut in front of you in line? Just say, yeah, go ahead.
So my complaint would be like it increase the duration that I have to sit in line. And I would say that's not fair. But when it literally doesn't do that, oh, he left. When it does not increase the duration that somebody is legally doing it, what are you crying? Like, dang, that guy has to fly under the radar, and he probably escaped a really dangerous situation in his country where they were threatening to like grape his sister and mother. But how dare he do that? That's a $250 fine, and I want to focus on that. I'm not going to sleep at night until I know that guy paid his $250 fine. Teresa, thank you so much for the $5. I'm paying for your brilliance, your ability to stay calm. Yeah, that guy's not rich enough to come here, and that guy doesn't have tens of thousands of dollars, and it hurts my feelings. Yellow.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I voted for him twice.
What do you like about Trump?
I mean, what don't I like him? What do you not like about him?
I think he is. I mean, his personality is. I mean, he's obviously the most problematic, controversial person to walk the earth.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that he does not have the capacity to be a diplomat. I think he
Why do
is
you say
a.
that? Why do you say that?
I think he's emotionally like 16 years old. You can make him like lash out on Twitter, make him tweet 40 times in one night if you piss him off bad enough. He does things like bombs Iran and then puts memes on True Social.
Well, bombing, the bombing of Iran. I mean, you don't think that was a military success?
Here's the combination of things I'm saying: bomb Iran, and then putting a meme on True Social with bomb Iran, bomb, with fighter jets.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely abysmal diplomacy. Why? Okay, so you're going to be negotiating with a country, and people's lives are on the line on both sides, and you're going to antagonize this country with a meme.
So you think Iran, the leaders of Iran, are so not emotionally stable that they would react to a meme?
No, I would say that you would keep your composure when literally dealing with the U.S. military and people's lives on both sides. I think that doing that muddies the waters. It definitely it sets a certain tone for diplomacy that says I'm not serious.
So hold on. When you say it shows that he's not serious and it sets the tone for that, yet it comes out that this military strike was one of the most advanced. The strategy was sound. Not a single life was harmed in terms of American lives, and the national security is actually benefited from it. You're saying that means his memes are what's putting people's at
I think
lives.
it is incredibly poor taste. Yes, antagonizing our allies, saying he wants to invade Greenland. I think it is an absolute disaster. And if we want to talk about national security, we talk about Pete Hegseth and fucking Signalgate, and what a joke that Trump didn't even seem interested in it. Nobody wanted to investigate it. They threw it under the table. An embarrassment. Do you think other countries are taking this serious? That a drunk dude from Fox is the head of our military?
Well, I mean, I think, yeah, they definitely take them serious, considering what happened to Iran and that we were able to shut down a nuclear program without anybody really knowing until everyone was back. So back safely and
it turns out we
barely
did anything. We barely did anything.
On things that don't necessarily matter.
Yes,
versus
Trump
judge them on
put
the
us in a
actual
situation where Trump put us in a situation where they could develop enriched uranium past a point.
Oh.
He put us in a situation and then he saved us from it. Thank God, with an act of aggression that was unprovoked.
So you're saying that because we shut down a deal that we were paying for when people weren't agreeing to it, the Iranians
That's
didn't
not
want.
true.
Yes, the Iranians. If you
No,
Google
they
it,
were.
the Iranians didn't allow inspections of their nuclear facilities for almost, it was like 2.5 years while we were paying for it. And that's
not
why
true. They were
shut it
compliant
down.
all the way until 2018. Trump pulls this out, puts a bunch of things in their economy, put a bunch of sanctions on them, and that's why they wanted to be able to comply. They wanted to comply so they could trade with the rest of the EU and with China. They wanted to comply. They were compliant. The IAEA was there on site. They lived there.
The Iranian government declared war on us when the Iranian Revolution happened. You know, if you're
In
saying that,
79?
if you're saying that, you know, the only reason they're getting nukes is because, or they were even close to nukes is because of Trump. I mean, he wasn't president in
Literally,
1979
yes.
when they
Literally,
declared
yes,
war.
they were.
No, that's not true. Because if you're saying that an entire population is not smart enough or not advanced enough to actually develop on their own without, you know, without the help or assistance from Trump in some way, you think it was Trump stopping
We had
the
a
nuclear
program
deal?
monitoring it, yes, and they were compliant. We
You
did.
think it was Trump stopping the deal is what caused Iran to want to hate us even more to develop nukes, even though they declared war on us, funded
yes.
Hamas, funded
Obama had the
Hezbollah,
Iran nuclear deal.
have been attacking us since the late 1970s.
We had Obama get a fucking Nobel Peace Prize because he'd struck a deal with Iran.
And Trump doesn't get a Nobel Peace Prize for the Abraham Accords, no?
No, but what the fuck did that do?
The Abraham Accords?
Yes, it left out Palestine, and it caused even more tensions in the Middle East. A year before they attacked, yeah.
No, the Abraham Accords is what enabled even Joe Biden to say, yeah, you know what, we're gonna withdraw and go through with Trump's plan of withdrawing troops from the Middle East.
I'm glad you admit that it was Trump's plan.
Yeah, I know it was Trump's plan, but executed by Joe Biden. So I mean,
yeah,
I mean, it's, you know, if you have a plan for government and then I come in and go ahead and try and execute it, is it going to be exactly the way that you wanted it?
Trump's plan was to have them home by Christmas, and Joe Biden came into office January 21st.
Yeah.
So
there's a reason. I mean, there's a reason you can't just massively withdraw troops in a certain manner. I mean,
yeah, I know. We know. I've read about it, and you probably haven't.
I have. I mean, yeah.
Okay, so you would know it's Trump's fault, and that he made them release 5,000 Taliban prisoners from Afghan prison, and he didn't even include the Afghan government when negotiating this deal.
And what was the result? What did the United States get on the benefit?
We got a ceasefire in exchange, a ceasefire that went to May 1st.
And what did that allow for?
It allowed for us to pull out. It was, but when the Taliban got released, they immediately took over the country again. Immediately, it was like 2 weeks, and they also broke out more people from prison from ISIS-K. That person is who suicide bombed our 13 soldiers.
Interesting.
Trump,
yeah, I mean,
Trump pulled us down. He withdrew troops all the way down to 2,500 troops, and then he left office and didn't give a peaceful transfer of power. Didn't tell Biden shit about anything.
That's not
true. That is absolutely true.
Don't try and argue that he didn't give a peaceful transition.
What do you prove me
or else
wrong?
He would not be in office right now.
He did not give a peaceful transition.
He would have stayed in office.
He said fuck you on the way out. Like, did not give Biden anything. Kept accusing him of stealing the election.
Look, if you want to talk about election deniers, right? What about Al Gore? What about Hillary Clinton? I mean,
dude, it wasn't Al Gore correct?
What?
Wasn't he correct?
Oh, interesting.
The courts decided it was correct. This isn't a conspiracy.
No. The only reason they were able to uncover that was because he questioned election integrity.
And he won in court.
Exactly. Which, if Trump was right, he would have won in court, which he didn't.
Which he did not.
He lost the election.
He went to 62 different courts, 17 judges of those courts he fucking appointed.
And how many did Al Gore go to before he got approval?
Look, I don't know, but it just took longer than the election.
How long did Hillary Clinton?
She conceded the next day.
The Russian hoax.
She conceded the next day. The Russian hoax led to 37 indictments, so it wasn't a hoax, was it?
It was 100% a hoax. It all came out. I mean, the FBI
it all came out. The indictments, all came.
No Russian
That's not even
intervention
true.
in the election.
That's not even true.
It's 100% true. What are you talking about?
Okay, then Paul Manafort, the campaign chair, got bank and tax fraud, conspiracy, and FARA violations. You know what that is? foreign agent violation, tax fraud, conspiracy, and FARA violations. You know what that is? Foreign agent violations. He didn't register as a fucking Russian fucking foreign agent, who was also he was pardoned by Trump. We got Rick Gates, Paul Manafort's deputy. He pled guilty to conspiracy. He got 45. Alex Vanderswan, Konstantin Kilmanick, Russian Ukraine operative, witness tampering.
People have so many different heritages that hold different positions of power.
No,
in the
these
United
people
States.
were literally indicted. These people said, here is the evidence for you guys cooperating with Russia. We can't necessarily say that Trump was involved, but Trump's team was definitely involved.
Jesse M. super chatted $5. Trump left stipulations and withdrawing peacefully while retaining our embassy, and that base was a part of it. Biden pushed out.
Thank you for the $5. That's not true. He got in and he had till May 1st to withdraw, and Biden had to do multiple investigations with 3-letter organizations to figure out what the fuck was going on. And the deal was already negotiated, but Biden got them to push it back to August 1st, and Biden wanted to pull out before the 20th anniversary of 9/11, which he did because they had just tried adding more troops, and it was a stalemate. So there was no reason to try to add more people. He simply had to yank them out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not true. I mean, if Trump was actually,
Trump
trying
invited the
to peddle
Taliban to Camp
influence in the
David on the
election,
anniversary of 9/11, like a fucking weirdo.
charged himself, not anyone else. Wait, what?
So Trump invited the
It's
Taliban to
lagging out,
Camp
bro.
David, like a fucking weirdo, on the anniversary of 9/11.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the actual source of what I'm about to say, so that I'm not saying something infactual here. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the FBI. I'm looking at the FBI investigation report and everything, and there's just nothing showing
Here's what I
that
got.
Russians looked hard. They looked hard and found interference by Russia, but they weren't controlled by him, and they had no part in financials to him.
Like I
It's
said.
one thing as policy or behavior,
And then they dropped it because he was president.
yeah, the same way they dropped the laptop, the Hunter Biden laptop.
No, they did the investigation, and they had hearings in Congress, and they found
They
no
had
reason
an
to believe there were
investigation,
any
they had hearings
crimes
on
involved with Hunter Biden's laptop.
They ran an impeachment process on Trump. I mean, you're saying that they didn't do investigations, they dropped it. They tried running impeachments for
That's
for
all you can do
almost
is
6 months.
impeachment. Yeah, and
Yeah,
guess what?
so
Do
they
you know
didn't
what those
just
two
drop it.
impeachments were for?
Yeah, the CIA or the FBI and other intelligence agencies looked heavily into it. I mean, of course, it's a serious accusation to say that there was, Russian influence in an election.
That's not what the impeachment was.
It's a serious accusation.
That's not the impeachment.
No, I know. I know. I'm looking at the investigation time frame. They investigated this for almost a year, though.
Okay. There was absolutely there. If you there was an actual there's a documentary on this on Netflix, I believe. I think it's called Cambridge or something. It's about a company called Cambridge Analytica, and what they did was they purchased all of this information, people's private information from Facebook, and they used it to influence swing voters in swing states. And there was a huge campaign about this, and Facebook was also sued for this. They didn't even get indicted on any charges, but this was proven, and Cambridge Analytica had to pay huge fines, and they had ties to Russia. They were selling this information to Russia. Russia was interfering in our campaigns. 17 intelligence agencies also agree that this happened, and the only person who disagrees is Trump. He said, I don't believe our intelligence agencies. I trust Putin. He said that on stage, standing next to Putin in Helsinki.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I know a little bit about the Cambridge Analytica. I know that they faced like some crazy fines, and Facebook got hit hard too with the fines. And you know, if you want to talk about like the broader web influence and propaganda and whatnot, yeah, I mean, we can get into that. But you know, the bigger picture is obviously like how foreign interference and, you know, data exploitation could potentially threaten integrity of elections, but they just didn't find that in this. Yeah, they had
Yes,
ties.
they absolutely did. And that was why it was so crazy that Trump denied this against our own intelligence agencies, saying that this was in fact true. 17 intelligence agencies.
I mean, I just don't see where the intelligence agencies said that that's what swayed the election.
It influenced the election.
I mean, if it swayed the election or had major influence on the election, it would have, you know, it's the same thing that happened with Al Gore. Like, you know, they would have overturned and they would have said there needs to be a revote or this and that or whatever. I mean, they would have done something. That's how.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
how
sure Trump would have instructed his DOJ to do that right away.
Well, you don't get elected right away. You don't get sworn in. Well, you get elected. You just don't get sworn in right away. You're not president.
Well, he was okay. Well, then after you're sworn in and you hire your own FBI director, and you hire your own attorney general, I don't know. Seems a little wild.
Yeah, I guess if you want to try and you know, say that he's just protecting himself, this and that, you know, it just doesn't line up with what facts are. I mean, it really doesn't. You know, yeah, you might hire a couple people here and there, and those are, but you're hiring for the job at hand. I mean, of course, the same way that Biden hired people in his cabinet that were favoring, you know, in favor of his family, and the same way that, you know,
Biden left Chris Wray there, who was FBI director that Trump appointed. He just left people there.
Yeah, same way he left the tax plan in place and tariffs on China. I get it. I do.
It would be an insane act of Congress to overturn a tax thing.
It would
It's
be.
just an 8-year thing. You just let it ride.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I agree. And Trump or Biden would have been crazy to try and even make an attempt at overturning it. He would be taking money out of the pockets of Americans.
That's not true. The forecast for the smallest quintiles were all supposed to benefit far more from Kamala's tax plan.
Yeah, the smallest percentiles, right? But it doesn't benefit the 50 percentile.
No, everybody making below $360,000, that's who it would have benefited more. Everybody making under 360.
No, that's not. I mean,
it's literally the truth. I can show you.
Yes, but it's taxing higher groups more, which disincentivizes success. You can't do that. You can't disincentivize success.
Nobody sits around and go like, you know, I was thinking about getting rich, but I didn't want to pay that extra 3% fucking tax. Nobody does that, dude.
I mean, it wasn't an extra 3%, but yeah.
Okay, she was going to raise corporate taxes by 8%.
Yeah, and individual tax. What about individual tax?
She's going to lower individual taxes.
On people making how much?
Everybody below $360,000. So a negative 4.9. You see, I'm sorry, negative 7%. All this blue is Kamala. Everybody on the left gets a reduction. Trump's. Everybody on the left gets an increase. You know, the tariffs, it's probably even worse than that. This is just the thinking about the Canada-Mexico tariffs.
No, this is a biased view because you're not looking at it. You're not looking at it on this. This is showing a one-sided chart because it's not showing GDP growth. It's not showing inflation, and it's not showing debt incursion in the same time period.
Why would you put inflation? These are all weighed the same thing in a forecast.
Because when you look at a country's economy, you can't say that all debt is bad debt. I mean, when you go to buy a house,
show debt.
I understand, but you have to factor those things in. You have to factor in things like GDP and inflation to understand how
Okay,
powerful our dollar is.
Trump has started. He has literally lost us GDP growth. We were forecasted to do 4% in the second quarter. We got 2 because
Which
of
is
Trump.
still better than the 0.5 and 1.5 that we had for almost a year and a half or 2 years under Joe Biden.
Dude, Biden did remarkable things with the economy.
Remarkable.
Yes.
Remarkable.
We had the best bounce back from COVID than anybody in the world.
Well, because we're the United States, we have the strongest global economy in the world.
And the American Rescue Plan, which people are still drawing from today.
No, the American Rescue Plan was just disgusting. It was disgusting. The growth that we get as a country out of the American Rescue Plan versus the debt that we incur from it is just disgusting.
Yeah, how much debt?
I mean, you want me to pull up the exact number?
It's like $1 trillion.
Yeah, and what's
Trump spent like 8.3, dude.
What's the country's net benefit from it? How much does the country pull in?
It got people back in schools. It got people back in the workplace. It got cops back on the streets.
Is there a number that you can justify it with? I mean, you can look at
all the bounce back jobs. I guess I don't know. It's a very abstract number, right? But like people were able to take that stimulus and I don't know, go out to eat, which also created demand and so on and so forth. It did all sorts of things to get the economy back on track and to bounce back.
I mean, oh my goodness. So now stimulus was a good thing and causing inflation is a good thing. But then when Trump, he wasn't even the one that did it. It was a partisan bill, had stimulus and caused inflation. That's a bad thing.
Okay, Trump spent 8.3 trillion. 4 of that is COVID. 4.4 non-COVID. He fucking spent way more than Biden.
That's actual spending. 4.4 actual spending. And you look at the same GDP growth. Look at the same GDP growth under the same period, right?
He's literally just writing the Obama era stuff. In fact, it slowed down. All of the metrics that you're going to cite, they slowed down during Trump.
No, that's just inherently not true. It's inherently not true. Yeah, I mean, when you say, okay, yeah, Trump just took on Obama's economy. Okay, that's just a horrible. I mean, that's just a horrible.
Okay, here you go. Unemployment under Obama, unemployment was cut from a recession peak of 10 to only 4.7%. It continued to drop and is now extremely low at 3.6. Biden got it to 3.5, by the way. Job growth. By the end of Obama administration, the economy experienced 76 consecutive months of job growth. Since Trump became president, the streak has been extended to 109. During the last 33 months of Obama administration, farm job growth averaged 224,000 per month. During the first 33 months of Trump administration, the average was 34,000 less per month. And I'm going to guess because his tariffs completely fucked farms. Average real GDP growth was roughly the same, 2.6% for the first 11 quarters under the President Trump and the last 11 quarters of Obama administration. Income during the last 2 quarters of Obama administration. Annual median household was $4,800. This is 3 times more than the $1,400 increase during the first 2 years of Trump administration. Nothing impressive. This is from Joint Economic Committee.
Oh boy. I mean, if we want to talk about expansive taxes, sure, we can, but you're picking some very selective numbers. You're leaving out a lot of broader context. Yeah, Obama oversaw a recovery from 2008. It was one of the slowest economic recoveries since World War II. Something to be super, super excited about, right? Trump didn't inherit necessarily this booming economy. You call it.
Absolutely did.
It was a stable but sluggish economy.
Every metric right here. Look,
I'll give you that.
Unemployment rate. Look how it's diving and it stabilizes
What's
under
the
Trump.
price of eggs these days? LOL.
The price of eggs these days, not much to brag about there. Thank you though. Wages wobble but continue to rise. Look at them skyrocketing. Do the same trajectory under Trump. And then this
Well,
bump
it
right
looks like in
here,
that 2020 area they go up
yeah,
pretty high.
yeah, the reason is people start getting laid off from their jobs, and the bottom half of the economy doesn't have jobs. Only the rich people do, so it fucking overcompensates.
That's not true.
Yes, that's
I was
exactly why that bump is there. See how it stabilizes?
I was able to do like Instacart and DoorDash and all that during COVID.
Dog, most people were we hit 10% unemployment. I think 15.
Technically, I was unemployed. Yeah.
Okay, but we still had 15% unemployment, I think.
It's COVID. You can't blame Trump for COVID.
I'm not blaming him, but you're sitting here looking at this big thing, this big bump, and that's what that is.
Yeah, I understand that, but look at the trajectory. If you put that on an actual degree curve, what happened in the later half of 2018 to 2019, and you put it on an actual degree curve, I wonder what the actual degree angle is, the angular number on growth. Yeah, I mean, regardless, under Trump, look at unemployment under Trump. It was historic lows. Almost every single demographic, including everyone. It's a big right talking point, but record low Black and Hispanic unemployment. Wage growth in 2019 was insane before the pandemic. It was insane.
Name a thing he did to do that.
Especially for blue collar.
Name a thing he did to do that.
Sorry, your mic is lagging. What'd you say?
Name a thing he did to create low unemployment for Black people.
I mean, a partial of it was definitely the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. I mean, I'm sure of it. It reduced, when you reduce the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%, it encourages businesses to invest more into communities, hire more people, expand businesses, and create growth.
That is called trickle-down economics. We know this is not a thing. Companies will basically just take all of these extra earnings. They will do stock buybacks. They'll even lay people off to maximize profit, to make their stocks go up. It's not a thing. If they have money to make a venture, to go start a business, they're going to do it. It is already a tax write-off to create jobs. This is a lie.
That's just not true. I mean,
it's literally name a thing that you can't do that is 100% not like tax write-off. When you hire a new employee, 100% tax reducible.
I will touch on that, but I want to touch more. I want to touch on this really quick about, you were saying like black unemployment and every I want to touch on that. The Tax Cuts Jobs Act won. Deregulation. I'm a firm believer in deregulation. I think Obama overregulated certain industries, which caused slow growth. There was the confidence among small business owners under Trump, I think, hit record highs. And that allowed local economies to grow more.
Now they're not.
They still are. They still are.
They're at like record lows. We have the lowest confidence in like people investing in the economy. Record low.
That's just not true. But
it's literally the reason the stock market had a hiccup.
No. The reason the stock market had a hiccup is because the stock market is influenced by the uber rich who hate Trump.
Trump is the uber. He has 15 billionaires in his administration.
And how much does J.P. Morgan Chase? How much does all these big banks have? Bank of America.
They donate to both. Did you know that? J.P. Morgan Chase donates almost equally to both parties.
I'm just saying who influences the market. I'm not saying who.
Not them. Trump's come out and attacked them recently and tried to influence them, though.
It's the quant. It's the quant algorithm that, based on inputs, reacts in shock form. It wasn't the reason we had such a strong bounce back is because the country started realizing that, hey, the economy is a little bit stronger than we thought it was. It's not as bad as it is under Trump as the media is making it out to believe. These tariffs are bringing in a good chunk of tariff revenue. They are offsetting.
It was pathetic.
If you look at
2019, it's 418.
No, I'm talking 2025. If you look at the offset of consumer prices increasing in certain industries versus how much more is in the pockets of the individual, it outweighs it. It outweighs it more.
Consumer goods. These are consumer goods. They're increasing prices for consumer goods, You're going to
certain
slow
consumer goods,
down
not all of them.
trade in those markets. People are going to buy less things because they cost more money.
It's only certain goods. They're targeted tariffs. They're not. It's
They're
not
like almost everything, dude. Everything that's not made here. We don't even compete with some of these things that we tariff. Most of these
Yeah,
things.
I understand. And guess what? What offsets it? Yes, we pay 10% more on a good, right? Because we don't
Or
produce it here.
55.
Well, yeah, if you want to talk about China, yeah, but
I buy literally. I can't find one thing in arm's reach that's not made in China.
yeah,
Maybe this
that's not necessarily a good thing. You know, being reliant on other country manufacturing is not necessarily a good thing.
Okay.
And if you could argue for it and against it. I could see both views, but it's not necessarily a good thing. And
I
it would be
believe in
shocking.
having an actual plan of action instead of just broadly tariffing everything and be like, you guys better make some jobs, and they better be good like jobs. Meanwhile, he's flickering these tariffs on and off. Nobody's going to make an investment behind, like, build a house of cards behind a tariff that's an executive order.
Okay, well, I mean, what is the? I get what you're saying, yeah, but what's the purpose in this point of view? I mean,
I'm saying these tariffs are dumb and they're just meant to collect taxes from you, and that's what you need to see it as. They're not helping anybody. There's no position in which we get China or somebody to buy so much stuff from us that I'm happy to pay a 55% tariff.
Tariffs are only consumption tax on foreign goods. You know, you're saying, oh, it's just this inherent tax. Like, if I save 75% of my income and I don't really consume all that much, then I'm not paying that much in these inherent. It's basically a consumption tax from foreign industries.
Yeah, and I love being a consumer. Yeah, I am a consumer, and most of us are. And the average cost to the household per year is like $5,000. It's like $5,000. So you're gonna pretend not to see this. Even if something says "made in America," it could be made in China.
One American
America.
man super chat $20. The American people have been made aware that the rest of the world have been raping this economically, and we are okay with Trump doing what needs to be done to correct it. Simply short-term pain for long-term gain.
Exactly.
No. So like, I'm still not seeing the long-term gain. No, like, again, we will never outpace China in a lot of this production stuff or manufacturing. We need to be very specific in choosing, so we can choose like very specialty or critical goods, like CPUs, semiconductors, stuff like that. That's something worthwhile. We like literally put a targeted tariff on them for that, and then we compete. But if Trump just literally is throwing up a wall of tariffs, and we have no plans of making plastic shit, we're just going to continue to buy these things from China. Even if we try to compete with China with the tariffs on, 55% still doesn't incentivize a company to come try to compete with China, make it just below that after tariff price, and sell it to us. There would be no incentive for competing. There'd be no incentive to innovate. You wouldn't be able to sell it to the rest of the world. The rest of the world would still buy it from China. It would be just like this shitty incestuous market.
Yeah, my question is though, I mean, then why so many other, you know, Democrat officials have, you know, weighed in on their pro tariff policy on China? They believe that, you know, as a global economy, if you actually love America and you think America is the best country in the world, it's not a bad thing to have national pride, which I don't understand why some people view that as a bad thing.
I think this is a silly thing. We all want to be like good. We want to be China.
Right?
It's just the difference in like in what like how we do it.
It's competition, right?
And what's
It's
happening?
competition.
What's happening is China is having like a recession right now, and they're in the middle of recession. Trump is trying to just hurt them and get a leg up on them.
Which is why we can tariff them and we can brunt the burden of it. We see that communist socialism doesn't necessarily work and produces record
One
high
American man
unemployment.
super chatted $5. Bro, we are America. We can develop those markets here. Have faith in your country.
No, I'm saying I believe that I believe that we can definitely compete with China, but we need to be like very specific on it. We only have 8 million open jobs, 4.2% unemployment. There's only just a handful of people looking for jobs. So what are we going to do? Everything? We're going to make cheap, dumb products? Or do you want to like target things and actually like give them subsidies?
they're
so
not
that they can be
obviously
competitive.
they're obviously not, just dumb products if, like you said, everything in your room is China. So why would we not, as a country, be pushing to say, yeah, we need to
We
take
can't
a
do
leg
all of
up
it.
here and compete?
Can't do all of
Why
it.
not? Why not?
We don't have enough people. We're in population decline, bro.
Well, yeah, if you want to get into population decline, that's a whole different topic.
Who's going to work all of these jobs? Why would we want to pollute our air and make plastic? Why would we want to do that?
It's not saying like we're
Here's why. In no scenario we could copy the blueprint of a manufacturing facility in China and we can put it right here in the United States, and we will never still make it cheaper than China because their cost of living is so much lower. The Chinese yuan is worth less than the US dollar. We have labor laws. It's actually not too different in China, but we have our minimum wage is far more than China. So the US dollar and the minimum wage make it impossible for us to compete with China in certain things. The rest of the world will always buy from China. They won't buy it from us.
It's not an incentive for the rest of the world to necessarily buy from us. It's an incentive for American citizens to buy from us. What I was trying to make a point of, what is the inherent net benefit? Like, what is the average increase in tax savings from the child tax credits that are in this big beautiful bill, the overtime no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. I mean, what are the average American savings in taxes because
I
of
think in certain brackets it's 2%, in certain other brackets it's like 4%.
4% of what? What are we basing this off of? 100,000, 200,000?
Yeah, anybody making under 360.
So I mean, that's a wide range. I mean, there has to be a number, right? You were saying that you said something about a net deficit of about $5,000 impact, or it was like the tariff impact, the cost of tariffs on the consumer, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out the exact number. What is the cost savings from these taxes on average?
Like I said, that chart that I showed you, that illustrated with just tariffs on China and Mexico. Just tariffs on China and Mexico. And Canada. Here we go. So, again, this is Trump extending the TCJA and then doing the tariffs just on the vague plans he gave around November. So this is October.
So yeah, it looks like every single group receives tax cuts. Every single group. The wealth,
of course.
The top 10% receive tax cuts. The middle income earners receive
every single time. Every time we have decision to rewrite the tax code, this is every 8 years. We get to do this. Somebody gets to choose how this is done. So every bracket you see here gets some sort of change. And Trump is vaguely, what he's doing, he's really kind of fucking the bottom half of the middle class and the lower class with the tariffs, because we are consumers. Like, a rich person doesn't buy nearly as much in comparison to the net worth of consumer goods as a person in the lower half of the economy.
I mean, yeah, there's some points in there that you said that make sense, but it doesn't. I don't agree that they're such a bad thing. If it does allow for job creation, and on top of that, meddled in with some other policy, with tax policy,
it does not allow. It's going to put jobs out of business.
No, that's not
Tariffs?
true.
Absolutely, they will.
It's not true.
Absolutely. His last reports on his tariffs from 2019, the reports was negative 149,000 jobs.
Okay, that was the what 1 year?
I think it was a study done years after.
What was the overall job growth from 2019 when he implemented tariffs? Because we know Biden didn't remove the tariffs. So obviously you have to say that some job growth.
There was not actual job. There were jobs protected, but not job growth. No.
Well,
If it was just like the lumber and steel industry, it saved a few jobs, but like, so there was like I think it was like a 7% increase on like housing, for instance, because lumber and steel went up. So it slowed down the production and the sale of homes, made the price of homes go up. So everyone saw an impact in the market.
Yeah,
from
you
that.
have to see the as this is happening though, rates are almost what? When
One American man
houses,
super chatted $20. Look, capitalism and competition correct those issues over a short period of time. If people want to make money in those industries, they will figure out a way to pay better or manufacture cheaper. Can't save everyone.
I mean, it's true, but you have to call it what it is, right? Like, so like you put steel tariffs to get some votes in Pennsylvania. That's it. That's all you're fucking doing it for. And then you're slowing down all the other markets. All the other markets see a reduction in revenue. They have to lay people off. It's harder to get into the market, being new.
It just rebalances the market. I mean, yeah, some jobs are lost in certain sectors. You like viewers said, you can't save everyone, but others were gained, and you can't negate that. And it stabilizes.
It was like for every 1,000 jobs gained, it was 70,000 jobs lost.
Yes, but it stabilizes the areas that were hollowed out by decades of bad trade policy. I mean, you have to remember, unemployment did hit a 50-year low in 2019. Even after tariffs were enacted.
I'm just telling you, dude, all sorts of farms went out of business when Trump did his tariffs. All sorts of, we had to bail them out to the tune of like $30-something billion. They only brought in $450 billion or something like that over a net of 10 years. There was nothing great that came out of the tariffs, dude. Maybe I think Biden might have been like overseeing this deal with our steel and them trying to be acquired from Japan.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the farm. You're talking about the farm bailouts, right? Specifically with like U.S. trade war with China. Yeah, so I mean, like, Trump imposed tariffs on China in 2019, and in retaliation, China placed tariffs on us and our agriculture, right? Excuse me.
Yep.
But I mean, in response, the U.S. ended up providing that it was like I think the actual number was 28 billion maybe to offset some of the loss.
Something like that, yeah.
Which
someone in chat says 23.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a in retrospect, out of what the generation of tariffs did, is such a small number. I mean, if tariffs generated 110 billion and they only had to bail out worth 32 billion, that's a net positive, right? And especially if more money was in the taxpayers' pockets, that was, in terms of disposable income.
Where do you think that 88 billion came from? Like, whatever they raised, we paid that, dude.
It would have went into it would have went into China's pocket.
No. Not really. Like, okay, say if you're a business that builds houses and you get some products from China and then you sell a house, or I'm a shirt maker and I get my shirts from China and then I sell people's shirts, I'm an American company making money.
Of course, but China profits from when you sell the product.
And we
right?
profit from free trade. We profit from the efficiency of free trade.
No, I understand free trade, and I'm not necessarily against free trade. I'm saying that the tariffs against China were they were positive, and still to this day we don't even get to see the full effects. But you're starting to see, hey, yeah, China unemployment rate is going up dramatically. Especially in the age groups between 18 and 25. As you said, they're in a recession themselves, and I wonder why. Is it because they want to place retaliatory tariffs on us, and their economy is not strong enough?
The tariffs have really fucked them up. We're like trying to punch them while they're down.
Good. I mean, how much interference? How much farmland has China bought? How much influence?
386,000 acres, dude.
Yeah,
it's honestly not that much.
How much
they have every reason to want to see us succeed.
I don't believe that. I really don't.
We're one of their biggest customers. Why wouldn't they? They have
They
$700
want
billion
to see
in
us. They
treasury
want to see
bonds.
us. They want to see us as number two, which I as an American don't ever want that.
Well, I mean,
They want to be
that's
the
going to
global
happen, and it's going to be a
superpowers.
hard cope for people against people
Yeah,
like
of course,
for
of
people who are
course.
against like collectivism and
Of
um,
course. The thing is though, as a true American, I of course it's a hard pill to swallow, and I see the global trends in the way that global economies shift over not just even 100 or 200 years, but thousands of years. So I understand we can't be the leaders forever, but
One
we can.
American man super chatted $5. It's not free trade really whenever they manipulate their own currency to compete.
Well, that's true too, but I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't even
well,
touch on
that's
that.
because they invest in U.S. Treasury bonds. They have like $700 billion in Treasury bonds, and they could actually fuck us just as fast too. They could sell a bunch, and it would just completely implode our economy.
And chat,
Trump found
what I
out
mean
real
by
fast. He was playing with fire.
Sorry, what I mean by true American is someone who actually likes America, wants to see America succeed, understands that we had faults in American history, but know that we are the greatest country for progress and change, and we allow, things like this to, things to get better, and that's what I mean by true American.
I
Not
like
someone.
being a consumer nation. I love being a service nation, a consumer nation. Like I don't know. I like sitting and doing things like this and not making shoes or like coal mining or something. I
Yeah,
prefer
of
this. I
course.
love that we're a country that we're able to do this.
Yeah, and capitalism is what's enabled us to do it. The growth of wealth and as individuals in the theory that we are pursuing everyone else's self interest as well as we pursue our own. That's what enabled us to gain the wealth to get out of the coal mines, stop child labor. Um, you know, it wasn't necessarily expansive government.
Actually China has better child labor laws than some red states.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say that, sure.
They
How
do.
many? How many? I'm not gonna. I don't know how TikTok friendly the term is, but when you get really hot and you sweat, those kind of buildings. I wonder, why those things are even
You ever
existent,
seen
right?
like a meat factory in Tennessee with like a 13-year-old kid who might get his arm chopped off? Seen one of those?
I think it's the labor law in Tennessee is what the youngest age that you can work is 15.
Yeah. So China's 16.
Okay, yeah, that's because they have an extremely slow growing economy. They don't even have enough jobs for people that are 18 and 25. That's not a good thing. That's a
Well,
bad thing.
I mean, I I guess you can see that China has better labor laws than Tennessee.
That's not a good thing. When you don't have enough jobs to even supply for 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds, that's a bad thing. That's why unemployment is. Let's look up the actual unemployment number of China right now, what they're reporting, because not all information that comes out of China is necessarily true. They reported zero COVID. They reported zero COVID
Yeah, I
cases.
know. Yeah, and a lot of red states lied too.
No, I mean we can't sit here and say that we're going to be China sympathizers now because this it's insane.
They're doing something better than us, aren't they?
What?
They're on a trajectory to have a higher GDP in the next like 10 years.
That's not true. It's not true. They have an extremely higher devaluing currency than us. They have slower job
They
growth
want
than
to
us.
keep their
They have
currency.
higher unemployment than us. It's the same reports that you're reading is that
Have you
how
seen
you
the trajectory of China's GDP?
and who's reporting that? Who's recording the economic growth?
This is us being scared. Hold on.
You're the same people that say Russia's big and scary, right? But then you look at China and want to be like best friends with them. They have some of the tightest and strongest immigration laws in the world. A U.S. citizen can never go to China and be a U.S.
Yeah, I mean,
US
they have
citizen.
some weird conservative, weird views. Yeah. U.S. and Chinese economies 2010 to 2035 from BBC. They overlap in 2027.
And let's look up actual growth here. Because when was this chart predicted? In 2021? Interesting.
Yeah.
When that's the same time when they were underreporting COVID cases, underreporting stagnation in economy because of how COVID impacted them. And that's all been,
I mean,
interesting.
They are the world's supplier of like everything, dude. It's not far-fetched.
Like you said, of cheap plastic goods, right?
Of a lot of things, almost everything.
So then why wouldn't we want to try and figure out a way to say, hey, let's
we're gonna
take
have to
some
just choose a few. We can't just say everything and just like loosely just go start poking holes.
So as a business owner, right? You take TikTok seriously. You have this is your business, I assume, and I'm sure you might have other things. I don't really know, right? But would you say, hey, there's someone else that comes in, ends up, kind of manipulating their data to outpace you in a way, right? Would you want to be their best friends? Would you want to say, hey, yeah, let's do shows together. Let's do this. I'll be your number two. Because is that just your mentality to like not be,
Dude,
the best?
We are huge trade partners with them, so we do have somewhat of a positive relationship with them. We can't just be like, I hate you, I'm gonna stop trading with you, I'm gonna also chop my own hand off, because that will also stop me from being able to trade with you so much.
I mean, trade should be a net benefit for both countries, right? That's the inherent definition of a trade. No, that's where even economists
you're completely wrong. I mean, there are downsides to us not getting so much things bought from us, I guess, but there's plenty of things you can point to that are a benefit of having such a big trade deficit with China.
I mean, I didn't know,
and relying on cheap goods.
No, I didn't know that trade meant that we have to incur a 300 billion annual deficit in just cheap goods.
You're not incurring anything. What does that even mean? Like, it doesn't.
We run a deficit. We run a deficit of 300 billion annually.
That doesn't mean we incur that, dude. That just means that we buy more from them, because we're very rich, and our dollar is worth more than their yuan, so we fucking buy way more stuff from them. We don't make anything cheaper than they make themselves usually, so we have to be very specific. We can use like critical industries, EVs, biomanufacturing.
Look.
Semiconductors.
They don't allow. Look, they have artificially deflating currencies and they subsidize exports with this. So when we say, oh yeah, we're running, we run the 300 billion trade deficit, we buy far greater goods than them. But if they artificially devalue their currency and make it almost impossible, and when they subsidize exports, it makes it almost impossible for U.S. manufacturers to compete fairly. You can't have a free market, and that doesn't apply when you're trading with state-controlled economies.
We can be upset about that situation, but why are we doing this? Like we've just pointed out, this doesn't work. Whatever you were talking about.
Yeah, the way that you benefit it, and you can't have free market with state-controlled economies. You erode U.S. leverage in trade.
I mean, go change the law over there or something. Like, what are you going to do?
It's not a matter of changing the law there. It's a matter of changing the law here, putting tariffs in place. Trying to encourage U.S. manufacturing and U.S. investment. That's why so many global countries came in and invested so much in the United States.
This is why I'm saying what Trump is doing is stupid, and what you're saying is somewhat true, but it is a dumb way to go about it. So, for instance, you can do something like pass the Chips and Science Act. Say, all right, United States, let's all start industrializing semiconductor factories. Let's start doing that. Let's get good at it. Let's start selling it to the rest of the world. That's a thing we could actually do if we advance. We could compete with in China. I would be very proud to say I work at a semiconductor factory. I would be proud to be American to do that. What you're saying is, let's throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. But what we did was like we did that, coupled it with tariffs. Said, hey, semiconductors, we're going to tariff Taiwan and China, and paired with subsidies for those manufacturing facilities, we can compete and we can develop the industrialize. What Trump is doing is like putting tariffs on everything, and everyone's just like kind of kicking rocks and being like, all right, I don't know, I'll kind of maybe do this and hopefully those tariffs never come down and my business goes right out of business when we're able to buy from China again.
No, I mean, I do agree with that point. It's definitely, that's like the first thing I can say. I definitely agree with you on. It was a good instinct for you to say, yeah, we should be rebuilding American industry. Targeted tariffs are the way that you do that, though. And I think that's where we might disagree. You say, oh, tariffs aren't good. It's not, it's a tax on the consumer. But the way that you do that, I agree, we should be making semiconductors here. We should be dominating that space, but not only that space, we should be dominating the global industry. We should be dominating almost every global industry. There's no reason why we can't. Not only would that kind of, work, restore, I guess, pride in American manufacturing, if you want to call it that. And it would also help national security, right? Like now we're heavily reliant on Taiwan and South Korea for chips and
exactly,
China,
and that's why it
China
made so
ever
much
takes
sense to do that, what I just said. But yes, you keep just telling me how the situation's bad. Yes, but like I think Trump's dumb tariff idea is it's just a tax on us. It's just simply taxing us and maybe fishing for favors or for them to come kiss the ring while he's going to continue to tariff them. Even countries we have a trade surplus with, he's tariffing. He's putting a 10% blanket tariff on these countries, no matter what deal they come to. He said he's not going to take the 10% tariff off. It's literally just a tax on you and me. It's
not
nothing more.
If it was just a tax, it would be just a consumption tax everything, right? But as a consumer in a capitalist society, right, as the decider of the market, we have a choice to make when we go out and make a purchase, right? Of course, if there is a tariff in place and there's an inherent tax, what are you going to do? You're going to say, I'm not going to buy that product, or you might still buy that product. And that's the choice you have in the free market.
Yeah, I know. And nobody, like I'm saying there are markets we'll never even compete with them. Like coffee.
Well, yeah, you can't compete.
We're just going to continue to buy coffee from, we can't grow coffee beans here.
I mean, yeah, we can, but we don't.
The ones we buy come from like the Middle East and from Colombia. That will not change that fact. It will not change the fact that there's a lot cheaper.
It's not a net benefit to us in a sense, other than that we get to consume it. It helps their economy much more by allowing trade with them and buying that product. And we're not worried that they're going to be outpacing us in any way, right? So I mean, that kind of thing is good. I think it's good for foreign.
I don't know. I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb. I think it's dumb people tax. I think that people cheering on these tax breaks while also doing these things that you just admitted slow down trade with these countries, slow down trade in general, and makes things more expensive. Otherwise, no one would have a decision to make, right? Like you just said, it would make one item more expensive. But these items will never be competed, like some of them will never be produced here in America, and even if they were, it would be a very shitty, volatile, crappy business.
Well, the thing is, I know a lot of Democrats even agreed with this, was consumption tax for a little while. They agree that there should be a consumption tax, and like you said, right? It's a tax, and I'm going to agree with you on that. I know it is. It's an inherent tax on Americans for purchasing foreign goods, right? If they're targeted in a specific sense, like they are right now, more so towards China than anybody, I think, it's important to note that it's not a bad thing. It's just not a bad thing. You can't say it's an inherent bad thing when there's more money in American pockets by savings from taxes, right? Tax policy that Trump's doing. I just looked up the number, by the way, the average number that a middle class American is saving, right? And they're saving just in the top 50 percentile, Americans are saving $12,000 more per year, and in the bottom 50th percentile, they're saving $3,300 per year. So, that's pretty notable, especially especially when you're saying, oh wow, these tariffs have such a bad impact on us. They're receiving more.
The
They're receiving
American
more
Action Forum
losses.
estimated a loss of $3,900. The Center for American Progress estimated $4,600 annually for each household.
In terms of tax break or from tariff?
No, a cost from tariffs.
Okay, so like I said, cost from tariff is what? $4,400 per household about, but that's for 100% of all income earners.
That's the average.
Okay, so that's for all income earners. So if you want to take an average of this number as well, which is between 12,000 and 2,500, what is the average of that? I mean,
that's a crazy. You don't just weigh that one in one.
I mean, it's 50th.
There are far
percentile.
more people in the lower part of that demographic.
Well, it's 50th percentiles. It's 50 percentile one way and 50 percentile the other way. So yeah, if you want to weight, they're equal weight. That's how you do an average. I mean,
and that's when we look at like this graph where it's only talking about like a 4% deviation, 8% deviation.
Yeah, I know.
In Kamala and Trump's tax policies. It's probably far more of a deviation now that Trump's tariffs are higher. But that's what we're talking about.
I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about tariff impact. I'm talking about both of them combined, right? What is the net benefit?
That's this.
No, that's not that. That's only tariffs. That's not including
this. No, this does do tariffs and his TCJA extension.
I need to read it. So what are the tariff? I mean, is this based on just percentages? This is just percentages, not actual figures.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll pull up the actual figures. Because I mean, yeah, percentages can get pretty skewed.
Okay, this is for the tariffs. It has 60. That's actually perfect because it's 55. This is the exact breakdown. So on the bottom half of the economy, it's average $790 increase, $1,400, $1,500 increase, $610 when you get in the $150,000 bracket, and then when you start making $360,000, that's when you start really benefiting. That's when your net negative is $700, $7,100, $36,000.
Yeah, and what's wage growth been from this? Average wage growth per year?
I don't know.
Because if average wage growth outpaces, it's a net benefit, right? Like if the U.S. economy grows, big companies grow, U.S. Americans.
I don't know. I honestly, Trump's wage growth and the GDP growth from his first tax cuts was not great. It was 0.4% you could look at over the course of 10 years.
Wow, I didn't even know that this was in the big beautiful bill, but they got the senior bonus tax deduction. So you get, if you're over 65, you get an extra $6,000 deduction. And then also, hey, wow. I mean, if you guys live in the US and want to buy a car, buy an American-made car because you could get a $10,000 new car loan deduction as well. That's interesting. I didn't even know that. Interesting. I don't like in that he added taxes to gambling. That's very, I don't know who wanted that and why they included that, but I'd be interested to know that.
Yep. I don't know. I'd prefer Toyota.
Toyota. Yeah. Well, hey, you know, I have a Toyota right now, so I can't even get mad on that one. But the $10,000 deduction is enticing. That's for sure. See that? I mean, that's one thing. Like, you don't have to necessarily just use tariffs to introduce, you know, consumer sentiment towards American products either.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
subsidies. I'm all about
tax
subsidies. All about it.
True. Yeah. So I mean, you can agree that it's not necessarily everything that Trump's doing is bad, right? Not everything he does is bad.
He's doing it
the same way I can agree that not everything Biden did was bad, right?
I give Trump like a 2. I almost want to say negative number out of 10 for the tariffs. It was real bad. I think he's using his position for like more power. I think he's embellishing. Yeah, you know, $400 million planes and stuff, exerting these tariffs on countries. He didn't actually tariff Qatar, but I think this is what he's doing. He's just trying to get
Do you think Trump's just an authoritarian dictator? You think he's just an authoritarian dictator who is just abusing all his power, and no president has ever done things like this before?
I think he's got pretty bad, like, questionable character. Yeah.
Well, yeah, character is one thing, but I'm talking. I said, you know, I asked if he's the only president that's ever been, you know, that's ever done things like this before, has ever.
I mean,
you know,
can you name another incident? It was like it, like compares to $400 million jet.
Well, I mean, I can look into gifts that presidents have received from other countries. I mean, we talk about the Statue of Liberty, right? I mean, there's
the
no
Statue of Liberty. Like, a president couldn't put that in their backyard and fly it around and use the government to invest $1 billion.
Didn't Trump donate the jet?
Yeah, that's the legal loophole he used. He donated to the presidential library so that he can personally use it when he's gone.
And then what happens after? We'll see. I mean, we don't know. You know, other presidents will be able to use it too. I mean, don't, you know.
Yeah, they're going to want this gaudy, like, fucking, like, mob boss style plane.
Well, why not? I mean, it's a gift. I mean, if anybody offers a gift, I'm going to take it.
Dude, could you guys imagine if Biden took a $400 million gift? You guys cried at the possibility that he made like $6 million or something from China somehow. This, happening in front of your faces, you guys are like, why wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, Biden did take money. I mean, this isn't.
That was not proven. That was not proven.
He didn't sell this for profit for himself. It's in a national library with zero profit from it. You know,
he's literally getting a $400 million jet and $1 billion worth of repairs, and that's what the estimate is. $1 billion.
It's not him. It's the United States.
So that he putting in his personal library means he gets to do stuff with it when he's gone. It gets the loophole.
While he's president, it's the presidential
while he's gone
library.
too.
It's the presidential library. Yeah, every other president can use it too.
Dude, fuck off. Dude, come on. No, it's not. Can Trump go use the Obama library?
I mean, not when they're so politically polarized.
Wow,
no.
right. Come on.
I'm sure JD Vance, if he gets elected, will be able to use it when, you know, he's president, or if, you know, if any other.
Do you have any, like, you guys would
Like you just said,
you guys would be
saying
charging the White House.
Like you're saying though, the Obamas wouldn't allow Trump to use their jet, right?
Their personal jet?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, one of Trump's jets that he used during his campaign was like the Island guy's former jet.
Oh yeah. I don't think that's proven though. Is that?
Yeah,
it's a lot.
No, it's true. It's yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
How true? I mean. I mean, you know, Hunter Biden wouldn't have gotten gotten charged with tax evasion and gun charges and this and that. Yeah, they can't tie Joe Biden to it because at the time,
Yeah. The Guardian.
the Guardian's
It was a Boeing 747.
the Guardian's very reputable, huh?
Yeah.
True that. So here, wait. I do want to get your opinion. We haven't touched on immigration at all.
Okay.
I mean, what do you think about it? You don't think that almost a million immigrants, legal immigrants, is enough per year?
I think it's just like very overly politicized, and we could literally just kind of like change the laws that give people a way to come in, but they keep campaigning against it because they're just telling you all that like we're trying to get people to come vote, blah 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 blah. I think it's stupid. We'll never get anything done as long as Republicans stop us. Biden did introduce legislation during his first term, his first week in office. Were shut down. But yeah, it's almost impossible to come here legally. It's very hard. It's very common for people to just skip that process, hop the border, especially you're just chilling at home and there's like gang violence happening all the time. You're probably just going to roll out and be like, dang, if I get caught, it's $250. Fuck it. Let's do it.
Okay. So that's your view on immigration. You think we should just, because people face gang violence in their countries, you think we should be just opening the doors and letting everyone become legal citizens?
Yeah, like so far, like the only drawback is in any population of people, there's going to be crime, there's going to be property crime, assaults, murders, and if you look at them and isolate that population of people, like 13 million people, last year they did 29 murders, like 1,300 assaults, 1,800, something like that. Literally the smallest amount of crime statistic, demographic I could think of. I think twice as many people died from bee stings.
I'm not necessarily, the one that's sitting here spewing that they're all, they're criminals, this, that, of course, like any other population or civilized society, there's good people and there's bad people, right? There's people that are going to do certain things that, is not socially acceptable, whatever, right? I'm not sitting here saying that they're all, criminals, but technically, by coming here, it is illegally. Yeah, I understand it's a misdemeanor, right? But it's still a legal entry, and just like any other country has strict immigration policy, it's for a reason, right?
And by the way, Jennifer and Jason, thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to kick you. We've had you up for an hour, by the way, but you're welcome to come back, bro. It was a good conversation.
Dang.
Sorry, chat. I love you, Jennifer and Jason. Thank you so much. That was a minute ago, so I'm sorry. Chat, I love you. Thank you so much, Jennifer and Jason. W's in the freaking chat. Guys, if you're friendly, get out of my box and let's get some more taps on the screen so we can send this out to more people. Hello? Lubes?
Dr. Copeland, he's heard police testimony.
Watching SVU? Your name's Lubes? Hello?
Hey Pickles, how you doing?
Sound like Cardi B. I struggled with sounding really young for like in my 20s, especially. Like, I looked fucking 16 when I was 21. We're waiting for this guy to connect, chat. I'm so sorry. Wait, will we get to the next? Wait till we get to the next guy. So sorry, y'all. Yellow.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, but I was kind of forced into it.
How so?
If that makes sense. Well, the guy that I was wanting to vote for kind of backed out, and I didn't want to vote for Kamala.
Why not?
Due to a bunch of, I don't know, just I think if the Democrats had enough time, like I think before the election even, before the campaigning and all that even happened, I think if they would have pulled Biden out right before he started running again and put her in it, I think she would have been able to progress the information that she had about herself more diligently instead of, she came into the race late. And don't get me wrong, she still got votes. So she did have people behind her. But I think if they would have just pulled Biden out and said, look, like, you cannot campaign at all, like, you're going to, like, completely you're going to get demolished.
I wouldn't say that's...
And just put her in.
I don't know if that would still, okay, we have this, like, thing where somebody kind of, like, rose to candidacy, and you kind of have weird vibes about it. But you can look into her, and you can look at the other guy and be like, okay, he's got like 88 felonies he's facing, 34 he was convicted on. He grabs one by the pussy. He was crazy disaster last time. His former Secretary of Defense or a former Chief of Staffs said that he was fascist to the core, and he calls other countries shithole countries, and called Obama Kenyan and the leader of ISIS. Or again, like this lady who kind of like laughs a little bit or something.
Well, I'm not really I'm not making fun of her at all about her laughing, because she had a lot of people behind her. And that's one thing that I could say is there's been president elections and stuff like that they get their butts whipped completely, and she didn't go down without a fight because there was a lot of people behind her. I don't know, like the one guy that I wanted to run, when it started getting sticky, he backed out, and then he ended up endorsing Trump because
Kennedy?
he was wanting to get into the health field.
Bro, do you still like Kennedy?
I was a Kennedy fan until I started seeing like him talking about stuff, immunizations. I don't believe that at all. So
dude,
it's
like a real bad, right? You see how it's real bad, Kennedy?
And I do believe that the next election, whoever the Democrats get in there, I'm going to look at both sides, because when the thing that was constant with me during this entire election was when I was reading all the stuff that Trump was supposed to be doing, and I never really looked into what she was doing. And
yeah, that was by design.
When I see my kids and my wife and other people that I love, like my family and friends and stuff, that would benefit me more and them more. But I didn't see, I didn't go to her website and look at everything that she was for. So it was really weird.
Yeah, that's by design. Like
But
Trump
if I would
is
have went to that,
Trump is known to like say really crazy things, like inflammatory, incendiary remarks to
yeah,
get the attention of the media, and that is what everybody hears. They're eating the cats and the dogs, and nobody gives a fuck all of a sudden about anything Kamala had to say during that debate. We all had to argue about cats and dogs being eaten. So that's exactly what Trump just shotguns bullshit
right.
into the air, and everybody argues about that rather than like actual, like, what was the actual plan with like healthcare? What was the actual plan with the economy? Now we're finding out that he's fucking gutting and throwing like millions of Americans off of their healthcare, and it like 11,000 people will die as a result of it. But that's America first.
I'm not like I can see where that is 100% bad, but I'm not. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I work my ass off. I work my butt off every day, and I see like I'll go to a grocery store, and I'll see a family that you can tell poverty. You know, they're like, and I'm me. I'm in poverty too myself, but you could see that they got 2 or 3 buggies full of groceries, and they pull out a food stamp card, and then clean up like dang, and they just probably pull their food card. It tells you.
Yeah, all right. Well, here's a relief. Your phone is breaking up real bad. Joe Biden is rolling out broadband to your area very soon. I promise. Oh my gosh. We might lose him, guys. We were getting real close to the stereotyping and the racist territory, I think, soon. I was almost giddy to hear it. Yellow. Willy nilly.
Oh shit. No, I'm
Once that broke, go easy on me. What are you doing?
What's happening, Pickles?
What do you got for me today, dude?
Well, just a quick rundown of some Kamala history, if you're into it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's a popular narrative in some circles that people only didn't vote for Kamala because of like racism and sexism, and we even kind of got into this a little last time when we were talking about the Muslim and Arab vote in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't agree that that the primary reasons people didn't vote for her are misogyny and racism at all. I'm sure that played a small role, but if you look at her run in the Democratic primary for 2020, I think you can see a lot more of the substantive reasons people wouldn't want to support her.
And I still
For
blame
one
it.
thing,
I
oh, go
still
ahead.
blame that
Yeah.
on that scenario, that what I explained with Trump does. Like, he just shotguns shit into the air, and we all fight about it. You know, Kamala's not black. Kamala is this and that. Like, Trump gets far more airtime, and all you hear Trump say is he's gonna, he's gonna do things real good. That's what you see alongside that. I'm gonna make the economy better. You just see Trump. Trump has far more screen time than Kamala, in my opinion, too.
Yeah. Well, I think if you look at like Democratic campaigns, whether it's Kamala, Biden, or Obama, they essentially do the same thing, but just slightly more articulate. They say, we're going to give you these things that you want. And then when it comes time for them to be in office, they conveniently have excuses like the parliamentarian, or, oh, we just can't possibly find any way to whip these two more right-wing Democrats into line to get some good things done. It's just basically, it's all the Republicans' fault that we are too ineffectual. The common thing nowadays, people are saying like, oh, Democrats are just, they're actually too good for their own good. They won't break the rules. But they'll do every kind of political maneuvering in the most shrewd way to avoid doing real, um, you know, like universal policies. So Obama promised to open a public option for anybody to buy into Medicare. He promised that profusely on the campaign trail. And then when it came time, he said, we're not going to focus on that. It's not really a priority. And he passed the ACA, which basically was what Mitt Romney instituted in his home state. And it essentially just increases profits for healthcare companies, for health insurers, without really delivering any substantive change for people who have privatized healthcare. With Kamala, she was promising lots of good things when she was running to be Attorney General of California, promising to be, kind of progressive. And instead, what she did was lock up the parents of children who were truant from school too many times and laughed about it, locked up people for smoking weed and laughed about it when she was asked if she
Okay,
smoked weed. And then
no.
when people's sentences
How many
were
people
up,
did she lock
she
up
was
for
ordered by
smoking
it.
weed, dude?
I mean, a lot. She's the Attorney
No,
General
it
of
wasn't.
California at a time when
You know what the number
marijuana was
is? You know what
criminalized.
the number is? 45.
A couple hundred?
45.
Okay.
Out of
Okay.
50,
I
out of
mean, I'll give you that
1500
one, but
out of
what do you
1500
what do you
cases,
have to
45.
yeah. So well then what do you even still she's depriving 45 people of years of their life for
Well,
something that
it
she
wasn't
admitted to
just
doing.
for it wasn't for a first-time offender. It was for somebody who had an enhanced conviction. Something where they maybe were caught with that and were a burglar or something like that.
All right. Well,
That's who she put in
let's
jail.
move on to people whose sentences were up, who she left in prison, and a judge ordered her to release them because she had kept them beyond the length of their sentence. And when asked why, she said she left them in jail because she thought that releasing too many of them would destabilize the prison labor system in California, and that it's such an integral part of California's economy.
Where can I
Or
read about
she
that?
had on any number of news sites. If you want, in a minute, I'll get you some links. But the other big thing that I think is a really damning one is Steve Mnuchin, who was, I believe he was Trump's Treasury Secretary in his first term. Steve Mnuchin had an active case against him by the previous Attorney General before Kamala Harris became Attorney General. And it was for his dealings with One West Bank, which was a huge perpetrator of, you know, horrifically anti-working class crimes and fraud during the housing crisis. They were one of the banks that was most prolific for telling the people who had mortgages with their bank that, oh, don't worry, you're going to get mortgage relief. Don't pay your things so that way you qualify for the mortgage relief. And then took their houses and the mortgage relief payments and resold the houses. Steve Mnuchin also had, if I'm not mistaken, I could be mixing two people up here, but I believe he also had ties with Epstein. And when Kamala became AG, she just dropped the case against Mnuchin because at the end of the day, she is just an empty suit for corporate policy like the other Democrats. And when that's what's teed up against Trump, that's not really very appealing. I know that you could say, well, if you do a on balance pros and cons analysis, the Democrats are slightly better. But the thing that I keep bringing up when we talk is that when things are like shades of gray between them and they both really suck and hurt working people, people are, prone to choose poor choices. They're going to choose somebody who seems like they're very different from the establishment and offer alternatives.
And I also want to point out, first of all, we both know Kamala's not going to get in office and start doing things to extend people's jail times and this for the sake of prison labor, right? You and I both know that's not something she's
Well,
probably going to
that's what she
do.
said she did while she was
Now,
attorney
I'm
general.
reading that right now. I got a feeling that this is some sort of misrepresentation of what she said.
Well, I mean, until you look into it more, let's maybe suspend judgment on whether I'm misrepresenting her. But that's also very similar to something we talked about a few weeks ago that Biden did, which is he did a lot of posturing with executive orders saying that he was going to end privatized federal prisons. But what he really did was at the same time drastically expand privatized immigrant detention centers and incentivize forced labor contracts with ICE, with Geo Group, one of the main privatized prison operators in the United States. So it's pretty on brand between the two of them to basically fuck over people who, our justice system runs off of plea deals. So, the courts don't actually have the resources to offer what the Constitution says is our right, which is to have, a fair and speedy trial. The courts don't actually have the resources to do that, and so cops and prosecutors will partner with each other to just basically they're like haggling. They want to put as many charges against you as possible, and then you have to haggle down to something that's in the middle, and then you are forced to take a plea deal if you don't have the resources to privately fund um, a real substantive case for yourself.
Okay.
So we're talking about a system that is over
Inherently, yeah.
incarcerating lots of innocent people, and then we do allow prison labor contracts all across the board.
You know what she also
And
did was she developed a program that was a divert program. I actually have a friend. After she did this, a lot of states followed suit, but it was for first-time offenders, non-violent offenders, for things like shrugs. It gave them a way to expunge their records so that they could. And there was a far lower recidivism rate. Because of this program, it got people on track to like work and rejoin society and become self-sufficient, and it was highly effective.
I only heard a part of that because somebody called my phone right then. I've been getting a lot of spam calls lately. So what I'm hearing you say is that while she was Attorney General of California, she did this.
I don't remember if it was AG. It's possible. I forget if it was AG or if she did it as she wasn't a state senator, she was a federal senator. Kamala's conversion program. Criminal justice reform. When she was district attorney for San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah, Back on Track initiative.
So sorry, one second. Sorry, my wife is in a class right now. I don't want to interrupt her. So I'll go ahead and look. You said it's the Back on Track.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Jennifer and Jason with another fucking huge donation. Thank you so much. They said that I can decide to kick or not. I do have.
well, if you got people in the
from
queue,
earlier.
go ahead. I'll
All right.
Can I DM you on here?
Yeah. DMs are open.
All right. Yeah, I'll try and send you some sourcing for the claims about trying to protect the prison labor system in California. And then also, last thing I would say is that San Francisco has generally a more progressive voting base than many other places, even in California. So Chase Boudin was also elected prosecutor of San Francisco. And so really, I would just on first glance at what you're telling me, I would assume that bill was A, not written by Kamala Harris, and B, probably there's enough public pressure in that district to make it politically expedient for her to support something like that. And I would also say that doesn't wash away all of the other harm that she's done with regards to policing and incarceration. It's good that she, did that, but I
I
just
feel
can't.
like
That
it.
doesn't necessarily change my view that she's just sort of a vessel for corporate interests.
I don't know about all that, but I will say that she is far better than somebody who's the complete opposite, right? Like, it sounds like she at least has moderate views in this, and Republicans run on like this tough on crime thing. So I think that it really pales in comparison to any Republican, right?
Well, what was that thing Trump passed? Was it the Second Chance or the Step Act or
First
something?
Step Act.
First Step Act? Yeah. So like, does that make you does knowing that Trump signed that into law change your overall opinion about his stance on crime
It was actually left
or
over from the Obama
incarceration?
administration. Republicans stopped that when we tried to pass it under the Obama administration.
Well, ultimately Trump still signed it. So what I'm saying is, does that make him like a aggressive on the issue of incarceration?
No, because he also believes in like pretty much the unalive penalty for even just being a shrug dealer. And I mean, we have statistics that show that a lot of innocent people, like 4% of people incarcerated on death row, are innocent. And it also costs like
Yeah.
millions of dollars to have somebody on death row, as opposed to, I saw this, it was shockingly low. This doesn't sound right, but one study cited it was like something around $75,000 to have somebody in prison for life. It's probably higher.
I think that's per year.
I think it was for life.
But either way, yeah, I
I
understand
yeah.
the monetary and the moral issues there. I get it.
Yeah.
I guess I would just say apply that same standard to Democrats. Like, one performative action that nets a little bit of good does not undo the overall bent and purpose of their policies, which is corporate profit and increasing the police state. You would see an increase in ICE's budget. You would see an increase in the Pentagon's budget. You would still see us at war with Iran, regardless if it's Kamala or Trump. And I think that when the differences are so slim and you have to find these examples that are kind of paltry compared to their overall achievements, and that in general, they're just passing corporate policy written by lobbyists, regardless which party it is. I don't think that's not an appealing,
I think the
motivating
stark difference,
message for voters.
like Biden's administration, I believe they were just fine. I feel like they're a class act, honestly. We didn't have anybody sending fucking weird shit, doing signal gate level crap. We wouldn't have a Fox News anchor as our head of the DOD. We wouldn't have fucking Kash Patel, a public defender, as the head of our FBI. Like, we wouldn't have somebody who's been accused of being a Russian
I think
puppet
Kash Patel
as our DNI.
I think Kash Patel being insane is a little worse than him being a public defender. Like, a public defender,
Yeah.
that's fine, but the fact that he's just
a
kind of
weirdo
nuts is really
podcaster.
more of the
Yeah.
issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get out your way for now. I know you have people in the queue.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate you, dude.
Yeah. Take care, man.
You too. All right, Gumpy. Let's try it again. Hello.
Hey, I'm back. I'm
There you
sorry.
are.
No, the last thing I was saying though about like the tons of people being kicked off of welfare and Medicaid and all that stuff. I mean, I don't think you should be able to get kicked off, but what I think it is I believe, in my opinion, the way the welfare system should work is you should have to work in order to get that stuff. Now there are some stipulations, like if you got an actual disability to where you cannot work, you physically cannot go out there and get an income through workforce, then yes, you should be able to get from the Medicaid and welfare and stuff like that.
Which is already
But
usually the case. Literally, the lowest amount of people are on Medicaid that are unemployed. I think it's the overwhelming majority. Out of the 11 million people who might lose Medicaid, it's only 3 to 4 million who aren't working. The rest have jobs.
But okay, but the thing with that is a lot of the jobs, a lot of the people that are losing them though, are making a crazy amount of money though. Like if you work at the steel mill, or if you work at you're a cop, you're a doctor, you're a nurse, you don't need that crap. Like there's no reason that you need to pull out a food stamp card if you're a nurse or a doctor or anything like that. You don't. You do
What do
not
you
need
think? What do you think, dude? First of all, a lot of doctors, they don't make great money when they're in their residency. When they're in like the first 4 to 8 years, they don't. A lot of them are poor.
Dude, they still make mad money. They don't make as much as a doctor that's been a doctor for 20 something.
Like 40 to 50 grand, dude. It's not that much money. And I highly doubt very many of them are getting food stamps too, dude. But I would be stoked to pay somebody who's like bettering their life, who's literally working one of the most like honorable, like noble jobs to have I could think of. Why wouldn't you want to help that guy through that?
Okay, exactly. So this is where I'm coming in at, okay? So I am a married father of 7, okay? I have 7 kids. My youngest is 4 all the way up to 19, okay? So the thing about that is I work a full-time job. I make $65,000 a year. $65,000. My wife, which is my boss at my job, because she's like the person that runs it all, she's actually stepping down because she's actually wanting to go to school to be a nurse. So what's crazy about this is because me and my wife, since we're both married together and stuff like that, the government takes my income and her income, combines it, tells me and my wife that our income combined is enough to take care of my 7 kids' medical issues and welfare and all that stuff. But if my wife quits her job, I'll make enough to barely survive, and then I can actually go and get welfare. That makes no sense whatsoever. None. That it's literally making me and my wife, it's making my wife quit work.
Which side do you think is trying to help more people get on like SNAP, and which side do you think is taking those things away?
Well, the thing is our SNAP benefits were taken during the Biden administration. Me and my wife and my families.
Did you just like not meet the requirements anymore, or were the requirements moved? Bro, I don't think Biden made it any harder to get food stamps. Every year Trump's in office, he fucking every budget he fucking has proposed to make it harder. I think he kicked like 80,000 people off of food stamps in his first term.
Okay, well here's the thing. The government in Ohio, they said that me and my wife combined made too much money for the year for my kid. Much money that we made combined, they still get Medicaid for our kids, and to get any sort of help whatsoever. That was like 4 years ago when that happened. We haven't been on anything since. And the thing is my daughter, two of my daughters, they have medications that without Medicaid is about $2,000. And like, it's literally coming to the point to where my wife has to quit her job. It's coming to the point to where my wife has to quit her job and to go to school. And then what's going to happen now is, since my wife's quitting her job, I'm going to be making what I'm making now. I'm going to be paying the bills, and it's going to be hurting for a while. Give it about a month, and then once that month happens, I'll be able to go and reapply for, help or assistance, and then I'll be able to get it. But the thing is I've been putting into this for years. I've been putting into it since I was 18. I'm 40 years old.
Dude.
And I can't get help when I need the help.
Dude, okay. First of all, Biden did not do anything but add. He added 21% to SNAP benefits, and Trump, I believe, revoked that in the big beautiful bill. So,
but no,
what I'm trying
to say though is, but what I'm trying to say though is, okay, I was in a rough pickle, but putting into it for my entire life. Okay, you go down to the projects, or what they call the hood or whatnot, and you see that those people are on SNAP benefits. Most of those people are, dealers, or, people that don't work, that are just lazy.
Come on, dude. Whatever. You're just you're just generalizing people now. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, no,
Do you know how much of your taxes go to these programs? It's 1.6%.
It's
if
not
you're gonna
just
sit
my
there
taxes; it's everybody's taxes.
Okay, yeah, and at 1.6%, if you're gonna start getting freaking upset about that and scrutinizing that, you just have a problem. You have a serious, weird issue where it's like, dang, instead of thinking about all of the children who don't have to go to bed hungry, you're sitting here thinking about some smooch who might be mooching off the program. I don't give a fuck. As long as kids are eating, I'm fine. We're the richest country on earth. People are going to always take advantage of it. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, well, can I ask you a question? What's your stipulation on taking pop and junk food off of the SNAP program? What's your stipulation on that?
I think when you start drawing stipulations like that, you're also reducing the amount of items you can get, cheap goods that people use for sustenance. There's not usually cheap, healthy alternatives to all of those things. So you are
okay. So
you're restricting people.
I'm restricting people from pop.
Sure, I don't know. Maybe I can get behind one instance. Maybe the instance maybe particularly because I don't drink soda. Maybe I could get behind that, but I just feel like we're really fucking with people. Like, if you guys want to be like, oh, land of the free America, but like, if you're gonna use food stamps, which already generates more economic movements than their face value. For every dollar you spend in food stamps, it's $1.50 of economic activity. Like, I don't feel like we need to start going around policing the goods. I think we're starting to get it's cost prohibitive, right? To
so you're telling me that it should be okay for somebody to pull out an EB?
Dude, I don't
somebody should be able to pull out a SNAP card and buy an energy drink?
Yeah, I don't care. What are we doing? Policing people? We're the richest country on earth. Let somebody buy a fucking Red Bull, dude. I don't care. I don't get bent out of shape. It's so little of my tax dollars. Why are we going around trying to police all of this?
Well, that's not right, though. It's not right at all.
I don't care. Why are you guys focusing so much attention to the smallest, dumbest shit? It's so dumb. I literally could care less.
Can I ask you another question? You think it's okay for people that dress up like women to go into schools and read stories to little boys and girls?
First of all,
I want to hear this.
I have no problem with a child-friendly drag show. I have absolutely no problem with it. That is all social constructs, right? So like it it's like giving hints of maybe homophobia, transphobia. But
No.
it's just as relevant to me as you asking me, how do you feel about somebody wearing big boots? Like, I don't give a fuck what boots they're wearing. I don't care.
No, my. So you would be okay if you had a child that went to school and a full-grown man walked in there and said, "Hi, kids, I'm going to read you a story." And he's dressed up.
What if they paint their face orange and they have an $80,000 weird fucking toupee on their head?
But it's a man.
Wears lips.
At least the kids know it's a man.
Maybe a Gertie. Maybe a diaper.
No, that would be Biden.
I think there's way more substance behind the allegations. For the people, the former cast of The Apprentice came forward and talked about his incontinence.
But I just, like, I don't know. Like, it's just, stuff under both administrations are goofier than crap. Democrats lost because, they just threw somebody in there the last couple months and it just wasn't happening. Nobody voted for her. I mean, people voted for her, but they should have had like a preliminary voting, somebody in, and they just threw her in. It was like...
I think it's such no Democrat really cared that much about all that. You guys were just given that to complain about. It was just very effective marketing campaign.
So who else was they going to throw in besides her, though? There was nobody else. Nobody else would have been able to run against Trump.
Dude, you guys have a former TV show, game show host. You have
Okay.
That's your guy.
Okay.
A guy that says we should nuke hurricanes. Don't even start.
Do you know how many people... Okay, the thing is political parties, okay, a lot of political parties are a lot of business people. And they shouldn't be able to make it, which, don't get me wrong, yes, Trump is a businessman / television show person or whatnot. But at the same time, with Trump, he doesn't take crap. He does not take crap.
Yeah, he's extremely fragile. He's extremely insecure. Yes, you can do something to make him tweet 40 times in one night at 2 a.m. Things like having a bad portrait of him in the fucking Colorado State Capitol. A bad portrait that just wasn't that good. When people are freaking out about his tariffs and the economy, he's up thinking about that. A very fucking fragile fucking skeleton of a man.
Okay, well, if you this might sound like it's nothing against the politicians or whatnot, but okay, if you had a son that was being bullied, okay, during school or whatnot, okay, would you tell your kid to just try to have a conversation with them? Or would you just tell them, okay, if you're being bullied, stand up and just pummel them? They'll stop eventually.
That's not what we're discussing. We're talking about, if I were to sit up here all day and read my YouTube comments and be like, hey, you shut up. Hey, you don't say that about me. And let every small thing, while I'm running a country, while I let things bother me, and then I tweeted nothing about this. In all caps with bad grammar, and
okay, so
I would be a joke.
So what was our reason for pulling out and leaving all of our people and military weapons behind?
Good Lord,
we did that.
This is great. This is rich. I talk about this all the time, and I'm sorry for those of you who have heard me talk about this so much. But Trump is the one who negotiated that pullout. It was his glorious fuck up. And then he went and campaigned around for 4 years blaming Biden, even though 65 soldiers died beneath his watch. He didn't give a flying fuck about any of them. No, none of y'all know about any of them besides the 13 that died beneath Biden.
But that's the thing. No politicians give a shit. No politicians.
I think the people that show up
Democratic,
and receive
Republicans,
them
we
when
don't
they're
care.
coming home, when they have the American flag draped over their coffins, the ones that show up to do that, those are the
Probably didn't even
ones.
know he was there.
Biden absolutely showed up. He was there. Trump fucking hates it. He doesn't show up. Doesn't give a flying fuck. Didn't say anything about the soldiers we lost in Lithuania.
Biden probably had no idea that he was even there.
Okay, that's just a reach, right? We have Trump who says the most egregiously insane shit all the time. It's very questionable whether he's there at any given moment.
Like, no, that's looking at Biden on a stage, walking around, having no idea what he was doing.
Yeah, and then Trump says things like it's the wettest from the standpoint of water when talking about a hurricane. Oh, okay. I don't know where you went.
Hello.
Yellow.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up? Are you like
Hey.
kind of like a bathroom or something? You got like kind of like a speaker echo going on?
Literally, I'm in the elevator about to get off. It should be 2 seconds.
All right. See, did you come over from YouTube?
How's that? Any better?
Yeah, that's better.
I did. How'd you recognize me?
I think you sent some super chats.
I did, bro. I appreciate you letting those get read out loud.
No problem. What do you like about Trump?
Very healthy debate.
Appreciate it.
All right, so yeah, no problem. I guess the big appeal, since I'm not versed in all the semantics, as you guys are talking about, is his desire to help America as a whole, right? Both sides, regardless, are going to benefit, regardless of your policies, by bringing in or making it easier for jobs to be created, making it the environment easier and more desirable to bring businesses over here to operate under less taxes.
Debatable.
Which,
debatable.
Go ahead.
That's debatable. I don't think that's.
Well, I mean, what are you debating?
I'm sorry.
What are you debating?
Like, so I don't think the effects of his tariffs are going to do all of these things. We saw a decrease in job production in I believe in May was our last report. It was wildly bad. All these deals that Trump says he has, we don't have a lot of these in writing. We don't have all these $1 trillion deals he's talking about. A lot of them come from before Trump. We have like Apple saying they're going to do $500 million or $500 billion worth of investment all the way in like 2021.
Tariffs, I'll get there. But I'm actually talking about.
I don't think Trump's
making
answer.
More.
I don't think Trump's answer.
Well, first off,
you
including the corporate tax rate decrease, which makes it more inviting for people to come over and start businesses here. That part first, and second off, it's just plain to see, and you've got to admit that America has been treated unfairly for decades.
I don't necessarily think that's true. I don't think it's true. I mean, I agree that I don't think it's true in the ways you think it's true. Like China has done some unfair stuff in like stealing our ideas and then making them themselves.
Yeah.
But other than that, the way Trump had to explain it to y'all to justify them, I believe is a complete lie. I think it's complete like gaslighting, science for stupid people or the economy for stupid people. Like he's like, oh, we have this huge trade deficit. We should be all upset about it. And that's just as dumb as me going around to the mall with a credit card and buying all the shit that I want and then being upset that they didn't buy any.
Sell certain products in countries, but we're allowed to buy it from them. Is that you're saying that's a lie?
No, I'm saying it's like me buying a bunch of shit from all of these stores and being upset they didn't buy anything from me. Like I'm not getting ripped off.
Taxing our products to come in, right? It's like a double punch.
No, like you can get mad about like VATs and tariffs all the time, but like these are standard. People do VATs all the time. We do VATs. And what's different is they're tariffing like industries to protect their industries. They're not doing it to like tax us. It's not a tax on us.
I mean, isn't it reciprocal being that we would do the same thing to protect our own industries? Are we not worried about our own industry?
Trump just keeps saying reciprocal because that gives him the power to do it, like acting alone as president. But
I mean, it's nothing wrong with saying what's good for you is good for me. That's not exactly a bad statement. Even
no,
if it
like
does
there's
dumb it
not a
down for
single
the
name
American-
one country that has a 10% blanket tariff on us besides China. Now that we did this shit, name one country before Trump did all this shit had a 10% blanket tariff on us.
I'm not saying blanket is right in the end, especially with the longevity of it, but he gave them warning. He told them ahead of time, listen, you correct your shit or this is what's going to happen,
Correct
right?
what? Like if you're fucking Norway and your industry is gas, you're going to tariff your competition because it's in your best interest to stabilize and protect your gas industry. Why the fuck would you not do that? It's not ripping America off.
Well, first off, I don't know if that's the case we're talking about, but I do know that if a country was treating us fairly already, then they're probably not the ones that are subject to the tariffs that we're talking about.
Yes, they
It's not
all are.
worldwide
He
tariff.
just sloppily just did all of these fucking crazy tariffs on most people we trade with. Besides Russia, actually, for some weird reason.
Who?
Besides Russia.
Besides Russia. I mean, right. Well, still, are you so you're sitting here telling me that America being the most generous, wealthy country in the world that does nothing but throw away money to the useless fucking issues and countries for reasons that have nothing to do with American health and bettering, that he's wrong in trying to like even the playing field on all these trades.
He's not evening the playing field. He is leveraging. He's leveraging the U.S. economy to be in a position of power with him to, I don't know, do something weird. But he'll never go below the 10% threshold. He already said that. So they're there to stay in most cases. And I don't know. I mean, it's just a tax on us. And I don't think it's very productive. I think it's going to slow down our economy. It's not going to fucking do anything.
I mean,
like, if you're Norway, you're not going to fucking take off your tariffs on the industries you're protecting. I think it's fucking dumb. I think in no way, shape, or form should a country smaller than us, far smaller than us, should have an equal trade. We should be buying way more from them than they are from us, given our size and how much money we have. Why the how in the world
is exactly that big compared to a lot of the countries out there in the world? We just happen to be richer.
No, we're huge. We're huge. We're 350 million.
Right.
Like some countries have like 12.
Yes, and we have a lot of money we spend on, right?
Yeah, we're very rich. Why in the how in the world would they buy just as much from us than we do from them?
One second. Hello, guys. How you doing?
Third largest.
No,
right.
and I wouldn't expect that to be the case. I wouldn't expect that to be the case, right? But the fact of the matter is that is what gives them the right to still tax our products to be, or tax their products to be sold here and vice versa, not to be able to buy or sell our products there. Well, I mean, how's that fair?
You just can't be like, oh, that's unfair. It's how they have to do it. How they have to protect their industries. Like I just told you, Canada has a tax on their dairy farms because they have a very volatile dairy market. So if people start buying all of a sudden, a new milk comes out in America and they start like some of the market buys dairy from us and all of those farms just straight up go straight out of business because of a bad year. That's why they have those tariffs. There's no deal that Trump is going to make that not have to exist. They have to do that.
Yeah, but still, I mean, but to deny our product in that country, that denies our own American.
I mean, I'm sorry, you can have it hurt your feelings, but they have to. It's part of their economy, dude.
Well, then they can use that tactic to like try to prop up their economy or that business that they're in, but that doesn't mean that we can't reciprocate and try to help our own.
Okay, put 10%, put tariffs on their milk. I don't know if that whatever makes that fair. You're just taxing Americans at this point, and it slows down free trade. It's just silly. Well, tariffs are not a good way
even it out, right?
to do anything because you're putting a tax between somebody and a good or service. So it de-incentivizes. It slows things. It slows trades down. It's going to slow down our GDP. It's going to slow down trade. Free trade is great for everybody.
Well, look, it will slow it down initially, right? Until things either reset, catch up, falls in line with the product versus prices.
This is the ever-moving goalpost. When is that, dude? Like in 10
It's
years, when
always moving,
someone
buddy.
finally
That's what you call free enterprise. It's always moving.
Yeah, I know. It's just insane that what, like in 10 years, we might see some factory come, like pop up and finally produce a good that maybe like meets the same price point that the after tariff prices are for now. Whatever the good they're competing with, they just have to be this much below that after tariff price. So things were going to continue to be as expensive as they are now.
Like I said, it always moves. The best product for the cheaper price. Everybody will always go to that, and it will always move like that. That's what incentivizes people to make great products for cheaper prices. That's the way
there's going to be no incentive to compete because we're going to be hiding behind tariffs.
Listen, Trump is a businessman. He's not going to do things to put America out of business. First off, that's just ain't going to happen.
He definitely hasn't done that before. False.
I mean, I'm not saying that every move he makes is going to be an instant win right off the bat the next day, but you got to think long term a little bit. Like,
he's done a lot to get rich being president. He's selling watches. He's selling cereal, golden Trump cards, $2 bills, Bibles.
I get it. Trump's a brand. Everybody knows Trump is a brand, but he's not a popular. He is now. But the reason why everybody voted for him overwhelmingly, right, is because he's not the standard quo, right? He's not making backhanded deals that we don't know about.
Ronald McDonald's not the fucking run of the mill either. But we didn't choose him.
Who?
Ronald McDonald.
Reagan?
No, fuck Ronald. No, Ronald McDonald.
Why are you bringing that up?
I'm just saying, it's just this arbitrary reason to pick a president. He's like, oh, he's just not normal, but he's like abnormal in a lot of bad ways.
You don't remember how the state of America was back when Donald Trump first came down? Everybody was sick and tired of being lied to. Promises thrown up their ass that never was
constantly, raising suspicion of a corrupt government, which is
what was the last president you saw that like succeeded with as many political promises as he has in both terms as quick as he has?
He literally did zero his first term. And he lied about his intentions.
If he got anything done, which I think he did, look what he had to fucking go through just to get anything done. Before he came down the stairs, he was already impeached.
Okay, so he didn't. If there's an excuse, if he didn't do it, there's an excuse why he didn't do it. But he did.
Oh my God, there's an excuse for everything, I guess, but that's reality. But now, you know what? He's come back a little bit more experienced. He's not putting up with the bullshit. There's not any FBI director just walking up to the White House.
I have no idea what Project 2025 is. I have no idea what this Heritage Foundation is. Continues to hire all of Project 2025's people and authors into their respective positions. Continues to fulfill 40% of Project 2025 at this point, 100 and something days in office.
40%. You know what? Not every idea in Project 2025 was terrible, right? But I'm not saying that's his whole fucking playbook.
You remember he lied about it, is what I said, though? He said he had no idea, and now he's doing it?
What? Ideas that... Look, just because you have an idea that coincides with good ideas doesn't mean you don't do it just because it's in that fucking book. I mean...
No, these are wildly outlandish things like executive... what is it? Something executive theory, laying off all of these workers, Project 2025. It was like his first thing. He came into office, staying behind Israel, going after birthright citizenship. That's like too big to be coincidence. All of these Heritage Foundation lawyers are the ones doing this. The guy who's in control of the budget, he's in control of the federal branch, the budget, is Russ Vought, the literal architect of Project 2025. FCC.
Listen, I hear you lipping off a few little issues that you can be or you can argue with, like let's say birthright censorship. You look at the situation in America at this time, what he was appealing to at that moment when he's talking about that issue, right? The swath of illegal immigrants coming across the border, across the river, and using that law of having a baby here in America to establish themselves and prevent themselves from being deported, right? Using it as a tool instead of a means to create a family.
Okay. More U.S.
You understand
citizens, yay.
More. All right, so let me ask you this: are you okay with like just people walking across willy nilly without coming to the border or being vetted or anything? Are you okay with that?
I'm not like paranoid about it. No, I don't really care that much. I mean, we should enforce the border. We should give people a better pathway, but I don't like freak out and like, oh my god, who are all these people? Like, I live in a city. I don't give a fuck. Like they're not inherently more criminal. They're not more criminal or more violent.
Do you think that was like a huge
No,
swath of
absolutely
people
not.
that was just coming forward on it? There wasn't. That was like a fake thing.
I'm sorry.
The last 4 years, I mean, all the caravans, the fucking millions of people that were just coming across the border, the gotaways, all that was fake.
You guys
I
are
mean,
wild.
what?
So the population of undocumented migrants went from like 11.7 million to like 12. Yeah, I saw a huge
Bro, that's a
change.
low ball lying number. We're
Huge
talking about like
change.
100
It was
million
like,
people.
whoa! I
Come on, guy.
saw.
Come on,
this
guy. 11
person.
million? You're
No,
underselling that
literally,
way hard.
you're not going to sell to me that you're going to be able, even if it was 20 million, you're not going to be able to tell me you saw a difference in population of like 3% to 5%. Ooh.
Guy, where do you live? Where do you
I live in Dallas.
Well, then you must have some sort of better ICE population control there, brother, because anywhere else in the nation you went, you definitely seen the increase of people that cannot speak English.
Well, bro, what? I literally, I live in Texas. A lot of people are bilingual here.
Okay, then, right. So you don't really see the difference.
I don't go
Everybody already
drilling
speaks that
people
language.
like, do you speak 2 languages? I don't. What's your immigration status? I don't care.
I can go up to any social worker or any person in Walmart and ask them where the fucking milk is without having to bring out my translator.
Oh my god, dude. It's just such a weak argument. We live in America. We literally took this land I'm sitting on. We took it from Mexico.
That's not even the point. That is not even the fucking point.
We took it from Mexico.
You're the one that taking to semantics, all right? The point is that first off, you cannot let millions upon millions of people just to walk across it illegally whenever there's a process
Nobody
put in
did that.
place. Yes, they did.
We
Yes,
enforced the
they
border.
did.
Biden enforced the border. All 12 million of those people that Trump keeps gaslighting us with, all 12 million people were encountered by Customs Border Protection. So in order for you to be encountered, you have to illegally cross. So Trump would show you those bare raw numbers, not showing that Biden literally took them and deported them as they were coming in when they didn't belong here. He had a higher rate of deportation, maintaining even a higher rate when there's even more.
But no, he did not. First off,
yes, he did. It was deportation rate was 50%. Trump's was 47%.
Of the United States.
I'm sorry.
Look, the point is, okay. Quit breaking it down to just individual fucking arguments about somebody getting more milk than somebody else. Is that these are unvetted people. The United States has been one of the biggest countries, powerful country,
and they come here and they commit almost no crime.
Anybody come in.
They haven't committed a T act since like 1970. Like, you guys are just paranoid. You're just paranoid.
I mean, you can't. You're the one that you can't just break down the swath of all of them just because only a few of them has committed crimes. You're not. They also, right?
Why are you guys so paranoid about them though?
I'm not paranoid, right? Oh yeah, I'm
like, wait, don't you want to know who they are? Who are those people? Like, I'm neighboring Oklahoma. Oklahoma has pretty bad crime. I think they're one of the worst. The red state.
You don't think that?
And listen, I don't lay awake at night. This is my bed. This is where I sleep, and I don't worry about like Oklahomans coming into my state, even though I don't know who the fuck they are.
You lock your door, right? You close your door. You don't let just anybody in.
Yeah, I know, but I have private property. That's different.
America is supposed to be a sovereign nation. We are private property.
Okay, yeah, I know, but just like I said, the equivalent would be people coming from Oklahoma. They're not coming to my private property, are they?
That's what you're... Buddy, look, first off, everybody that came across the southern border wasn't from Mexico. Not everybody was Mexicans. That's not the point. They were from around the world. You understand? We have enemies from around the world.
Yeah, and none of them have done anything coming across the border illegally since 1970. So For you to be paranoid
Well, I'm
about
pretty sure.
that,
I think
it's on
there's all
you.
kinds of cases out there where illegals have done horrific crimes that made national news.
Yeah, I know, and
And
they
they
ride them for
a very
years
small
because they're
percentage of the
so rare.
entirety of them, but still, or they're so rare. But they're making national news. Those wouldn't happen at all, right? If they weren't allowed in like that. Those families that suffered because of those people
Dude,
that were allowed in like that
they're
wouldn't have happened
the
at all.
safest demographic of people here. So for all of those murders that you see, there's a bunch of people not doing that and then contributing to society.
Well, I know that guy. I know that obviously that's the case, right? But still, there's people that do try to come through the right way. They're circumventing those people, pissing those people off. Should they just like get out of line and just
That's
run
just
across the
another
river and get
Fifi's
here?
thing. That's another Fifi's thing. Them coming here undocumented does not make their wait for a visa or whatever. It does not make that longer. That does not happen. There's not a line. It's a lottery in most cases. It's not a thing.
And yeah, like there's many ways to get a visa. There's all kinds of visas where people can get and come here legally, right?
Yeah,
And people just
if you have if you have like 10 grand or something and a lawyer, it's pretty easy.
I mean, well, you can't save everybody, buddy. You want it to be free open doors? It's just not like that.
I don't know why people are obsessed about this. She's like, we need to over police this. Like we need to spend hundreds of billions of dollars making sure this is all good.
That has less border regulations than us.
I'm sorry?
I said, name another country that has more lax border regulations than us.
I don't know. I mean, it would only prove my point because Trump hasn't passed anything. He hasn't changed anything about the border. He's just become a fucking terrorist nation by like kidnapping people and sending them to prison for the rest of their lives.
There's nothing wrong with having pride in your country, right, and not wanting people that doesn't belong here to just be coming through willy-nilly. There's nothing wrong with that.
The most basic old like political like position to have. It's like in the oldest playbook ever. They have nothing to offer y'all. They just get you to obsess over national security. They're just obsessed.
You know what I mean? When it comes to political promises, a lot of people will vote based on that one right there alone. I'm not saying that was the one when I voted on. But
Trump's first term, his political promises were to build a wall, which he didn't do. Because he said Mexico was going to pay for it, but then he turned around and said horrible things about Hispanic people. And so and then he built 52 miles of wall because he used an executive order to take money from the Department of Defense. He built 52 fucking miles of wall.
It's the only place you get behind the money because he was being fought against tooth and nail for every move he was trying to make.
Yeah, because people were doing their jobs and representing their states, and when Trump had crazy ideas, they said, no, fuck no, we're not doing that.
You know what? I think he had a price at one point for like $7 billion to complete the wall, right? And we got projects that go to useless issues that are way more than that.
Hey, dude, we're going to maintain it for all of perpetuity. We're going to have to pay for people if they get hurt. We're going to have to pay for them. If they die or fall off the fucking wall climbing, because you can climb it in like 24 seconds. I've seen a 6-year-old do it.
Yeah, we have an ocean on both sides of the country, right? It's a natural weak point for the United States. It makes perfect sense to have some sort of barrier there.
Yeah, no one like if Home Depot didn't exist, I would say yeah, let's do it. But they're just gonna take chainsaws to it. They're gonna take ladders to it. They're gonna take plasma cutters to it.
I mean, you remember how he had a contest between like the top 10 best designs, and he picked the best one. I mean, technology does advance every year. It gets better and better.
And I saw a 6-year-old girl scale it. Literally, there's a video. She's 6. She does it in like 24 seconds.
Yeah.
6.
I mean,
it's the actual wall.
Okay.
We're gonna send billions, and then like pretend like that a lot of the problems we have, they come through the ports of entry. They're just overstayed visas and all that stuff. We're just obsessing. And by the way, where's the wall for the north? Like it's just stupid.
Well, I mean, where's the invasion?
We have plenty of people coming from the north.
Not like the south. Not like south. The terrain's too either hard or too cold.
60% of the people that come here are from visa overstays, bro. Nobody cares about that. We're gonna focus on the brown people.
Oh no! Why you gotta take? No, don't make it racial, bro. Don't make it racial. It's got nothing to do with race.
Yeah, they're
It's
not.
about
They don't have bad genetics, or they're not poisoning the blood of our country. Or they're not vermin. None of that.
no, excuse me. No, listen. When Trump says that people are getting rid of the worst that they have, is because it's in reality that's what a lot of people were doing. They were emptying out their fucking jails,
No, they
sending them
weren't.
across the border.
No, they weren't.
You saying that never happened? It
No,
never happened anywhere,
Trump
what you're saying?
his administration was asked to cite what the fuck he was talking about, and they did not respond. No, there's nothing that backs that. No.
I'm not saying they all were, obviously, but the fact of the matter is, you can't just let them all in because most of them are good.
Well, they are.
Dude,
They come in. They still commit. The numbers show they commit almost no crime.
You vet them all because a few might be bad.
We still vet
TSA
them all.
don't let anybody do that shit.
Nothing says to not vet them all. But yes, some are sneaking.
You know how many flights? You know how many flights get landed correctly without going through a fucking building? But TSA looks at your shit every time you go to the airport.
There's 500,000 people that we did vet and that are here documented. That Trump is reversing their status and kicking them out of the country too. Why is that? Why are we doing that?
Reversing what work visas? What? I'm sorry, I didn't get that
temporary
last part.
protective status.
I don't know enough about that to speak on it. Why would they ever be in that status to begin with?
Because he gave them protective status. 4 days
Yeah,
before
that's
leaving
right.
office, he gave Venezuela temporary protective status. Rachel, thank you so much. Says for my favorite TikTok creator. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very interesting conversation, bro. But anyway, man, the reason why I like Trump, right, is because he's all about building America up from making us more profitable, making regulations lower, the government smaller.
He's definitely not doing that. He's doing big government stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about projects. I'm talking about oversight.
Yeah,
over
Trump
us.
is like overreaching California, for instance, and putting the fucking National Guard against the will and wishes of the governments in place. He's
wait. We talking about the riots that have been happening? Where these people are just basically burning the city down, waving the Mexican flag. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. He's down in there instigating these crazy ICE kidnappings.
Like it's his job to protect the country. And all he did was he put the National Guard there to protect federal buildings.
Strange you couldn't do that on January 6th. It's crazy.
Well, he did offer it up, right? But Nancy Pelosi turned it down. Why did she do that?
I mean, Gavin Newsom turned it down, didn't stop him now.
Well, now he's why didn't he? Exactly. Why didn't he? It's because January 6th wasn't a freaking burn it down riot situation. The only person that got killed in there wrongly was Nancy Babbitt.
Ashley Babbitt.
Ashley Babbitt, yes. I'm sorry. You know what I'm talking about. But anyway,
what would you do if somebody stormed into your house? What would you do if somebody stormed in and broke into your window? Would you pew him?
If I sit there and watch that person for like 30 minutes coming through and I knew they didn't have a gun and it was like an issue and I had like 12 people right beside me with guns, yeah, I probably wouldn't shoot them.
What if there was 300 people outside?
Are you saying he was justified by shooting that woman?
Yeah, for sure.
No, he wasn't. There's codes of conduct that the police officers are vowed to take. Uses of force that you're not allowed to do. They got tasers. What happened to the taser, bro? Where's the taser at?
I don't know. If you're backed into a room and there's tens of people, hundreds of people outside, and someone's breaking into a window, and you say, "Don't come in." If that was my house, if that alone, I would just pew him right there.
I mean, hey, then why were those cops kind of like escorting these people through the freaking hallways and shit? And
the first people into the building broke into the building through the glass with a, I think it was a chair.
The first people you said?
Or actually, it was a stolen riot shield.
And then what? They just started escorting them in after that?
No, I mean, there's one video of them pointing to people. It was well after they were in for a while. Tell them go this way, go this way. Apparently, maybe they were diverting people away from the actual location of the senators.
They were walking through that place like tourists, bro, staying within the ropes. There's nothing
rubbing poop on the wall
about that said. They locked people up for over 4 years for that kind of crap, just for being in the
for
yard.
tasing people in the neck, for hitting people on the heads with flag poles, setting flags on fire.
No, I mean, yeah, we're talking about LA.
No, I'm talking about our capital.
That sounds more like LA, because the few instances that you're talking about, did not justify the actions that was taken by that.
No gallows poles. Looking for Nancy Pelosi. Looking for Mike Pence. No gallows
I don't think
poles.
that's the case. No, that wasn't. No, I think that was probably just FBI agents that were embedded in there to incite the few fucking radicals that wanted to come across the guardrails like they did, and they succeeded, right?
Yeah.
But there's a diversion.
It's a huge cope, and it's also crazy that Trump pardoned all of them, right?
Because they were they were overpunished, right? I mean,
overpunished. Trying
Dude,
to interrupt an official proceeding. Like what we were trying to fucking vote.
We're going to go over there and take over the government.
Their ceremony of the president being sworn in, or the votes being cast. Like what?
Bro.
Instigated by the president.
In what way did he instigate? He didn't say go do anything. He just said go peacefully protest. I mean,
yeah.
Everybody knows it. Everybody's seen the video.
Not the Stop the Steal rally 2 miles away, where he said fight like hell. Do it peacefully, but fight like hell, or else you're not gonna have a country anymore.
It's a joke that you're talking about these peaceful protests as if the left doesn't do that beyond the means of burning cities down across the nation all the time when it comes to little issues. I mean, it's a joke that
during Trump when he's in office.
Have the problem.
I think that he just doesn't know how to handle things. Like he doesn't know how to come out and speak out against things, and then he endorses people when they do things that are horrible on his side. So, like for instance, the people in Minnesota that were pew-pewed, that were assassinated because they were legislators. Trump still hasn't said anything about that, has he? When asked about it, he was like, "Would it even be worth it?"
That is a big fucking mystery, especially whenever that guy apparently worked for that Tim guy, who was beat out by the lady that was killed, right? I mean, no one knows what's up with that. But him and his wife both has real hard ties to the Democratic Party. We need to get more information about that kind of stuff. You're right.
The pew-pewer does? So we should definitely come out and condemn it.
Condemn what?
Condemn the fucking political violence.
Absolutely. I mean, quit condemning or quit calling people or gaslighting people to the point where the average citizen thinks they need to go out there and take other people's lives into their hand just to make a point. Yeah, both sides, I guess, needs to stop doing that. I mean, how many times has Trump been shot at, bro? How many times has he been called
by his own people?
His own people.
Yeah.
But if you got to be kidding me if you think that that's the case, right?
You got to be kidding. Literally, all of the evidence shows that both occasions, the young kid was in a rifle club. All of his classmates said that he was conservative. He was a registered Republican. He had a Trump sign outside of his house. His parents were MAGA.
Where's his body at, man? Where is any information on that kid other than what you've heard? I mean, where is any information on that kid other than his interviews?
Just got to use the Googles, dude.
No, I don't have anything in front of me right now to research, so I can't really argue this one. But I know for the fact that there was something very suspicious about that. It was hidden, hushed under, and no one's talked about it like they should have.
All right, hey, somebody paid to kick you. You're welcome to come back tomorrow, all right?
Oh, yeah, man.
All right, take it easy. Kendall W. Kendall's in the chat. Thank you so much. W. Kendall's. You effing rock. This is rare. Mishi.
Hey,
How the frick are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's an honor to
Oh my
have
God.
you.
Hello. I so wanted to talk to that guy.
Me too. Sorry.
That's okay. I was going to ask him how many migrants committed murders compared to how many total in the U.S. last year.
Yeah. It's
It's
very,
interesting in
very
my
low.
mind. I was thinking something similar is that he had so many issues with the January 6ers being held in prison for breaking the law, which is actually those sentences carry more than the sentence of an immigrant crossing the border illegally, which is a misdemeanor. But he wants those people to be deported and imprisoned for life and treated less than human, which is very interesting to me.
I think we also have to note that although we definitely did see an increase in border crossings for many reasons because of COVID backup, Title 42, et cetera, we significantly saw a decrease in homicides in our country, specifically in sanctuary cities. So, using common sense, if these people were a danger, we would have seen an increase in those cities. So,
It's true. Yeah, it's so negligible. It's so tiny. I think it was like 2017 through 2019. There was like 3, maybe a year, and then it was like 29, and then 60 and 60, and then 29. The worst 2 years we had were 60 murders, and then in no way, shape, or form does that is that proportional to the amount of people we had come. It's not even close.
no, yeah. I mean, I have to say, for my children, I have 3 daughters. I am much more concerned with them being at a bar or a fraternity party than I am anywhere else in the U.S.
Mm-hmm. I had a quick question, Pickles. Are you aware? Have you been keeping up to date with Kerr County, with the flood and everything that happened? Because I have a video I need to send you if you want.
Yeah, send it away.
Yeah, I'll tell you go out right now since there's about 800 people in here, and I want this to spread because it's been fact checked. Kerr County officials in 2021 were offered $10 million by the Biden administration from the American Rescue Plan Act. We have all of the receipts, the town hall meetings that were held in Kerr County. Not only did they refuse to use that money for the flood warning system, but they spent it on upgrading their sheriff's department and giving pay raises. And the reason for this is that they didn't actually want to use the money because it was quote unquote our taxes back to us with strings attached. And they didn't want it going. Yep. And they didn't want it going to blue states. So they and they also said that FEMA was a socialist Marxist group that will lock you up in camps and will arrest you. And it's all recorded. It's disgusting. And I do want this to be known. I really hope the families sue because
it was American Rescue Plan money.
Mm-hmm. This could have been prevented. New Braunfels has a flood warning system. If anybody wants to look it up, it's highly effective. I've lived in that area. I was at school in San Marcos.
They've been asking for it for a while. I think the project was $1 million. It was what I understood.
So they asked for money under Obama and they didn't get it. And then they got it under Biden, but they refused to use the money the way that Biden wanted them to use it, which would have saved people of Kerr County because they didn't trust the Biden administration. I am so sick to my stomach with that because all of these people didn't have to die. They didn't.
I think we have to be careful with the narrative because I think that the National Weather Service, the people that worked, did the best they could with what they had, right?
No, that's not what I'm. Yeah, that's not what I'm referencing. So this flood
No,
warning system.
I know. I think that both things can be true. They didn't have enough, and it could have been better. But the people that were there did the best they could with what they had, right?
Yeah. Well, there's also coming out though that apparently firefighters were asking to go do a code red. And they weren't allowed to initiate until they got the supervisor's permission. So a lot of failures happened. You can't stop horrible weather, but there were a lot of things they could have done to make the loss of life less.
And we had 12 1,000-year storms in 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So people are like, this is just, we won't have this again. Yes, we will. We're going to continue to have this because of global warming. And we are no longer addressing that in this administration, in addition to what you brought to light, which is so important.
And I actually thought Trump had grown a spine, because what I had heard on the news was that he was actually like calling on Texas to like fix their flood warning system. But then I read his statement and I was like, oh no, your spine is still as weak as a piece of paper, because he's like, yeah, they did everything that they could, but maybe a flood warning system would have helped. But I think they're doing the best they can. Just one of those stupid, horrible things. I was like, at least grow a spine, dude, and call it out. I'm just sad. I've lived in the hill country for a few years. I've been through the floods up there. It happened so fast. I was stuck in the Memorial Day floods.
Yeah, the timing was tough, especially like the it happened very early in the morning.
Yeah. But I did want to share that information. I'll send you the video so you can read the transcripts. It's pretty upsetting, Pickles. I'm not even gonna lie.
I've actually seen
You've read them?
seen some videos on this. Yeah, I've seen the people citing the transcripts.
It's disgusting, right? I'm sitting here and I'm like, you guys where's the 10 hats? Like, where are the 10 hats?
Yeah, it's so sad what misinformation is doing.
Well, they'll do it with Epstein.
How bad it is.
They'll do it with Epstein, but not floods.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. I have a few people in the box. Y'all are welcome to hang out and
thank you.
debate. Y'all want to debate?
I would love to.
All right, let's rock and roll. Let's see. Yellow.
Wait, my hold on. Ow! Oh my god.
I think it's all right. Yellow.
Hello. Hey, Pickles.
What's up, bro? You're a Trump supporter, right?
What was that? No, I didn't come up for Trump support. I apologize. I was just, if you want to drop me, that's okay. But I want to say thank you for what you do. I'm just amazed how the uneducated, I don't know. I'm amazed how the system is. Americans are so uneducated. To me, it's lack of education. That's all. I mean, at this point, what happened in Texas is definitely a product of what happened by cutting. They're afraid that the narrative got sold, because if you deal with NOAA and the weather people, that we're pushing global warming. That's one of the reasons they say they cut those systems back, because they're saying that according to the 25 Project 25, NOAA and the weather people are pushing the narrative of having the America buy the fact that it's global warming. They're thinking it's kind of like a fad versus reality with numbers and facts.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for coming.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Well, thank you, Juan.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
The bipartisan question I like to ask is like, how do we move forward? So Democrat, Republican, Independent, like, what do you want to do? Should we fund the National Weather Service? Should we be giving more money, more access? Should we be looking at global warming? Like, what do Republicans want to do to try to solve this problem moving forward? And praying isn't going to do it, just saying.
Yeah. I hear nothing of like just weak criticisms of global warming, weird conspiracies from Trump. Apparently, like, windmills cause cancer in whales. They're killing the whales. All that crazy shit. He doesn't believe. He thinks that we're going to have global cooling, and we just don't know it yet.
Well, I mean, I just want to ask the people of Texas, like, how do you want to address this moving forward? What's the answer?
unfortunately, the answer is that even our Democrats here are kind of Republican light, and we have poor voter turnout because we've kind of all been told about gerrymandering and that, yeah, your vote's really not going to count, even though we have more Democrats registered than Republicans in the state. So voter turnout needs to happen. We do need to have, personally, I think non-Republican light Democrats, because I think that there are lots of people in Texas that want more progressive policies but are not getting that option. And I think we need to kick Greg Abbott out. He has a lot of blood on his hands for a lot of different things. I hate that.
I will
hate
give him the one rare W, the veto of SB3.
Yes, that was the only rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Paxton needs to go, and so does Dan Patrick. All three of those guys need to go.
Yeah, I want Paxton to be their choice because it looks like the Democrat wins against Paxton. So
Did you see his recent thing that just came out today?
no, what?
His wife filed for divorce.
Oh, I did see that. No, actually, I did see that.
Yeah.
Wait, and she cited what? She cited
I think cheating.
Something. No way. Not the Christians.
It's also ironic.
Biblical grounds. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're pushing for a form of religious marriage here in Texas, which would be you couldn't file for divorce unless both parties agreed. I think it's just kind of ironic, given.
Yeah, the no fault.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of no fault divorce.
No fault divorce. All right, ladies, buckle up.
Kaylee, we love you. I'm not doing any more friendlies right now. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, you want to come tell us why you like Trump, you're welcome to hop in the box. Biblical grounds, y'all.
I find it amazing and like the things that they get like offended by, like the Epstein list.
Yeah. No, yeah. The superficial. I mean, it's a very tragic thing, the Epstein stuff, but it's, it's been a long time now.
Horrible. Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a long time now. We all kind of were shocked that it wasn't a deal breaker back then, and now all of a sudden it was like that, and the bombing of Iran has a bunch of people. You know who I had come into my goddammit stream last night?
No.
RC. You know who RC is?
RC Dubs?
Oh God, I can't
RC right
RC.
corner.
Oh no.
It's Cry Corner. Let's be fair. It's Cry Corner.
He's not on this app so
That's what
much
we call
anymore,
him.
but he used to make his rounds. He was debating all the time, like a year ago. But he is like 400,000 on Instagram. He came up here, he told me that he is no longer for Trump.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that. I don't know.
He's like,
is it because he's not Christian enough? I think it's because he's not Christian enough. It's what it is.
It's for the booming of Iran and the man with the island stuff.
I'm seeing this over and over right now. Like I'm seeing a ton.
Guys, I swear to God, it's true. Chat, who says I don't believe it? He literally, I need to go back and clip it. He literally came up.
Yeah, I remembered him having issues with the fact that Trump wasn't Christian enough a while back, but
yeah, he's
Yo, let me put my big fat black dick in you.
Oh wow, why do they always have to throw like a slur or like a bigoted comment?
I remember my first TikTok account.
This wasn't your first one?
Actually, no, yeah, this is my first one.
I've never lost a TikTok account permanently.
That's impressive.
I know, isn't that weird?
I haven't either. This has been, I've had this one for 3 years.
I gave one away once, but like I've never lost one.
I don't think I have either. But I've only been on the app I've been streaming maybe 2 years, maybe a little longer. But I've been doing this since last September. It's been the same account. I'm pretty tame here. I stay out of trouble.
Are you going to jump ship, though, if it goes to USTT?
Oh, see, I think I might actually jump ship for that.
Me too. Me too.
I think I'm going to be scared. I'm probably going to try to stream everywhere just in case, because, you know, this is my main source of income, and it's scary because some people are going to come, some people are going to go. I don't know. Everything's just going to get watered down.
I actually think that's what's going to happen. This is going to be like shut down, and then we'll have a choice between the U.S. one.
It's basically like a situation in China. They have Douyin, which is their version of Musical.ly, aka like TikTok.
Yeah.
But it's regionally based.
So with that in mind, you guys need to make sure you're following Pickles on other media.
Thank you. David.
Hey.
Let's hear it, bro.
I think they will shut down this version because they've all said they have to, because they've got all this classified information that they've all seen, and they're like, this is awful. I mean, they see it as a real threat. That's why they're doing it. And they're desperately trying, it's very popular, right? So they're desperately trying to keep it somehow. But if they can't get a US version, I think eventually they're going to have to. For lots of countries don't have this because they've removed it because they saw the threat that it was.
I mean, Trump has already like overstepped his boundaries keeping this, by the way.
I agree.
As much as I appreciate it because I'm on this app, like he has no right to do what he has done over and over again, keeping this app.
I agree. That's 100% accurate there. So, and will they, if they have a US version, will they, I don't know. I mean, will they filter it? I don't know. You know, they might, I don't know.
Most likely.
Yeah. Also, our data is secure. Like our government has yet to prove that anything has actually been dangerous. They're saying it has the potential.
Yeah, it's overseen in Texas, in Austin, beneath Cisco.
Well, guys, they've seen it. They've had all the information given to them, and they were all like, "We got to get rid of this."
Authoritarian governments cannot.
Why would other countries do it?
Authoritarian governments cannot function with the free speech that's allowed on this app.
India can't. India, because they have like real bad beef with China.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Yeah, but like
what
what
other
other
countries?
Yeah, other than India.
This isn't free speech. I mean, you guys are getting banned right and left and filtered and everything else.
Well, that's not due to the American government, though. That's due
You
to
can't
the
even
app.
say certain words.
But that's due to the app. That's not the American government.
Yeah, that's called.
I've never been permanently banned, David.
Well, do you know people that have?
I mean,
That's
sure.
their free speech. Like that. I don't know if y'all really have the concept of free speech.
We don't
grasped.
have free speech.
No,
We don't have
we have free speech from the federal government for the most part. We don't
China doesn't have it.
We don't have absolute free speech either.
No, but China does definitely not have it. You cannot speak out against the Chinese government.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
you will
look,
be
David-
arrested.
I know
and
another.
re-educated.
I know
But
another.
David, aren't we getting there now?
You'll get arrested and re-educated.
I know another.
David, aren't we getting there now where students who are applying to U.S. universities have to like scrub their social media?
Yeah.
Well, you could say that, but they're not putting them in camps yet, and they're not unaliving them.
Yeah.
You're not old enough to remember Tiananmen Square, are you?
Oh my God.
David, I'm old.
Wait,
Okay, what happened to those people?
Listen, they did horrible things.
What did they do?
They were unalived.
Exactly.
And listen,
massacred.
Yeah, I know, but we can
that's not
reach through
free speech,
history,
Pickle.
and we have done so many horrible things too. If you're gonna sit there and point to it,
You've done that?
Yeah, we've done horrible.
When did we do that? We've done worse.
Yes.
Yeah,
What?
remember
Well,
the Trail
give
of
me an
Tears?
example. Give me an
Yeah.
example of that.
Remember the Trail of
Trail of
Tears?
Tears. Yes,
Mhm.
that was horrible. They marched them across the country and relocated them, and a lot of them passed away. Yes, that
Yeah.
was awful.
Remember all the
But did
other
they
ones
walk
that
in
we
with
just
the
like
army?
unalived, and now there's
Did
like
they
what, like
walk in?
there's like 2%
Yeah,
now that exists.
yeah.
We did
It was
a
awful.
so what do you think was worse, that or Tiananmen Square?
When did Tiananmen Square happen?
I believe that was the 60s or the 70s.
Oh no. Oh God, no.
How about the Japanese internment camps?
When did that happen?
Oh, it was 89. Sorry, my bad. It was 89.
Yeah, 89. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're talking about stuff that's 100 years ago, and I'm talking about stuff that's not that long ago, and it was their own citizens that they did it to.
Okay.
Wait, ICWA is still occurring. Do you know what ICWA is?
No, I don't. If it
So,
was
like-
major, we would know.
No, it is major. I don't know why you
Tiananmen
don't know.
Square. How many people in the world know
Hold on.
that?
ICWA exists and has been consistently challenged because we have stolen the children from indigenous communities and put them in white families. It is to prevent that.
Oh, okay. I guess that's on the same level. I've never heard of that.
David,
I've never
David,
heard of
in our
that.
country-
So
David, in our country right now, we are sending people to life in prison without due process, right?
who are we sending? Are we sending our citizens?
Yes. We've
There are
actually deported
citizens.
several. We've deported several.
You
American
sure there
citizens.
are citizens?
Yep, we've
It does-
deported
David,
How many citizens have we sent?
David,
at least 3.
David,
Three.
David, over
How many
2
citizens do we have?
David, do you think we should send
That's a
people?
big percentage.
David,
3.
David, do you think we should? David, regardless of citizenship, do you think we
3.
should? David, regardless of citizenship, should we put someone in prison for life without due process of law?
They're not our citizens.
David, I said regardless of citizenship. If you were visiting another country and they put you in a prison for life without due process of law, are you okay with that?
Am I a citizen of that country?
David, regardless of citizenship, do you think everybody is due process of law?
Not the same due process, no.
So
Do you
if
think Obama gave all those people he deported hearings?
David, can you name one person that Obama put in prison for life with no due process?
He deported them.
No, I didn't say that.
He deported them.
Wait, David, can
Talking
you
about
name
expedited removal.
David?
Kicked them out.
David,
Yeah.
you're not listening. Can you
I
name
am.
one person that Obama put in prison for life without due process?
No, but I'm not sure that the people in El Salvador, that's not our jurisdiction, and I don't think they're.
Yes, in fact, El Salvador said that every prisoner there is under the U.S. jurisdiction.
We don't. They're not under our jurisdiction.
Yes,
They're in
they
El
are.
Salvador.
El Salvador actually said.
How
they
can
are
we have
under-
jurisdiction
Wait,
over a
hold-
El
David,
Salvadorian
David,
prison?
David, pause.
Explain it to me.
Put yourself on a teacup. And El Salvador said that every prisoner there that we've sent there is under U.S. jurisdiction.
Okay, so then are there prisoners in our prisons when we lock them up? Are they under El Salvador's jurisdiction?
David, we sent them there without due process of law. So
He doesn't have to lock them up.
David, we sent them there without due process of law. So when you have a soccer player
What soccer player?
who has no prior convictions, no criminal
there's a difference
activity-
between a conviction and an arrest.
Yes, exactly. So they have no.
What's the difference, Artemis?
90% of the people who were sent to CCOT. 90% of the people that were sent to CCOT
Have they been arrested for a crime?
No. 90% of the people that were sent.
Pretty sure they have.
You're not listening. 90% of the people that were sent to CCOT had no criminal record here or in their country of origin. 90% had
There's
no
70.
criminal record.
Something like 70, I think.
They've been
Just to be
arrested, folks.
factual.
Okay, that's fine, Pickles. But it
They've
was
been
90.
arrested, folks,
No, for what?
for crimes.
What
Can I share
crime?
the source? I want to make sure
All
everybody.
slew of crimes.
Hold on,
What crime?
David,
You
real
name
quick.
it.
Name it.
I have the source.
So you're
on what-
thinking that these
hold on. I'm sorry. This is like really frustrating here. So just want to make sure that we're
You guys
backing
think
up.
these
We're
guys that
talking
are
about
in this El
David,
Salvador
please,
prison haven't
please
committed
take a
any
breath.
crime?
They haven't.
David,
They haven't,
David,
David.
Now
one
they are
second.
not
So
convicted
yeah,
because we
I,
deported them.
I'm
David, they
really
have no
trying.
crimes.
So so the migrants are under U.S. jurisdiction. This is actually the officials in El Salvador has said this. The government of El Salvador has acknowledged the United Nations investigation. The Trump administration maintains control of Venezuelan men who were deported from the U.S. to a notorious Salvadorian prison. By the way, Venezuela is not El Salvador. So we are deporting people to a country that they are not even from.
I think we don't have to deport them to the country they're from.
They don't have any documentation.
Pretty sure they just ruled on that.
They just ruled on that. Yeah, but like this was before.
David, it's 90%. Give me 10 people and their crimes. Go.
Mishi, do you think those people did not get arrested for crimes?
They didn't.
Oh, well, I'm glad you can be 100% certain.
If they were, they would be alleged crimes, right?
They've been picked up for crimes, guys.
David.
In fact, why do they go into jails? Why are they begging to go in? Mishi, why are these guys picked up in courtrooms and jails?
David, what crime?
Why are they in jails?
I don't know. They have no crimes.
Because they're just illegal and they picked them up and threw them in the jail?
Yes, because they.
Why is ICE wanting to go into the jails and get them out of there?
I don't know. Why are they going to birthday parties? Why are they going to churches?
To do that? How come they're in the jail?
How come they're in the?
David, then you could be easily tell us the crime that they committed.
It is 90%, by the way.
The list is endless, Mishi.
I'm sorry that I was wrong. 90% of the 238,
have not been
90%
convicted.
Have no criminal record in either country.
Yeah, no criminal record, but they've been arrested.
No.
Some of them were arrested on their tattoos, right? Just on their tattoos.
They're arrested.
David.
You've seen the videos of these people being arrested. They're just being like tackled, walking to their car.
David, 90% had no criminal records where they came from or in the United States of America. They were arrested and sent to CCOT because of what? Tell me.
Because they've committed crimes.
No, they have no criminal record.
No, they've never gone through the trial. You're correct.
So what crime did they commit? Tell me, David. Give me 5 examples of crimes that they've committed.
Well, I don't know unless I looked at why they were in the jail.
Riley, thank you for the $20.
Can you tell me why they're in the
Skylar
jail?
Strong super chatted $9.99. They
you just
even
tell
are
me
looking
why
for
they're in the
medical
jail?
professionals to go to Alligator. Sadly, most of us are
Can you just
declining the
explain
job. $25 HR haha jokes.
Wow.
Can you just explain why they're in the jail, Mishi?
Because they're brown, David. That's
Oh, they arrested them and put them in jail because they're brown.
correct.
Not that they committed a crime.
Yes, because they didn't commit a crime. 90% of them committed no
Oh,
crime.
they're in our jails, by the
They
way.
committed no
Not
crimes,
ISIS
David.
jails. Our
Okay.
jails.
Well, so you're gonna posit
Mishi,
that
that's what
all
we
of
do
them
in the
were
US. We
in
just pick up people 'cause they're brown.
Do you posit that not all of them were in jail for like trying to steal children or something?
Well,
that
none of them
possibly
were.
they
None of
could
them
be
committed any
possibly
crimes.
there could be somebody in jail for jaywalking or something of the sort. Do any of these things you're imagining in your head justify prison for the rest of your life?
Rape,
David,
possibly burglary,
David,
possibly assault.
David. The man who went after Laken Riley was horrible.
Let's talk about him.
Stop. He committed a crime.
And they let him out.
Exactly.
What should they have done, Mishi?
David.
Mishi, what should they have done?
David, listen to me. David, he went through the court of law. He was found to have committed a crime. That is a bad person. You and I can both agree.
What should they have done, Mishi?
David, do you and I both agree that that's a bad guy?
Oh, yeah. He was in jail, Mishi. He committed a crime.
Great. And he went through a what? He went through a...
And what did they refuse to do?
He went through a what, David? A trial?
I don't even think he got that far. I think they let him out on a plea bargain.
David,
Mishi, what would have happened had they let ICE into that jail?
He went through a trial and the
Mishi,
David,
what would have happened?
David, the man went through a trial and he's...
Yeah, Mishi, where should he have gone?
He should go to prison.
No. He wasn't going to go to prison, Mishi.
He
It
is
wasn't
in
that
prison.
serious of a crime.
He is in prison. Is he okay?
Big W's to Jason and Jennifer for the cake. David,
That
say
hurt.
thank you, Jason and Jennifer.
That hurt.
If I hear the name David ever again in my life, it will be too soon.
I'm just glad he wasn't up here to yell at me about my health insurance. He brings up every time he's up here that I have no health insurance. And apparently that's just the elephant in the room when we're talking. What we got to talk about.
Do they actually think that like we all don't want bad people to pay for their crimes? Because I do.
Through the camp, through the lab.
Oh yeah.
But I
was thinking, I saw him one day
Loud.
or something. I go,
Really?
"Oh,
Yeah.
Still out around going wrong side.
Loud.
Yeah, right. I know. He doesn't know the
Hello?
route.
Yeah,
He doesn't know the route.
So how you doing?
All right, go on, get.
Hello? Yeah, I wasn't speaking to David. That was Mishi. I don't know why he came for me out of nowhere.
Yellow.
Just catching strays.
Deeds.
Sorry, that was a tapping error. I didn't even realize.
It's okay. I love you. Thank you for the taps. Thank you. This name makes me nervous. Okay. Yellow?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
What's up? Are you? Oh, hold
Hello?
on. Hold on. Long duck. Hello?
Oh, sorry. That was an accident.
It's okay. All right, Gretzky, you can come back. You can unmute.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Good for
But you
you.
see, like, I mean, I try not to be like too involved with it because I'm a rising freshman in college, but I don't know. I don't have too much of an opinion on it because I wasn't able to vote in the last election. But like, it's kind of annoying 'cause there's a lot of people around me that like my age that are like super big on Trump, like blindly just because their parents support him, and I think he's honestly a pretty bad dude, and I agree with a lot of stuff that he does.
I agree with you. And stay on the right track. Don't go down the red pill. Don't follow the passport bro YouTubers. And you should be good. Should be good.
Do you know what I learned the other day that made me feel weird? I learned how old Charlie Kirk is.
He's just 33, right?
He's 30. He's 31.
31.
The college dropout.
And I'm 32. I just gotta be honest with you. Hate ages you like rotten milk. Like
I'm 37 next month.
I know.
I also think it's super creepy to be in your 30s and hanging around college campuses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I was asked to be on that, like, on Fuck America tour, and I was like, why would you want like a 50-something-year-old woman like hanging at college campuses? Like, I'm no.
Yeah, it was kind of gross. When I was there, the most disgusting thing about it was he started his thing by asking these horrible questions like, who's ready for Trump to run a third term? The whole crowd went crazy. Oh yeah, because we were A&M. And who thinks that they get lower grades on their tests if they were to say something about conservatism, and like all these kids cheered. It was just like very leading, horrible questions. And he just like threw hundreds of free Trump hats. Like, it's so right there in front of you, like how much they're trying to be impressionable on the kids in very gross ways.
I just think it's funny he went to Cambridge and thought he was going to do well there.
I love that. I watch those, like,
So good.
yeah.
What's interesting though is it's like a lot of people don't know this, that at like Texas State has a designated free speech area, which sounds cool, right? But some of the worst people would rent out that area, which was in the quad. I remembered going to campus one day and there was probably 10, maybe 10 feet tall, like pro-life propaganda, like boards people were holding. And I was like, well, I'm going to exercise my freedom of speech and tell you how weird you are. It's a pretty liberal campus. So.
Chat, don't forget to give these lovely ladies a follow and send gifts. Shower them with love. And Trumpers, if you are trying to debate, trying to come tell us why you like Trump, hop in the box. No friendlies in the box. No friendlies in the box, please. Dean, I love you. I haven't seen you so long, but we have too many viewers right now to do friendlies.
How is Pickles doing?
She is good. I actually let my mom take her today for a few days.
Oh wow, she's like on a little vacation, getting some love from Grandma.
Yeah, little grandma love. My mom loves pickles. She came over today because
I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah, I've had like a sluggish week, kind of just been kind of in a slump, and I haven't done my dishes. She came over and did my dishes for me. It was nice.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah. She just oozes over pickles. She's like, let me take her for a few days, which is nice because I have to walk her multiple times a day, and she is so particular. Like, she will find the triple letter double word score before she poops or pees.
See, I have an Australian Shepherd, and I had her when I was in college, and I had to freaking work her all the time, and so she wouldn't like tear up anything in my apartment. Now she's an old girl.
Aw. Do I have pictures of Pickles? Yeah. I do. I'm a proud doggy dad. I'm a proud doggy dad. Let's see.
Question is MAGA afraid to debate you? Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't, just so people know, because I'm really big on people not getting dogs that they can't meet their energy requirements. I found my dog on a blueberry farm. Someone had dumped her. And so I knew because of her breed that there were special things that I needed to do with training as well as like exercise and energy. I would say Australian Shepherds are generally not good apartment dogs. Yeah, if you know what you're doing and you're ready to do the work, then yeah. But I'm always for people being responsible about the breeds they get, because yeah, border collie in an apartment. Whew.
Yeah, I had a roommate once that had a Catahoula cow, like a fucking actual working farm dog. And you can't create this breed. It would howl 8 hours the whole time it was in a crate. We were in an apartment. It was so bad, and I would work from home sometimes. It was so bad.
Ah, wow. That's awful.
And that's another picture of Pickles.
Oh. I actually dressed up my dog for her first Halloween as a velociraptor. Which, oh, are you gonna go see the new Jurassic World movie?
I don't like going to the movies.
It used to be so much fun, and I do. Bye, Mishi. It used to be fun. Like midnight showings were at midnight. Everybody like waiting, but now it's not the same.
Where'd Mishi go?
She said she had to go.
Oh, oops. Bye, Mishi. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind going to the movies if I have a girlfriend or something. But
Oh, you
I
mean
don't
like by
really-
yourself? Okay.
Yeah, I don't like going by myself. I much rather stay at home, even if I am. Holy moly. This was earlier, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like I don't know. I prefer to be at home. A little like to be in bed with my snacks.
Yeah, we decided to go because we had marathoned all 6 films, and I was like, I want to go see it because sometimes, you know what? Sometimes I just want to watch a movie where people get eaten by dinosaurs. I don't. It to me, it doesn't even need a good plot. I just want to watch the dinosaurs.
Drive-in movie theaters are sick too. Yeah.
See, that I've always wanted to go to.
I haven't actually been to one in a long time. I was a
I've
child.
never been to one. I think there's one in Houston I know of. But it's like I mean, that's like saying Houston is so large. It's like saying that there's one in the next town over.
Yeah.
One in
Was it
Dallas.
like 30 minutes or something?
See, I wanted to see Centers in 70 millimeter, and Dallas was like the only place that had a theater for that could show it that way. And I was like, I don't want to go to Dallas. Yeah, it was at the 70 millimeter. It's like a huge experience. That's how it was filmed to be 70 millimeter film. So it's like apparently a really amazing experience to see Centers in the way it was intended. But I was like, I'm not going to drive to Dallas. Yeah, I'm as old as the Jurassic Park franchise. Like, I was born in February and Jurassic Park came out in June. So I've just been raised on that film series. What video games have you been playing lately?
Just a lot of roguelike RPGs. Like Wukong, Blasphemous 2, Dead Cell.
Did you finish Expedition 33? Because my partner was playing that.
I didn't. I cracked that open again the other day. It's quite a bit. I just feel I love diving into video games and mechanics, and I just know that is an ocean of stuff to learn.
Yeah, he was telling me about it a while ago because I was playing. I like to play simulation games sometimes. I don't know why. Like, no, I really don't want to own a card shop, but it's fun to play like I own a card shop. But I was watching him play it, and he was just like I'm not gonna spoil it for other people, but you probably know what I'm talking about. The first big like, wow, I didn't see that coming moment with a certain character. It was just he was like, I don't know what's happening. So I've heard it's good. He wants me to play it.
Yeah. I've been diving back into Magic a little bit. They just had a collaboration with Final Fantasy.
I literally, he just bought a blind box of like 1,000 Magic cards
Oh, nice.
for like $14, and because he taught me how to play Magic when we met, and then I got a little obsessed. It became a bit of a problem with Magic the Gathering online. I loved creating decks. Like I think it would be like a token deck, essentially like where you create a lot of tokens.
Yeah.
Because I was doing it with Zendikar, where there was like beetles that
I
would
love
multiply.
Zendikar.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. It would like break the game. Be
Yeah.
like 300 tokens.
Usually like a blue-white or a blue-black. Yellow.
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, right now, I think like a lot of Trump supporters are disappointed with Trump. I'll be honest about that. You know, the Epstein files leak and the cover up is not a good look. So yeah, as a Trump supporter, I'm definitely disappointed.
That's fair. That's fair. Well,
Yeah, it is fair.
appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that I'm a Democrat by any means, but like at the same time, I also, you know, maybe I wanted to pose this question to you. What are your thoughts on Elon Musk creating a third party? And let me say a couple of things before you make your answer. So Elon Musk creates a third party. There's this big falling out between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Elon Musk is saying that Donald Trump is on the Epstein files, right? Like, and that's the reason it's not being released. Now it's kind of looking like maybe that's what it is, right? Like nobody knows, but like maybe. And I'm not saying that it is or that it isn't. I'm just saying it's looking like it is. And it's looking like that for a lot of Trump supporters. Also, too, the fact that Elon Musk is the richest person in the world, so he doesn't need any super PACs. He doesn't need pretty much any money in order to run a presidential campaign, right? He can fund his own campaign if he wanted to. Another thing, and I'm not voting for. I'm not saying that I'm voting for Elon. I'm just saying these might be potential subjects that could land him the third party presidency. And I just want
can't be
your idea. Oh, so go ahead.
He can't be president of the United States.
No, I know, but he can fund a party elector. So let's just say like some of these social media influencers like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, right? Like these huge social media like podcasters, right? Because that's what they like. That's what's driving the votes, right? The podcasters. You can't deny that. And so what I'm saying is like if somebody like Joe Rogan or somebody like Tucker Carlson or somebody like Candace Owens or somebody like Dave Smith, like those people, right? If they all of a sudden decide that like there was only two parties that they could go to, right? And the Democratic Party was so far on the left that like they were like we're going to the
Dude,
right.
that's not a thing. Dude, we are not.
Yeah.
We are fucking so moderate compared to every other country. It's such a cope out. It's just it's so silly to say that. We're like still begging for things that other countries have had for decades. We're like, look, universal healthcare would make me like a dirty commie here. That is so silly, bro. That is not true. And the reality is the what do they call it? The window.
Overture.
Yeah.
The Overton window.
The Overton window. We are so far to the right now It's not. It's not true. It is total miscalculation for you to say that.
Well, no, hold on. I don't think that you're listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is and I'm MAGA, by the way. So I'm feeling this type of way. I'm a MAGA, okay? So I'm very far right. And I'm presenting the possibility that if Elon Musk creates a third party, and he's been on Joe Rogan what, 2 times, 3 times, right? What I'm saying, hold on, before you shake your head and wag your
I don't
tail,
care who's on
let me
Joe
say
Rogan.
something.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
only good on Fear Factor. I'm just gonna be honest.
You're not gonna finish listening to what I'm saying, and it has a couple of different points. I have a couple of different points. He's got the most money in the world. He owns the third largest company, a social media company, right? He could move influencers like Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, Candace Owens, to name a few. Just to name a few, right? Like most money in the world. Like,
So do you want an oligarchy? That's what it sounds like you're campaigning for.
No. I'm asking the question. No,
This is just.
guys,
This is just like
I'm not saying something
it's just
that's
a
a
smorgasbord
solid fact.
of. This is the
I'm
Avengers
asking a
of right
question.
wing.
I'm asking a question, bro, and you're not answering the question. I'm
You're
asking.
like, what if this happened? This is This is like.
Do you? I know, and I. That's why I said the question the way that I said the question. I said, let me present this question, and don't answer before I present these premises. Before I ask the question, the question was, do you think that Elon Musk could create a third party, government party, and and I already said the reasons. You want me to say them again because now you're gonna step
No,
on
I
me
get
if I
it.
say
Like
them again.
you like really. It was a really long question. But so yeah, I
apologize.
think he can do it.
I apologize about a long question.
He's. I mean, he might do it. He might do some sort of like obstructionist party because the way electoral colleges work, it's really hard to win as an independent. It's like a fucking pipe dream.
Well, he's calling it the American Party.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's gonna get that much traction. I think that he's a joke. I think that he's done a fucking Yahtzee salute, dude. It's real weird. I think people are gonna be real hesitant to attach their names to Elon Musk.
Okay, fair enough. So then you are in full belief that MAGAs are going to win the next election.
Win what?
The next election. The
Well,
next
I know
presidential election.
Who's running?
Why would you say that?
Well, I'm presenting that Elon Musk is providing an alternative to the Uniparty, which is the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, which a lot of MAGAs are saying.
I think it's great, dude. You should jump on board and do it.
Why don't you just let me finish my thought?
Because it really takes you a while.
Takes a long time? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I should really
do it. Jump on board. Support him.
No. But that's what I'm saying is I'm not jumping to the left. I'm jumping to the middle.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk is creating a middle.
Is he though?
And I think that and I think that a lot of left are going to jump to the middle also, and a lot of right are going to jump to the middle. And when both parties jump to the middle, that third party option, it seems very, very likely.
So I just want to point this out. When you named the people that he could fund to run, you named Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Joe Rogan. All three of those people.
Hold on. Not fund, support with their followers. Not support. Run, not fund, because Elon Musk has all of the money in the world that he needs to fund this
and yet
entire.
You still can't get good hair plugs. Sad.
That's fair.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that you just named all those three people are all on the right. Why would anybody on the left want anything to do with any of them?
Who's on the right?
Candace Owens, Tucker
Joe
Carlson.
Rogan's not on the right. Candace Owens, perhaps.
She's trying to rebrand, and she's trying to become more liberal. and no
Hold
one's
on, but
buying
right
it.
now she's being more liberal
She can
by
go
the
away.
minute.
Yeah, I know. She
I
can go away.
don't.
No one
I don't
believes
really
her.
see that.
We're not stupid.
No,
don't-
I'm not saying you're stupid.
No, I know, but she is.
I didn't say you were stupid, but Candace Owens is if you don't, I mean, you probably haven't watched the majority of her podcasts recently, but
I have.
she's leaning more and more and more left.
We all buy it. We all believe her.
Which means that she's leaning more and more middle. So if there was a middle party, she would be on that one. She's not going to go all the way left because she's a Catholic. It's just a fact.
There are Catholics that are leftists, by the way. I just wanted to tell you that.
Dude, no one's buying it. I
Which
don't know.
ones?
I think it's
Which
weak.
ones? Who? Which ones?
There are people I know who are
who's a prominent Catholic that's a leftist?
did I say prominent? I know people who are Catholics that are leftists. I didn't say prominent. I didn't say a famous person.
So I'm not going to be able to know them. They're Jane Does, right?
What?
All of your Jane Does are
Why is it so
Catholic
far-fetched to
leftists.
think that a Catholic could be left-leaning?
I mean, she's saying she can't name a prominent Catholic that is a leftist, and I'm the crazy one.
Hold on, Catholics are actually more liberal
Biden is
than
Catholic.
Presbyterians are, and Protestants are in a country.
Get out of
Yes,
here.
he went
Hold
to
on,
church every Sunday.
No, hold on.
Get out of
Catholics are more liberal than in America than evangelicals are, Protestants and Presbyterians. They are more liberal than them.
No, I don't disagree with you, but name a prominent Catholic who is a leftist, a Democrat.
Joe Biden.
Name a Come on, bro. He's not
Kennedy
religious
family?
whatsoever.
He what?
Give me a break.
Are you
He was
are you
religious.
serious? He went to church every Sunday. Still does.
Every Sunday he still
Every
does.
Sunday. Yes.
Every single Sunday.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well then I messed that up. If that's true, I messed that up. Sorry about that. All right. Fair enough. All right. So I asked the question. You answered the question. We can move on.
Well, you do know that there's other parties, right? Like, I don't know why he feels the need to create one. There's the Green Party. There's the
I
Libertarian.
know there's the Green Party, and I know that there's the Libertarian Party, but like what I'm saying is that don't you think? Okay, so he created a party called the American Party. I mean, that's a pretty dope name. Like, no joke.
it?
Like, if you're
Dude,
going to pull,
I'm not
hold
going
on,
to stop
if you're
you.
going
I
to
think it's
pull,
a great
hold on,
idea.
Hold on. If you're going to pull MAGAs away from MAGA, the American Party is the perfect name, right? And if you're going to pull Democrats away from the stigma that they already have, that they hate America, the American Party is a pretty good name. Pretty good name. And also too, by the way, they can eat up the Green Party and the Libertarian Party and have them all join up together.
The American Party, owned by a South African man.
Right?
Let's go.
I mean, there's been crazier things.
Love that.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. The only reason that I prefaced the question was because do you think that it's a possibility? That's what I was asking.
No, genuinely, I don't.
No, I think it's great. I think it's so
Yep.
good. I think you need to get on in there.
You're being so
Buy your merch.
You're being so
Buy your
so
merch or
sarcastic.
vote
I don't-
for them.
I don't work for him.
No,
That's crazy.
you don't need to. I think you need to do it though. Sounds like a good party.
I could work for you.
Yeah, do it, lady.
Ah. All right. Well, hey. By the way, it's been cool to be on with you guys. I appreciate y'all. God bless.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
If y'all don't know who Chet is, look him up and go watch his videos.
Love him.
Yeah. Mhm. Love him listening to Pink Pony Club.
Pickles. Oh, this is kind of a thrill.
Hello.
Hi, I'm such a big fan. I have terriers
you.
myself, and I really get a kick out of seeing that little one when she's behind you.
Oh, thank you.
I'm really tired of hearing that Democrats aren't patriotic. Like really sick of it. I'm from New England. My family goes way, way back. We threw tea. We'll tell you people what's patriotic, not
Hey,
these clowns down south who think they know. Up here in Cambridge, where we've got Harvard and Boston, we're all pretty enlightened. Don't tell us we're not patriotic.
right?
We know what it is to throw off a king.
I also say we're the only party that believe in the Constitution at this point, right?
Yes. Yeah, and I just heard this. There's this new concept about heritage versus whether you believe in the concept of America. Like J.D. Vance was on about someone who fought in the Civil War has more Americanness to them than someone who just emigrated, even if the person who just immigrated knows the Constitution and understands like the Enlightenment ideas that went into forming America.
Yeah, agreed.
That's kind of scary if it's going to be about heritage.
I mean, obviously, J.D. Vance was talking about the Confederates in that
Yeah.
season because, yeah.
By the way, not the history part. Didn't he order in this in the American History Museum? He removed all of the DEI stuff.
Oh, yeah, he's probably the one that removed the Enola Gay.
That too. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, and the transgenic mice.
But one of the national museums too. He stripped of all of the people of color or the BIPOC people.
It's so gross. It's
Yeah.
so gross, and it's offensive. And we I guess are you in New England too? We're all just pretty troubled.
I'm in
No,
Dallas.
he's a
You're in
Texan.
Dallas. Oh wow. I didn't picture that. Well, I hope everyone that you know is safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we
Yeah.
are.
All right, well, cool.
For now, that can change. That can change all the time.
Yeah, safe from what? All things being equal. Yeah, safe
right.
from what?
Yeah,
Well,
these tornadoes.
I always enjoy your lives, so I'm going to go back to listening. But thanks for letting me chime in.
Anytime. Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
Have a great night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Was it the Smithsonian?
I can pull it up actually. Let me stop what I'm doing. I just love that he was booed coming out of a sushi restaurant the other day. I just love that for him. just everywhere you go. Let me see here. So we're talking about, to remove content deemed improper, divisive, or anti-American ideology from the Smithsonian Institution. So yes, yeah.
Whoa. Oof.
Yeah. Trump order targets improper ideology. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what it was. He was tasked with this effort with specific mention of the museums like the National Museum of African American History and Culture, which they've pulled a lot out of that museum.
I had somebody call me a candy ass earlier.
Well, why?
I don't know. Just really grinded my gears.
I followed Fish and Jason, who are in the comments, into like a MAGA live the other day. And it was such an experience. I got on the panel and I spoke, and like 3 men lost it immediately. And I was called a bitch, and I was like, oh Mo, I'm so hurt. Oh man, it really got me, man. Oh no. It's just I literally think that they were punching their walls because I was just talking. I literally was like, "Why are you guys so upset? Like, you won. Why are you so mad?" It's just couldn't understand. They're getting what they voted for. I don't know why they're upset. I don't know why they're upset. It just didn't make any sense to me. Yeah, yeah. I love it when people. Do you remember the guy on here who insulted me and said I had small hands?
Isn't that?
That's so weird.
I mean, like, it's not necessarily great to have big hands.
I'm 5'2".
Right?
My hands are proportionate to my body.
Like, no one. I don't think any chick goes around saying, I wish my hands were bigger.
No, but I wish so bad in that moment that I had like a baby doll that I could have like taken the hands and just been like, look at my little baby hands. It was just such a weird thing. Like, it's when people give you weird insults and it's like interesting. And like, I was listening to a panel the other day and someone tried to insult a woman and said that she sounded like Michelle Obama, and everyone's like, that's a compliment.
Yeah.
Like, what are you? So, yeah. No, political lives have been interesting of late. What do you think that this tactic is going to work, that a lot of the changes that Trump has instilled with the big beautiful bill are not going to happen until the midterms, and more than likely we'll see more blue representatives in Congress, and that they're going to blame Democrats for that?
It's optimistic. I don't know.
I mean, it seems likely. I don't like it. Because, like, I think, like, the biggest thing we're combating right now is anti-intellectualism. Is what I've been... Because, like, I was on a live talking about the floods, and I talked about how, like, sure, we need to be better about warning systems and everything like that, but when you have people that don't even believe that these floods can happen because they don't believe in climate change, then we're dealing with an even bigger issue, because then people are just going to ignore it. Especially when we have an administration that refuses to acknowledge it.
I think we're going to have global cooling. You guys will see very shortly. They don't know this yet, but I think we'll have global cooling.
Yeah, I just don't know how you can look at the weather that's happening and be like, that's normal. No, Jerry, you're actually right. How am I going to help the flood victims with my tiny baby hands? You're absolutely right. I can't. They're just so small.
Soft, small, liberal hands.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, that bill is so freaking big. I've only gone over like bits and pieces of it. I'm surprised that, like, okay, I'm not surprised that MAGA is still like defending things even though they're bad. Like, why are they happy that now the federal government gets to mandate AI for the next 10 years?
Yeah, that's terrifying. Like, what if the AI was doing something horrible? Like, what if it's doing something like we just sit there and let it happen?
Mm-hmm. Oh, did they take that out? Did the Senate take it out? Because if the House didn't, so the Senate would have had to take it out. And then the House would have had to agree to it. Let's see here. Okay, they did leave it to the states, I'm seeing here. For now. I don't like for now there. Well, and AI, people don't actually know this because it's not something you would think of, but AI is actually extremely damaging to the environment.
Yeah.
And there's a video coming out because in Texas, I think one of Elon's, or I think Grok is basically coming from, showing just how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The town is suing, right?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, there's also the town that I think is suing because of his launching of the rockets because it's destroying everything. Oh, it's Memphis. My bad. There's a Texas town that could you imagine living in a place where everything in your house is constantly moving? Like, so they live where he launches the rockets, the town there, and like all of the houses' foundations are destroyed. There's cracks in all of them because of how damaging the vibrations from the rockets being launched are to the infrastructure. And they used to have public beaches there, but now they get closed down all the time because Elon's launching rockets. I can't think of the town's name though. Is it Brownsville?
Sounds right.
It's at Boca. Hold on. I've seen Boca Chica, but that I think is somewhere different. Because he promised a bunch of jobs to people there too, and that didn't happen either. Yeah, it is Brownsville. Okay, yeah, it's Brownsville that's suffering a lot from it. Oh, here it is. It's Boca Chica Village, Brownsville, Port Isabel, and then South Padre are all affected. Which South Padre is beautiful. I haven't been down there in a while though. Oh, I think that someone's talking about that they're needing medical staff at Alligator Alcatraz, but people are declining.
Yeah, saying the wages for something like 25 an hour.
That's, oh my God, that's so low. Have you seen people claiming like that they're working there and they're putting out videos of inside? Because I've seen like
I've seen some of the footage, yeah, walking through it.
Yeah.
Looks
I don't
rough.
know. Yeah, I don't know how more people are not upset with that. I really like it's just I don't it bothers me because I just remember in school that it was just like hammered into us to never not only never forget 9/11 but basically never forget the Schmolocaust and to know like to see the warning signs and you know that never again means right now and it's like we're watching it happen almost in slow motion and people are like it's not the same and I'm like but it is. That's what Alligator Alcatraz is. It's just bothersome that people are just like way too giddy about it.
Yeah.
Like there was a lady who was begging for help out of Texas, and then people found her social media platform and saw that she was like a hateful person, and people were like, "Yeah, I'm not going to help you."
Yeah, they've it's taken 10 years, 8 years, but they've really progressed the hateful rhetoric. Like if Trump were to propose this 8 years ago, everybody would be like, okay, that like chill. Like we don't know about all that.
Mm-hmm.
But we're here finally because it's fucking 8 years of messaging to be worried about people coming from south of the border, how horrible they are,
Mm-hmm.
how they're hurting our economy, they're vermin, yada 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 yada.
It's just dehumanizing
Yeah.
them, and it's just so gross. And like, and this is also what like bothers me is because like Mexico even sent a water rescue team to help us out here in Texas. And I literally am going, why? Why would you help us? Why would anybody come and help us right now? Have you been getting people claiming that Trump has stopped like 4 wars? Have you been getting that claim lately?
I keep getting some fucking wiener telling me that Trump stopped India and Pakistan. What's up, Sultan?
What's happening, Pickles? Nice to see you, dude.
You too, bub.
As well, Artemis, right?
Hey, yeah, Artemis, yeah.
Okay, great. I've never met you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm obviously a friendly. Just got home from work after another 11 and a half hour shift. Took my butt off. Decomposing, fed my dog, and I want to know how Pickles is.
Little Pickles?
Yeah, your dog.
Yeah, she's good. She's good. She's with my mom right now. My mom just took her earlier today. She's on a little vacation with grandma.
That's fine. That's great, man. I love that. Very cool. Heavy conversation, man. Jesus. What are we gonna do, dude?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
And listen, not to bring this up, but I did see your post earlier today, this morning, about your past with your girlfriends and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm very sorry about that, dude. That's tough, man. Times are tough for everybody, you know. Like, I want to let you know you're not alone. I
appreciate you.
I have I'm 54 and I've drank a lot and gotten myself into some very obscure situations in my life, so I understand it. But I appreciate that you were very verbal and like forward to actually admit it on a platform. That's very brave, because I'm not sure I could do that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm stoked you're back, dude, because I know you were taking a mental break.
Yeah.
And you know what? We all need that right now, especially right now.
Yeah.
Because the stuff that's going on is just out. It's crazy, dude. I don't understand why people don't understand how crazy this is. It's just, it's unbelievably ludicrous, man.
Yeah, it almost feels like you're being gaslit, because it's like for a lot of us, we're seeing the signs and we're like, how is nobody else understanding this? And then you start to feel like you're almost being gaslit because people are like, no, it's not.
Why aren't they, though? Like, what is happening, dude?
Hate.
What is happening? I don't get it. Because it is all about hate, and it's all about racism, and it's all about, like, what the heck is going on, dude? This Alcatraz thing. What the heck? Really? This genocide. You're killing people. No, there might. I'm sorry, unaliving
friendly.
people. I got it.
Yeah, well, it's because he did a really great job of dehumanizing all of these people and making basically immigrants the scapegoat and saying that they're an atrocity to our country when our country is literally made of immigrants.
Thriving on immigrants,
mm-hmm.
Legal or illegal, it doesn't matter.
Sultan,
right? I work in.
I do want.
You got to bail me.
I want to. Yeah, I want to limit your time up here to short, because I do kick people out pretty quickly. I don't want to do any special treatment or anything. But Sultan, I appreciate you coming out, dude.
All right, fine. Nice to see you, Pickles.
You too.
Have a great night.
Yeah, I want to kind of keep it more inviting. I don't want to have like a stacked panel ready to pounce on somebody. You're fine for now.
Yeah, let me know and I'll yeah, you can kick me. I'll get on and get.
Yeah. Hello? Hello? Are you here by accident?
Sounds like a pocket.
Yeah. Yeah. Kaylee, you what? Thank you so much. Do it,
lady. I love how everyone's like, what does that even mean? And he's just like, it means what it is.
Yeah, boy. All right, y'all. I don't know. Tap the screen. Let's see if we can get to 400K. We're close. We got somebody.
Hello?
Hello?
All right, I'm gonna bring up the point. Like, so you're Democrat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think? I mean, I feel like both parties have the issue of blindly kind of following whichever candidate is nominated for the primaries and for the election. I feel like both of them have issues.
Are you over 18?
Yes.
What's your birthday?
2005.
What month?
February.
Make you 19.
How old did you say you were?
18.
I never said. I said I was over 18.
No, you said 18.
No, I said I was over 18.
It makes you 20, actually.
Mm.
Either way. I thought I heard him say he was 18. And yes,
Yeah.
my math was wrong.
He would have got away with it if you were correct the first time. That's what's funny. But the way he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, yes.
It was a little suspicious. Yeah, I'm seeing y'all's comments. Yeah, like I misheard. It's always up to the discretion of the host, though. I'm always been a person that's been like, when in doubt, drop, because it's just safer that way.
Yeah, I know. I asked him if he was over 18, chat. I know. But then he inferred he was 19. And then I said, oh, well, actually, you would be 20.
Mm-hmm.
When I said 20, he goes, oh.
Yeah, I know you guys want to listen to ops and stuff like that, but we do want to make sure they are of age. And if there's ever a doubt, it's better to be safe than sorry with the way TikTok works. Plus, we don't want to be debating children. That just kind of feels weird. I don't want to debate a child.
Yeah.
I mean, Charlie Kirk might want to debate people that are practically children, but
Oh, 6 hours. Holy shit. I've been live for 6 hours. Guys, is it time?
We're almost at 400K.
Time? Yeah, we're almost at 400K.
Someone asked, why do Democrats defending criminal immigrants?
Movie did we watch
Like,
last night? We watched Children of
Children of
Men.
Men.
And then it took us so long to figure out, and then we watched multiple other movies. I fucking forget the one I fell asleep to. It was a pretty good one too. We watched The Departed, Django Unchained, Children of Men. How was it? It was so good. The Departed is goated. So true, dude. Django is so good. It is very unsettling. Lots of racism.
Mm-hmm.
I miss movie night. We can do it again tonight, y'all. What are we watching tonight? What are we watching tonight? Tomorrow's your birthday, Lauren? Happy birthday. Join Discord, y'all. Watch Sinners. We already watched Sinners, though, recently. Fish will be asleep, of course. Lady in the Water? That's okay, movie. Got that mystical feeling. Should we do a poll? Yeah, dude. Lady in the Water, isn't that guy that in it that he does the one arm? He exercises one arm.
Yes.
Have you seen that guy on TikTok? Does the same thing. Does shrugs.
He does.
Yeah, it's the same thing going on. He has like this jacked neck on one side, and the other side's like, you know, like me. And he's just this like fucking jacked, like one side.
Yeah, I remember seeing Lady in the Water. I think I saw it in theaters.
Am I finished debating? We are still waiting. If anybody wants to hop in the box, come tell me why you like Trump. We might be winding down soon, though, y'all. Just full disclosure, if nobody hops in the box soon, we might be winding down. And it's time for our nightly movie night. New Jurassic Park, even though Artemis saw it. The ones we're getting, not looking good. There's not a good copy yet.
Hello.
Hello?
I just want to say the stickers were wrong.
What's wrong about it?
It's just completely false. Just want to say.
He doesn't suck, does he, Blow?
Oh, he's good. He's probably, honestly, probably the best president
Do
in
you
America.
get it? Because blowing would also infer fellatio.
No.
And it's funny. Do you get it? See what it is?
No. No. But I'm
What do you like
he's
about
probably
Trump?
He's the best president to exist. He's done so many good things. That's like, it's funny how you don't understand that. And how you think he's like sucks, which is completely wrong, like comparable to like the sky being red, that how wrong that is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You got me. You got me. He sucks, and I'm wrong for saying that. Can you tell me why he's so good?
First, he deported the illegal immigrants. Second, he made peace with countries. Third, he made stocks like increase drastically.
No, he didn't. What?
They did.
No, he did. He just now caught up to where we gave it to him.
No, he stopped World War III.
Did he?
It would have had to have started first for him to stop it.
No, he stopped it from happening.
Who's that? Who's that in the South Park movie? The old South Park movie, or it's in a lot of episodes. It's like Ryan Boyd Tonold, the ice skater. Like Ryan Boyd Tonold was in the Alps fighting grizzly bears. And
it has been so long.
I have no idea what you're talking about. See, you have nothing to say because how right I am and how wrong you are.
Brian Boitano. What would Brian Boitano do? Yeah. Brian Boitano. That's what I'm talking about. This is what that sounds like to me. He would, like, when I was like 4 years old, I had these illusions too. Like, my mom would be like, "We can't leave you at home. Somebody could break in." And I would be like, "Mom, somebody broke in. I would freaking punch him in the nuts. And I would kick him in the face." And like, I'd have this like illusion of grandeur. And I feel like that's what you do with Trump. Like, Trump is the Mr. Big Man, and he's gonna he's gonna get all the bad guys out of the government, and then he's doing the best because he loves America.
He does. Do you not think that?
No.
Why?
Dude, are you over 18?
Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birthday?
May 5th, 2005.
That would make you 20.
That's what
Bub.
I was about to say, I guess you missed your birthday this year?
I hate it when I wake up and I accidentally lost a year of my life. Like, I thought I was 35, and I woke up and I was like, for a whole conversation in front of hundreds of people, I forgot. Wait, I'm 36. Lost a whole year.
Yeah, I feel like millennials are aging odd because we don't look our ages.
Yeah. I do, like, I look back and I think about how my like dad dressed when he was like 35, and he dressed like a fucking he dressed like an old man. And I'm 35 and I'm like wearing, like, I'm still, conservatively that emo kid in high school. Like, I'm wearing Vans. Like, I can't imagine my dad being covered in tattoos when I was 35. Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
What's up, bub?
Ain't what'd you say?
Said, what's up, bub?
What that supposed to mean?
It's endearment. It's a term of endearment. You're my bub.
I ain't none of that. You can call me Claiborne. You can call me sir.
All right,
Mister.
play bub.
Is you disrespecting me?
No,
Because I
call
just got
all.
up on here. I
I
ain't
call
come for
all
no
of.
disrespect.
I call all my bubs bub.
So you gonna respect me and you ain't.
I am.
So you call me Claiborne, you call me sir, you call me Mister. Or Mr. Claiborne.
Can I call you friend?
That's fine too. You can call me friend.
All right, friend.
All right then. Okay. So what you talking about?
Wait, what do you want to talk? What do you want to talk about?
Well, you said you got a thing up there that say Trump suck, and you said debate me.
I think. Why does he suck, Artemis?
What?
Why does he suck?
I don't know if I. Are those mouth noises?
By the way, for the sake of this conversation, can you call me by my pronouns? She, her, Miss.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Can you use my
What'd you say?
pronouns?
What's your pronouns?
They, them.
Is you more than one person?
Why do I have to be more than one person?
But them is what you use if you more than one, if you got a group of people.
It's not true.
So if someone left their wallet, that means multiple people left their wallet?
No.
If I find a wallet,
when you
say,
can't identify what a gender it is, you use they them.
how do I know? Like, look, this is the person's name is Alex, and it's a wallet, and I said, dang, I wonder whose wallet this is. Let's give them a call. I bet they really want their wallet.
Yeah, that's fine. That, that that's proper English.
That's just one person.
That's how you would say that. What'd you say?
It's
You
just
say
one.
something.
It's just one person.
Well, that's how you use English. I ain't got to explain English to you, do I?
You said that was wrong, though. That's what That's what you need
No,
to.
I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. If you took basic English in high school or first grade, then you know what I'm saying. Yeah, it is.
What part of it's
I
not
went
good?
I went to Alex's house this weekend. They had a fantastic party.
No. He or she. She had a good party or he had a good party, depending on who it is.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you can tell me just by the name.
No.
Why not?
Because Alec can be Alexandria, it could be Alexander.
What if it's Carrie?
Carrie is a woman name.
What? I have an uncle Carrie.
And that's you say what?
I have an uncle Carrie, dude.
Well, that's fine. That's mine too.
So what if the name on the card is Carrie?
I ain't come up here to debate English. I came up here and talk about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I know.
What'd you say?
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Everything about him. I like him. Everything about that man. That's a good man.
Were you eating celery earlier, Claiborne? What was that? What were you eating?
Potato chips.
Oh, okay. Just regular old potato chips?
Yeah. Cheeto puffs.
I have a friend named Chet. I think you two would get along great.
What's his name, Ed?
His name's Chet.
What does it look like?
He's got kind of like a bowl cut for his hair, but I mean, he kind of works for him.
Can you say this on the screen?
What'd you say?
Can you read what's on the screen? Can you say that?
Home is where you make it.
One more time.
Home is where you make it. What that's supposed to mean?
Those must be some incredible potato chips.
I love that. God damn it. Everybody know that.
Now you're starting to be giggle.
Now, what are we talking about? Are we going to talk about Trump?
Yeah. Do you think that he has small hands?
No, you got a normal sized hand like a person.
I don't know. They just seem very small when he's like in his suits.
No, I don't think so. I think it's normal size. Like any kind of hand you got, any kind of hand I got.
Do you think that when the UFC fight happens next year on the White House lawn, do you think that he's going to fight somebody?
When they said something happened?
No, there's going to be a UFC fight on the White House lawn next year, and I was just wondering, like, do you think that he's going to participate?
What did that boxing?
It's more of just like it's UFC, so it's not necessarily like boxing, but it's similar.
Yeah, if they want to do that, that's fine.
No, but like, do you think he's gonna get in the ring?
Donald Trump?
Yeah.
I mean, if he get in shape and he start boxing, he can do that. Yeah.
You think that our 80-year-old president should get into the ring?
I mean, if he want to, if that just, I saw a video the other day of George H.W. Bush. He went skydiving.
George H.W. Bush is not here anymore. He passed away.
Oh, I know that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, what kind of chips you got there?
Yeah, potato chips.
Yeah, let me guess. Lay's?
No, they
flavor.
Cheetos.
Cheetos? Just plain Cheetos. Are they puffs?
Yeah, Cheeto puff.
Yeah. Not even spicy?
They're the hot one, yeah.
They're the hot and spicy?
Yeah. Blaming hot.
Hey, a man of good taste. Connoisseur.
Yeah.
Good man.
Yeah. Oh, y'all like the immigration he doing?
Not particularly.
I mean, I can agree with that. I think he should do more than what he's doing.
You think he should do more? He's not doing enough?
Not nearly enough.
Not nearly enough.
What he should do is he should federalize every single National Guard and police, and they need to just have one big day, and they just need to get all these suckers up out of here. That's what they need to do.
So, like the Night of Knives, like back when Germany did that, you think that they should just go breaking into homes and yanking people out?
That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. There ain't nothing wrong with going in somebody's house and they ain't supposed to be here. They ain't their house in the first place because they ain't got no paper.
I think people should have a chance if they've been here for a very long time and their
no,
only crime is a
No,
misdemeanor.
they didn't have a chance. They had a chance every Democrat to get up out of here peacefully. Now that Big Daddy Trump is, they got to pay the price.
Well, I mean, he's not my daddy. He might be yours, but he's not mine.
Well, they're going to have to pay the price.
Well, the price would be like a fine. Like, that's what I'm saying is that, like, why are we not just giving people the opportunity? I mean, instead of, like, tanking our economy.
No, they ain't part of the economy anyway because they're illegal. How you going to?
Well, a human can't be illegal. They got here. They crossed illegal.
We got a million of them.
But they
Hello,
crossed.
are you awake?
Am I awake? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
A human can't be illegal. The hell they can.
Dude, I want some chips now, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I'm holding down the fort, guys. It's okay.
I can't do this. I can't. Just loose. Just. It's just those chips. I just know chunks of Cheetos are flying out while you're talking.
Have you eaten, right?
What?
How big is this bag of Cheetos?
Normal size, like any other bag of Cheetos. I mean, y'all did. Y'all can help yourself.
Oh, family size bag. While we're here, y'all should double tap that screen and send your heart me's in. And if you aren't following Pickles, I don't know why you're not. You follow Pickles, right, Claiborne?
What do you think?
You follow Pickles?
Who is that?
The man on the screen.
Me.
I follow him, yeah.
I appreciate it.
You look so insulted, Pickles. You were like, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you should follow Pickles, Claiborne. I think everybody should be following Pickles.
Don't do that. Don't do that as soon as you start clowning.
I'm sorry, man. I love you so much.
We're big on family here.
You are invited to the casserole night anytime, Claiborne.
Mhm.
Where do you live at?
What's that?
We like a good casserole.
Where you live at? Where you live at?
I'm in Dallas.
No, you're pretty close there.
Yeah.
You also in Texas there, Claiborne?
No, I'm in Mississippi.
Oh, okay. Just a couple states over.
Yeah, I'm just across Louisiana. That's all you gotta go.
Oh, yeah. Okay. What are you, it's 9 p.m. Are you sipping on anything tonight?
No, I'm just some water and this chips.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm gonna let y'all have this. Since y'all don't want to talk about nothing, but next time I'm up, let's talk about some Trump, okay?
Yeah.
All right, Claiborne.
You have a good night.
Well, y'all have a good night now.
You too.
Mm-hmm. Good night.
Yeah, it's like Cheetos. Math.
And for people who were wondering how I could understand everything, I grew up around the Houston area, and I'm close enough to Louisiana that I am used to very southern accents. So it's a gift.
Pickles never clearly been in Louisiana. I have a few times, but that is like a caricature of Louisiana. That is too funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like if you think about Gambit in Deadpool Wolverine when he's talking.
Yeah, yeah, that was I couldn't buy that. I could not buy that one. It was so bad.
Yeah. The Cajun Cheeto. Y'all are diabolical in these comments.
Oh, this one's yellow.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, bro? Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm unfortunately not. I just want to be real quick. I heard about the UFC fight that's going to happen on the White House lawn. I think it should be Trump versus Obama. Trump can catch these hands.
I like this, if this is true.
That would be awesome because he has talked so much crap about Obama. It's about time Obama handles it.
Yeah. He's gonna. Who's seeing these hands real soon?
Or I'll volunteer for tribute. I mean, I'll fight Trump. I'm okay with it. But I'm a big fan of you. I just want to say, keep going.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Oh, I accidentally kicked Jenny. I'm sorry, Jenny, if you meant to come up. Hello?
Hello?
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm at work.
You can
Sir,
be a
this
Trump
is
supporter and work.
this is a Wendy's. Do you know
No,
what
that's
you
Dominic.
want?
What? What is this live again?
Would you be interested? We just brought back the
Are you inside a trash compactor?
Nah, I'm running stuff.
Do you remember the cheese meat, cheese, and that's it? The ultimate cheeseburger?
Yeah.
Bringing it back. Would you like to order one?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember didn't they get like in sync to do the commercial for that? Cheese meat, cheese, and that's it. I want the ultimate cheeseburger.
That is a throwback. Oh my gosh, now I want a Frosty. Ugh. It's good stuff. He's got the beef, yeah.
It was
That was
beautiful
beautiful
singing.
singing.
Thank you.
Wait, oh my
Thank
gosh,
you.
that reminds me. Do you remember the video game that was Celebrity like D-Match that was like on PlayStation 2? Do you remember that?
Yes, actually, the claymation. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember playing the PlayStation game where you could play. It was also on TV. It was a TV show. Oh shoot, yeah, it was a TV show.
Yeah.
Did Robot Chicken do it?
Something close to that.
MTV. It was MTV. It was the funniest thing. Yeah, the claymation. Now I just need that done of Trump being in an MMA fight on the White House lawn. I mean, is there anything more white trash than literally a UFC fight being scheduled on the front lawn of the White House? I feel like that is the most white. I mean, the only thing that would be more white trash if they replaced it with a swimming pool full of Jello. That's the only other way that you could upgrade from there.
How embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Yeah, yeah, when I saw that, I was like, please tell me they're joking, and they're not. Yeah, this is not a joke, y'all. They are gonna host a UFC event on the front lawn of the White House. We're officially a Jerry Springer episode. Yeah, this merch there is gonna be wild.
There's gonna be McDonald's. Sponsored by Diet Coke.
Just imagining him like announcing the fight, but then he starts rambling and just goes off into some weird.
I used to have friends that used to say, Donald, when are you gonna become a fighter? And I said, no, I don't want to hurt anybody. And I could never live with myself if I hurt someone so bad.
But also, I could if I wanted to.
But also, yeah, I would be the best. If anybody was the best, I would have been the best.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, did you see the question he was asked about? I think it was like if people are going to be like staying at Alligator Alcatraz even if they're working, like if they're going to live there, and then he thought that she asked him if he's going to stay in Florida, even though he asked for her to clarify the question again. The reporter, have you seen that clip?
No.
It's bad. Like, he asked her to clarify it. She literally said it again and then said, I really like being here in Florida. I really like Ron DeSantis. He talked about how
Old Peepaw.
And it's like, oh, Grandpa, you and your silly stories. Yeah, she asked how long they expected people would stay there, days, weeks, years, and then he talked about himself staying in Florida.
I was man of the year once, but
No, and he apparently a month ago he brought up the trans mice again, and I was like, someone needs to. I is there no one around him that can just be like, sorry, that's not what that means. Like, can there be someone there to just go that transgenic is not, it's not trans people. No one is transing mice.
oh my, yeah.
But honestly, though, we should.
He
we should
doesn't
totally-
care. He just it's.
I
He doesn't care.
don't. There's no amount of money that you could pay me to ever be in the vicinity around him.
I'm sure we've spent more on that. With having dedicated Secret Service with his diaper changes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't debate you again, Classy, until tomorrow because of the kick. Gosh, yeah, I think we might do that. I think we might transition over to movie night on Discord. Guys, is Tommy live?
Oh, he might be. Tommy's actually the first debater I followed, political debater I followed.
He is. Guys, go to
My Dude
on YouTube though. My Dude Shorts.
Oh yeah, here it is. He's live on here. He's on Live Dude, which I can put this in the comments for y'all.
Oh, and he's live on News Dude on YouTube. Y'all go to this.
And if you want to stay on TikTok, go to debate.dude. That's DOODE. And he is live there with Jaden and TikTok and Sharon.
Yeah, yeah, much love, guys. If you haven't followed Artemis, please do. I'm gonna go ahead and get off. We're gonna start movie night here soon. I'm gonna fix myself a little bit of food, and we'll do some Discord action. If you want to watch movies, come hang out. Love
Thanks
you,
for having me,
chat.
Pickles. It was a pleasure.
Anytime.
Bye,
Glad to have you.
Yeah, and maybe I'll drop in on movie night. Who knows?
You
But
should.
see y'all around. I know
All right.
people want me to. Good night.
Yeah, absolutely. You're invited. Good night, chat. I will catch y'all later. Go tell my dude Pickles Army is here for a pickles injection. I'll see y'all soon. Bye.